Welcome back to Sir Bellico. Ever wonder what a park ranger really faces in the dead of night? From paranormal anomalies to creepy folklore. Before we begin, subscribe and tell me in the comments, where are you from and what time is it right now? My name is Jock, and I've been a park ranger for 13 years. In all that time, I've never experienced anything that shook me to my core the way the winter of 2019 did. I worked in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, managing the vast stretches of woodland that surround this small town. Most days my job was routine, checking trails, maintaining equipment, monitoring wildlife, and ensuring visitors stayed safe within the park boundaries. But November of that year brought something different, something that no training manual could have prepared me for. The assignment came down from district management on a Friday afternoon. A series of hiking trails near the northern wilderness had been marked with multiple reports of strange occurrences. Hikers were complaining about hearing unusual sounds at night, not the typical animal calls you'd expect from the Appalachian forest. These were different, more deliberate, more aware. The reports described high-pitched wailing that didn't match any known wildlife, followed by what witnesses described as clicking or chittering sounds that echoed through the trees. I was skeptical at first, like any reasonable person would be. In my experience, people hear what they expect to hear in the woods. An owl's call becomes a ghost. Wind through the branches becomes something sinister. But the frequency of these reports was unusual. Within 2 weeks, we'd received 14 separate accounts from different groups of hikers, all describing similar phenomena, all concentrated in the same 3-mile radius of trail. My supervisor, a practical man named Barrett who'd been with the Park Service for 20 years, called me into his office on that Friday. "Jack, I need you to take a look at this," he said, sliding a folder across his desk. Inside were documentation forms, official incident reports from visitors. Some were brief, just a few lines. Others were lengthy, detailed accounts that made my skin prickle even in the daylight of that warm office. One report, filed by a couple named Marcus and Isabella Chen, read, "We heard something that sounded like a woman screaming, but it was wrong somehow. The pitch was too high, and it lasted too long. When we looked up, everything went quiet. Every single forest sound just stopped. It was like the whole world was holding its breath." Another, from a solo hiker named Kobe, stated, "Whatever made that sound wasn't something I've ever heard before. I've been hiking in these mountains my whole life, and I've never been so certain that something was watching me. I turned back immediately and didn't stop running until I reached the parking area." I looked up from the reports. "How far back do these go?" 3 weeks, Barrett said, "and they're getting more detailed, more specific. The latest one came in yesterday from a group of college students. They reported seeing something move between the trees, something large and bipedal. They couldn't make out details, but they said it moved wrong. The joints bent in strange directions." I set the folder down carefully. "You want me to investigate? I want you to get to the bottom of this," Barrett confirmed. "Whether it's a loose dog, someone playing pranks, or just mass hysteria, we need to know. These reports are making people nervous. Parents are considering keeping their kids away from the park. That affects our visitor numbers, our funding, everything." I understood. The park was our livelihood, but more than that, it was our responsibility. If something genuinely dangerous was in those woods, we needed to know. "I'll start Monday," I said. "I'll check the marked trails, talk to recent visitors, and see if I can identify any patterns." What I didn't tell Barrett was that something about those reports unsettled me in a way I couldn't quite articulate. There was a consistency to them that ruled out simple misidentification. These weren't people hearing owls and convincing themselves they'd heard something paranormal. These people had been genuinely frightened, and that fear had come from encountering something their minds couldn't easily categorize. The weekend passed slowly. I live alone in a small cabin about 2 miles from the main park office. It's a solitary existence, but I've always preferred it that way. That Saturday, I found myself researching old reports from Point Pleasant. The town has a history, most famous for the Mothman sightings of the 1960s. But there were other stories, other encounters. I found references to older accounts, dating back to the 1800s, of settlers reporting something in the deep forests. Something that wailed in the night. Something that was said to hunt. The descriptions were vague, filtered through generations of retelling, but certain elements repeated: an inhuman sound, something large and wrong in shape, and always, always, an overwhelming sense of dread. By Sunday night, I was checking and rechecking my equipment. Flashlight, extra batteries, flares, my service pistol, though I knew in my heart that bullets would be useless if I actually encountered something unknown. I laid out maps and marked the locations where reports had originated. A clear triangle formed on the paper, with the center point somewhere in the densest part of the northern wilderness, about 6 miles into the forest from the nearest access trail. I didn't sleep well Sunday night. My dreams were fragmented and uneasy, filled with sounds that had no source and shadows that moved against the light. Monday morning came gray and cold. The forecast had warned of an early winter storm moving in from the north, but the Weather Service expected it to hold off until midweek. I had maybe 3 days to investigate before conditions deteriorated. I packed my field pack with supplies for an overnight stay: water, high-calorie rations, a thermal sleeping bag, and a small camp stove. I also brought my notebook, determined to record anything unusual in detail. If there was a rational explanation for these encounters, I intended to find it. The first trail I checked was the Ranger Ridge Path, where 3 of the reports had originated. I arrived at the trailhead at 7 a.m. before any visitors were likely to be there. The parking area was empty, except for my ranger vehicle. The morning was unusually quiet, that particular quality of silence you sometimes find in late autumn, when most of the animals have either migrated or gone dormant, but the winter creatures haven't yet fully emerged. I started on the trail, moving slowly and deliberately. My eyes were trained to notice disturbances: broken branches, disturbed ground cover, scat, anything that would indicate the movement of large animals. In my first hour, I found evidence of normal wildlife: deer trails, evidence of raccoons, the usual ecosystem of the Appalachian forest. But then I found the first anomaly. About 2 miles up the trail, near a rocky outcropping, I discovered deep gouges in the bark of several trees. These weren't the raking marks of a bear marking territory, which would be spread across the trunk at varying heights. These marks were vertical and precise, spaced about 4 inches apart, running from approximately 7 feet high down to about 5 feet. The claw marks, if that's what they were deeper than anything a black bear could produce. I examined them closely, running my fingers along the scarred wood. Whatever had made these marks had considerable strength and unusual anatomy. The spacing suggested a hand with fingers much longer than any natural creature's should be. I marked the location on my GPS unit and continued, now paying even closer attention to my surroundings. Over the next mile, I found 2 more sets of similar marks on different trees. The pattern was consistent: deliberate, vertical scoring of bark, spaced with almost mathematical precision. The sun had climbed higher, but the light in the forest seemed to diminish rather than increase. The canopy overhead was thick, and I realized that the forest here had a density I didn't remember from previous patrols. The trees seemed to crowd closer together, creating a maze of trunks and tangled undergrowth. I checked my GPS. I was still on the marked trail, still in a section of the park I'd navigated before. But something about the landscape had changed, or perhaps my perception of it had shifted. The normal sounds of the forest, the ambient background of life and movement, seemed muted. There were no bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. At 2 p.m., I decided to set up a temporary base camp near a small clearing. I gathered firewood, careful not to venture too far from my selected spot. The thought occurred to me, unbidden and unwelcome, that I didn't want to be too far from my supplies if something went wrong. As I arranged my camp, I noticed something else. The trees here bore more marks, not the gouging I'd found earlier, but different damage. Large sections of bark had been stripped away, as if something had been methodically removing the outer layer of multiple trees. The exposed wood beneath was pale and raw-looking, and the damage extended higher than I could easily reach, even standing on tiptoes. I completed my camp setup and prepared a meal using my camp stove. The sun was beginning its descent toward the western mountains, and I wanted to eat while there was still adequate daylight. As I ate, I reviewed my notes and tried to form a coherent theory about what I was encountering. The marks could be explained by wildlife. Bears occasionally claw trees, and elk will strip bark. But the precision, the pattern, the locations, all of it suggested something that didn't fit the normal behaviors of known animals. And the absence of other wildlife was troubling. In a healthy forest ecosystem, you hear signs of life constantly. The silence here felt deliberate, as if the forest itself had been emptied. As darkness fell, I secured my camp and prepared my sleeping area. I kept the fire burning bright, using the firewood I'd collected earlier, and I positioned myself so that I had clear sight lines in all directions. My pistol was within easy reach, and my flashlight was fully charged. The night came down quickly, with a cold that seemed to seep through my layers of clothing. I sat by the fire, watching the darkness press in from all sides, and I waited. It started at midnight. The sound was distant at first, so far away that I couldn't quite determine its direction. It was high-pitched, almost too high to be a human scream, but bearing just enough similarity to one that my mind recognized it as an expression of distress or anguish. It lasted for perhaps 10 seconds, then faded away. I was on my feet immediately, my hand on my pistol, peering into the darkness beyond my firelight. The sound didn't repeat. The forest had returned to its unnatural silence. For the next 4 hours, I heard nothing else. I maintained my vigil, feeding the fire periodically, keeping my eyes and ears alert for any disturbance. By 4 a.m., I was exhausted but trying to remain focused. I knew that this was when my vigilance would be most tested, when fatigue would begin to impair my judgment. At 4:47 a.m., something changed. I felt it before I heard it, a vibration in the air, a pressure that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Then came the sound. It wasn't the wailing I'd heard before. This was different. It was a clicking sound, rhythmic and deliberate, as if something was tapping against wood or bone. The sound seemed to move, circling my camp in the darkness, getting progressively closer. It paused, then resumed from a different direction. Whatever was making it was intelligent enough to test my perimeter, to investigate the boundaries of my makeshift camp. I drew my pistol, though I had no real target. The darkness was absolute beyond my fire's reach, and I had no idea what I was facing. The clicking sound stopped. For several minutes, there was nothing. No sound, no movement, no indication of presence. I stood near my fire, pistol raised, waiting for something, anything to happen. Then I heard the breathing. It was heavy and rhythmic, the sound of something large drawing deep breaths through what might have been nostrils or perhaps something analogous. It came from multiple directions simultaneously, which at first made no sense to me. Then I realized there were multiple things surrounding my camp. More than one. At least 3, maybe more. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. I backed toward the fire, keeping my eyes moving in every direction, trying to see past the light into the darkness beyond. "Who's there?" I called out, knowing it was foolish, knowing that nothing would answer, but needing to break the suffocating silence. The breathing intensified. All around my camp, something large was moving just beyond the reach of my firelight. I could hear branches breaking, the sound of heavy movement through the underbrush. And still, that terrible breathing. I fired my pistol into the air. The sound was enormous in the quiet forest. The gunshot echoed off the distant mountains, rebounding through the trees like thunder. For a moment, everything stopped. The breathing ceased. The movement halted. Then, from the darkness to my north, there came a sound that I will spend the rest of my life trying to forget. It was a shriek, high-pitched and utterly inhuman. But what made it truly terrible was the apparent rage behind it. This wasn't an animal's cry of fear or injury. This was fury. This was something expressing a terrible, focused anger at having been challenged. The creatures, because I was certain now that there were multiple things out there, scattered. I heard them crashing through the forest, moving away from the fire with surprising speed. The sounds of their retreat faded into the distance, leaving me alone with the dying fire and my racing heart. I didn't try to sleep after that. I kept the fire burning bright, kept my pistol close, and waited for dawn. When the first gray light finally appeared in the eastern sky, I felt almost delirious with relief. The morning revealed nothing. The area around my camp showed no tracks, no clear evidence of what had surrounded me in the darkness. There was disturbed ground cover, broken branches, but nothing distinctive enough to identify what I'd encountered. I packed my camp methodically and began the hike back to the trailhead. As I walked, my mind was processing what had happened. I couldn't deny that something unusual had occurred, but I wasn't ready to accept the implications of what I'd experienced. There had to be a rational explanation. Perhaps it was a large predator, a mountain lion, though they weren't supposed to be in West Virginia. Perhaps it was a pack of dogs, though the sounds hadn't quite matched any canine vocalizations I'd heard. But deep in my gut, I knew these were false explanations. What I'd encountered was something else. Something that didn't fit into the normal taxonomy of North American wildlife. When I reached my truck at 11 a.m., I sat in the cab for a long time before starting the engine. My hands were shaking, and I couldn't seem to stop them. I was a trained professional, but what I'd experienced had shaken my understanding of what was possible in my world. That evening, I sat down and wrote a detailed report for Barrett, leaving out the truly inexplicable elements. I described the marks on the trees, the unusual silence of the forest, and the nighttime disturbances. I used careful language and avoided any mention of what I genuinely believed I'd encountered. Barrett read my report without expression. When he finished, he set it down on his desk and looked at me carefully. "Jaja," he said, "I need you to tell me what you're not saying." I wanted to lie, but I found I couldn't. "I don't know what's out there," I admitted, "but it's not a normal animal, and it's not a human prankster. There's something in those woods, and it's large, it's intelligent, and it's something I've never encountered before." Barrett was quiet for a moment. Then he stood and walked to a filing cabinet in the corner of his office. He withdrew a thick manila folder and handed it to me. "Before you make any decisions about what to do next, I think you should read this," he said. I opened the folder. Inside were reports, dozens of them, dating back to 1952, all from Point Pleasant, all describing similar encounters. The descriptions were remarkably consistent across the decades: strange sounds, marks on trees, a sense of being watched and hunted, and all of them were followed by a notation in red ink: "Investigation inconclusive. Likely wildlife misidentification." But there was a pattern in the dates. The reports clustered around certain years, with long quiet periods in between. The latest cluster had occurred in the early 1980s, before that, the 1960s. Before that, the 1940s. We were entering a new cluster period. I looked up from the folder to find Barrett watching me carefully. "This is why I assigned you to this," he said quietly. "You're good at your job, and you're rational. But you're also open-minded enough to see things as they actually are, rather than as you think they should be. Something is happening in our forest, Jock. Something that follows a pattern. And right now, you're the only one besides me who knows about it." "What do you want me to do?" I asked. "I want you to go back," Barrett said. "But this time, go prepared. Bring equipment to document everything. Camera, audio recorder, anything you can use to capture evidence. And this time, don't go alone. Take someone you trust." I thought of my colleague, a younger ranger named Archer, who'd been with the service for only 3 years but had shown remarkable skill in the field. "I'll ask Archer," I said. "Good," Barrett said. "And Joxy, be careful. Whatever's out there has been in those woods for a very long time. I don't think it appreciates being investigated." Archer agreed to accompany me without hesitation, though I was deliberately vague about the specific reasons I wanted a second person. I simply told him that there had been multiple visitor reports of unusual activity, and that I needed help investigating the Northern Trail system. He was eager to help, seeing it as an opportunity to do something more interesting than routine maintenance. If I'd known what we were actually walking into, I would have tried harder to talk him out of it. We prepared for a 3-day expedition, planning to establish a base camp and systematically investigate the 3-square-mile area where the reports had been concentrated. I brought the same camping equipment as before, but added a digital camera, a high-definition voice recorder, and additional ammunition for my pistol, something I hadn't told Barrett about. The weather had held so far, but there was a definite chill in the air that spoke of the winter storm moving closer. The forecast now predicted snow within 48 hours. We needed to work quickly. We set out on Wednesday morning, hiking the same path I'd traveled on Monday. I didn't tell Archer about what had happened during my first trip, not wanting to bias his observations or his perception of the forest. I wanted him to experience it with fresh eyes. As we walked, I documented our location with the GPS and noted the coordinates of the tree markings I'd discovered. Archer was quiet and observant, which I appreciated. He wasn't one of those rangers who talked incessantly while in the field. He understood that the forest demanded respect and attention. It took us until early afternoon to reach the area where I'd set up my camp. The site looked undisturbed, and I pointed out the tree markings to Archer without explaining how I'd found them. "What made these?" Archer asked, running his hand along one of the gouged trees. "That's what we're trying to determine," I said. "Could be a large predator, could be something else." Archer was quiet for a moment, studying the marks. "These are too regular," he said finally. "Animals don't usually mark trees in straight lines like this. There's no pattern to normal territorial marking." I was impressed by his observation. He'd arrived at the same conclusion I had, but through his own analysis. "Exactly," I said, "which is why I wanted backup." We established our camp in the same clearing where I'd camped before. We split the tasks. Archer gathered firewood while I set up the tent and prepared the cooking area. By the time the sun began to set, we had a well-organized camp with good sight lines into the surrounding forest. We should set up some kind of warning system, Archer suggested as we prepared dinner, in case anything large moves through the camp during the night. It was a good idea, so we established a perimeter of empty tin cans connected by fishing line at ankle height. If anything large enough to trigger them moved through, we'd be warned. As full darkness fell, we sat by the fire, drinking coffee and monitoring the surrounding forest. The silence was profound, just as it had been during my first visit. But Archer noticed it too. "It's too quiet," he said. "Where are all the night sounds? There should be owls, maybe some other nocturnal animals." "I noticed that too," I said. "It's one of the things that concerned me." We maintained watch through the evening, taking turns so that one of us could rest while the other stayed alert. At around 10 p.m., during Archer's watch period, he suddenly tensed beside me. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I had. It was the clicking sound I'd heard before, that rhythmic tapping that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Yes," I confirmed. "Have you heard anything like it before?" "No," Archer said. "Nothing in nature makes a sound like that." We both fell silent, listening. The clicking continued for perhaps 30 seconds, then stopped. In the interval between the cessation of the sound and my next breath, I realized that my entire body was drenched in cold sweat. "What is it?" Archer asked. "I don't know," I said, which was technically true, though increasingly incomplete as an answer. The night passed without further disturbances, but neither of us slept. We maintained our vigil, weapons at hand, waiting for something that didn't come. By the time dawn broke, we were both exhausted and uncertain. With the light came a different kind of dread. In the daylight, it was impossible to maintain the comforting fiction that we were overreacting, that our fear was a product of darkness and imagination. The marks on the trees were still there, undeniable and strange. The silence of the forest was still oppressive. Whatever had created the conditions for the visitor reports was real and present. "We need to go deeper," I said to Archer. "The reports have been centered about 3 miles northeast of this camp. Whatever's making these sounds and marks, its territory is that direction." Archer nodded without enthusiasm. "I'm not happy about this," he said, "but I understand. Let's go." We prepared carefully for the day's expedition, bringing everything we might need to survive if we had to stay out longer than anticipated. We also brought all our documentation equipment: camera, recorder, GPS unit. I wanted to capture evidence of whatever we found. The deeper we penetrated into the forest, the more pronounced the markings became. Tree gouges increased in frequency, and I began to notice additional damage that suggested something was actively hunting in this area. We found the remains of a deer, picked clean and arranged in a manner that seemed deliberate. The bones were scattered in a rough circle, with the larger pieces positioned carefully. It wasn't the kind of pattern natural scavengers created. "This is wrong," Archer said, studying the arrangement. "A predator doesn't arrange its prey like this." "No," I agreed, "it doesn't." As midday approached, we found ourselves in a section of forest that felt genuinely alien. The trees here were older and larger, creating a canopy so dense that barely any sunlight reached the forest floor. The undergrowth was thick and difficult to navigate, and we had to move slowly and carefully to avoid becoming disoriented. It was Archer who found the path. "Look," he said, pointing to the ground before us. There, through the thick undergrowth, was a worn trail. Not a hiking trail created by human visitors, but a clear path created by the repeated passage of something large. The vegetation was beaten down. The path was wide enough for a creature the size of a large bear or larger to walk through, and it seemed to run in a definite direction, northeast, deeper into the forest. "We should follow it," Archer said. I wanted to say no. I wanted to turn around and hike back to our camp, then proposed to Barrett that we simply close this section of the forest to visitors and monitor it from a distance. But I also knew that this was our best chance to gather real information about what was creating these disturbances. "Stay close," I said, "and keep your hand on your weapon." We followed the path for perhaps a mile. The forest grew even denser around us, the canopy lower, the shadows deeper. I was checking my GPS constantly, making sure we could navigate back to our camp even if we lost the path. Then the path opened into a clearing. At first I didn't understand what I was seeing. The clearing was circular, about 50 yards across, and the ground was bare, completely free of vegetation. In the center of the clearing stood several trees, but they were wrong in a way that made my eyes struggle to focus on them. The bark was stripped away entirely, exposing the pale wood beneath, and the bark was arranged in carefully stacked piles around the base of each tree. The trees themselves bore marks, deep gouges and scratches that covered every inch of the visible wood, but it was what lay scattered across the ground that truly disturbed me. Bones, hundreds of them, from creatures both large and small. Deer bones, scattered throughout, but also larger bones, from creatures I couldn't readily identify. Some of them were disturbingly humanoid in shape, though I forced myself to dismiss that observation as impossible. In the very center of the clearing was something else, a depression in the earth, as if something massive had worn a body-shaped groove into the ground through constant movement. The soil here was darker, almost black, and gave off a faint odor that was both organic and somehow wrong. "What is this place?" Archer breathed beside me. "I don't know," I said, though I was forming increasingly terrible theories. "But we need to document it." I pulled out the camera and began photographing everything. The bones, the stripped trees, the central depression. As I worked, I had the increasingly uncomfortable sensation that we were not alone. I couldn't see anything in the surrounding forest, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. "Jack," Archer said quietly, "we should leave, now." He was right. Every instinct I possessed was screaming at me to get out of this clearing, to return to the forest path and retrace our steps. But I forced myself to take several more photographs, to document the GPS coordinates, to record a brief audio note describing what we were seeing. As I was finishing the audio recording, I heard it again, the clicking sound. But this time it was loud, immediate, and coming from multiple directions at once. Archer drew his weapon immediately. "Run," I said. We bolted from the clearing, abandoning any pretense of careful movement. Behind us, I could hear something crashing through the forest, multiple somethings. The sounds of pursuit were close, terrifyingly close. Branches whipped at my face, drawing blood, but I barely felt them. My entire focus was on running, on putting distance between us and whatever was chasing us. Archer was ahead of me, his younger legs giving him a speed advantage. I was pushing myself to my limits, my lungs burning, my muscles screaming. The sounds of pursuit were growing louder. Whatever was chasing us was fast, far faster than any normal animal should be. I could hear it now, between my gasps for breath, a series of clicking sounds, but also something else, a sound like grinding bone, like the scraping of something ancient and large against the earth. "There," Archer shouted ahead. He was pointing toward the path we'd followed into the clearing. We reached it and turned, running along the worn trail back the way we'd come. The pursuit continued, but I was aware that our pursuers were falling slightly behind. They seemed less able to navigate the narrower path as quickly as we could. We ran for what felt like hours, but was probably only 15 minutes. When we finally burst out of the deep forest into slightly more open terrain, we didn't stop. We continued running until our legs simply refused to carry us further. We collapsed beside a small stream, gasping for air, our hearts pounding in our chests. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit had ceased. Whatever had been chasing us had either given up or decided that we'd left its territory. "What was that?" Archer gasped between breaths. "I don't know," I said, which was becoming my most used response. "But we need to get back to camp. We need to get out of this forest." It took us nearly an hour to get our breathing under control and our racing hearts to slow to something approaching normal. I checked my camera and my audio recorder. Both had survived the flight intact. The documentation we'd gathered was still accessible. We took our time getting back to camp, moving carefully and quietly. It was early evening by the time we arrived. We immediately began packing. No point in staying another night in the forest after what we'd experienced. As we packed, I explained to Archer what I'd experienced on my first solo expedition. His face grew increasingly pale as I described the sounds, the circling creatures, and the absence of any trace when daylight came. "This is insane," Archer said. "We need to report this to someone. The authorities, the media, someone." "Report what?" I asked. "That we ran away from unidentified sounds in the forest, that we found a clearing with bones and stripped trees. Without proper analysis of what we have, we'll look like we're making up stories. Worse, we might panic people." Archer wanted to argue, but he understood my point. Our credibility was all we had, and without concrete evidence that could withstand scrutiny, we'd be ruined. We managed to complete our hike out before full darkness fell. My truck had never looked so welcoming. The drive back to town was quiet. Archer stared out the window the entire time, processing what he'd seen. When I dropped him off at his apartment, he turned to me. "You're going back," he said. It wasn't a question. Yes, I admitted. I'll come with you, Archer said. I know you will, I replied. But next time we prepare better. And we get answers. I spent that night transferring the photos and audio recording to my home computer. The images were clear and definitive. They showed the clearing, the stripped trees, the bones. As evidence, they were compelling. But they were still subject to interpretation. Someone with the right skeptical mindset could argue that the clearing was a natural phenomenon, that the bones were just scattered remains from natural predation. What I needed was audio documentation of the creature itself. On Thursday morning, I met with Barrett at the office. I showed him the photos and played the audio recording. His face remained neutral throughout, but I could see something shift behind his eyes, a confirmation of what he'd suspected all along. When the recording finished, he sat back in his chair. "This is extraordinary," he said quietly. "It's impossible," I corrected. "But it's happening. I need to know if you're intending to continue investigating," Barrett said carefully. "And if you are, I need to know what resources you'll need." I appreciated the indirect way he was phrasing this. He was asking if I was prepared to commit fully to this investigation, knowing that doing so might mean confronting some very uncomfortable truths. "I'm going back," I said. "Archer will accompany me. This time we're going to set up recording equipment to capture audio documentation of whatever's out there. We'll use a motion-activated camera as well. We need undeniable evidence." Barrett nodded slowly. "I can get you recording equipment from the research station at Kingston. They have professional-grade audio and thermal imaging cameras. I can say it's for a wildlife survey." "Thank you," I said. "Don't thank me yet," Barrett replied. "If this investigation goes where I think it's going, you might end up wishing you'd never started it." But he was already reaching for his phone to make the arrangement. That weekend, Archer and I prepared our equipment. We spent Saturday assembling and testing the recording devices. Motion-activated audio units, infrared cameras, a wireless system that would allow us to monitor activity from our camp. We created a portable field station setup that could be quickly deployed and later retrieved. The weather forecast was becoming increasingly dire. The winter storm that had been weeks away was now predicted to arrive by Monday evening. We had a narrow window, Saturday night and Sunday night, to gather data before conditions became too hazardous for camping. We set out Saturday morning with our enhanced equipment. The hike to the clearing was faster this time. We knew the path, and we moved with grim determination. I was aware that we might not make it back out if conditions deteriorated suddenly, but I was also aware that this might be our best opportunity to gather real evidence. We established our main camp in the same location as before, then spent the afternoon carrying equipment into the forest and setting up monitoring stations. We placed camera units at the edges of the clearing, positioned recording devices to capture any sounds, and established a network that would allow us to review the data in real time from our camp. As the sun descended, we completed our preparations and retreated to camp. The air was noticeably colder, and I could see clouds building to the north. The storm was coming, probably faster than the forecast had predicted. That night, as we sat by the fire, the weather deteriorated further. The wind picked up, and the temperature dropped dramatically. My weather radio indicated that the first bands of the storm system would reach us by midnight. "We should get out," Archer suggested. "Come back when the weather clears," but I shook my head. "We leave now. We might not be able to set up again before the snow makes the trails too treacherous. We stay the night. We get our data." Archer wasn't happy about it, but he understood. We reinforced our camp as best we could, securing everything against the wind that was already beginning to howl through the trees. At 11 p.m., a few minutes before the full force of the storm reached us, we received our first data from the clearing. The infrared camera registered movement, something large, moving through the clearing. Then multiple somethings. The audio recording picked up the clicking sounds we'd heard before, but clearer now, more distinct. And underneath that, a sound like heavy breathing, like the inhalation and exhalation of something with a large respiratory system. Then came a new sound. It was something between a howl and a scream, high-pitched and resonant, echoing across the frequency range of our recording equipment. It wasn't the wailing sound we'd heard before. This was different, almost like a call, or perhaps a warning. The temperature reading on the infrared camera was troubling. The creatures registering on the thermal imaging appeared to have body temperatures significantly lower than mammals, yet they were still warm enough to show up clearly on the equipment. This suggested something entirely outside the normal taxonomy of North American fauna. For the next hour, we recorded intermittent activity in the clearing. The creatures seemed to be investigating the equipment we'd placed, examining the cameras and recording devices. On the thermal imaging, we could see them circling, studying our devices, occasionally appearing to make contact with them. Then the data feed went dead. The connection from the clearing to our field receiver simply ceased. The cameras went offline simultaneously, not gradually, but all at once. It was as if something had deliberately disabled our equipment. "That's not possible," Archer said, staring at the dark receiver. "All those units had independent power systems. They can't all fail at the same time." "They didn't fail," I said quietly. "They were destroyed." The full force of the winter storm arrived then, and any possibility of investigating further vanished beneath driving snow and winds that made it dangerous to even move between our tent and our fire. We huddled in the tent, listening to the wind howl, both of us acutely aware that something in the forest beyond our protective shelter was actively interfering with our attempts to document it. "That thing knows we're here," Archer said. "It knows what we're doing, and it doesn't like it." I couldn't argue with that assessment. Whatever we were dealing with demonstrated an intelligence that went far beyond normal animal instinct. It had recognized our equipment as a threat and had responded accordingly. The night was long and terrible. The wind howled, and through it we heard sounds that might have been the storm, or might have been something else. The tent flapped and strained against its stakes, and I found myself periodically checking to make sure the ties were still secure. By dawn, the snow was falling so heavily that we couldn't see more than a few feet from our tent. It was clear that we needed to evacuate. Staying in camp in a winter storm of this magnitude would be suicidal. We packed quickly, abandoning most of our equipment to save weight and speed. The hike back to the trailhead was brutal. The snow was already 6 inches deep and getting deeper with each passing hour. We had to move slowly to avoid losing the trail entirely, and by the time we reached the parking area, we were both near the limit of our physical endurance. The drive back to town was slow and dangerous. The roads were becoming treacherous, and visibility was severely limited. By the time we reached civilization, the storm had reached its full intensity. We didn't go to the office. Instead, I dropped Archer at his apartment, and then I drove home to my cabin. I spent the rest of that day and the following night sitting in front of my fireplace, processing what had happened. The recordings we'd managed to capture before the power loss were extraordinary. The audio quality was excellent, and the creature sounds were unmistakable. They weren't anything in the known fauna databases. They weren't bears, or mountain lions, or anything else that remotely fit the animal kingdom. But what really troubled me were the implications of its behavior. The deliberate destruction of our equipment wasn't instinctive, it was tactical. It demonstrated not just intelligence, but an understanding of what our equipment was and what we were trying to accomplish. That suggested something more than just a particularly large and dangerous predator. It suggested something that was aware of us as a potential threat. Monday morning, the storm was passing, though snow still fell intermittently. I called Barrett and asked to meet him. When I arrived at his office, he was alone, waiting for me. I played him the audio recordings, the clicking sounds, the creature vocalizations, the heavy breathing of something large. When the recordings finished, Barrett was pale. "How is this possible?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. "But I have a theory. Those historical reports you showed me, they go back decades. We found a clearing in the forest that seems to be the creature's central territory. The bones we found there, the arrangement, the careful way the area was maintained, it all suggests long-term habitation. This thing has been in our forest for a very long time." "What do you think it is?" Barrett asked. I had spent the night thinking about this question. My best guess, based on the physical characteristics we observed, the sounds it makes, the intelligence it displays, and the geographic history of Point Pleasant, is that we're dealing with a cryptid, specifically something that matches descriptions of the Wendigo from Appalachian folklore. "The Wendigo," Barrett said flatly. "A legendary creature that eats human flesh and drives people mad? That's the modern pop culture version," I said. But the original Algonquian legend describes something different. A transformative curse, yes. A creature that hunts, absolutely. But the descriptions suggest something ancient, something that's been part of the wilderness for centuries. A predator that's learned to coexist with human civilization by remaining hidden. "And now?" Barrett asked. "Now, we've disturbed it," I said. "We've invaded its territory, documented its presence, tried to capture it on video. We've threatened it. And it's responded by demonstrating that it can destroy our equipment, that it's intelligent enough to understand what we're doing, and that it's willing to confront us." Barrett stood and walked to his office window, looking out at the snowy landscape. "What do you want to do?" "I need to go back," I said. "But not to document it. To talk to it. Talk to it? Barrett turned to look at me as if I'd lost my mind. Jack, what are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that this creature is intelligent. It's demonstrated that much. And I'm suggesting that maybe there's a way to communicate with it, to establish some kind of boundary agreement. It stays in the deep forest, away from trails and visitor areas. We stay out of its territory. We don't try to capture it, document it, or expose it. In exchange, the disturbances stop. That's insane, Barrett said, but he didn't immediately dismiss it. That's completely insane. Maybe, I conceded. But do you have a better idea? We can't fight this thing, we can't capture it, and if we try to report it officially, nobody will believe us. Our only option is to coexist. Barrett was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "All right, you can try, but you go in unarmed. No weapons, no recording equipment, no equipment of any kind except basic survival gear. You go in with open hands and open intent. If it means to kill you, there's nothing you could do to stop it anyway." "I'll need Archer," I said. "No," Barrett said firmly. "If this goes wrong, I'm not losing two people. You go alone." 3 days later, the storm had cleared enough for hiking. The snow was still heavy, but the forecast predicted several days of clear weather before the next system moved in. I had 3 days to complete what I'd proposed to Barrett. I prepared carefully, but not with weapons or equipment. Instead, I selected items that represented non-hostile intent. Tobacco, which I'd read was used in many indigenous traditions as a gift and a sign of respect. Fresh venison from a recent park cull that had been approved for disposal, and a written note explaining my intentions. The walk into the forest was slow, made difficult by the deep snow. I followed the path we'd established before, moving deliberately and making no attempt to hide my presence. The snow crunched under my feet, loud in the quiet forest. Birds didn't sing. The forest was in full winter dormancy, the kind of profound silence that seemed to swallow all sound. I reached the clearing in the early afternoon. The equipment we'd abandoned was gone, removed entirely from the area. The snow had erased our footprints from the previous expeditions, leaving the clearing looking pristine and untouched. I stood at the edge of the clearing for a long time, gathering my courage. Then I walked to the center, directly into the area where I'd seen the depression in the earth during our previous visit. I set down the package I'd brought, the venison wrapped in cloth, the tobacco, and my written note explaining what I was trying to accomplish. "I'm Jack," I said aloud to the forest. "I'm a park ranger, and I'm the one who came to your forest with equipment and recordings. I'm sorry for that. I was trying to understand you, but I should have known that you'd see it as an intrusion." I waited. The forest remained silent. The snow continued to fall softly, covering my footprints almost as soon as I'd made them. "I'm here to make an agreement," I continued. "I won't come back to your clearing. I won't bring equipment to monitor you. I won't try to document or capture or expose you. In return, I ask that you stop the disturbances near the visitor areas. The trails on the south side of the range, the picnic areas, the places where humans come, leave those alone. Stay in the deep forest where you've always been. Let us coexist. Let humans use the outer edges of this forest while you keep the heart of it." The wind picked up slightly, moving through the trees. The snow around me was absolutely undisturbed except for my own tracks. "I've brought an offering," I said. "Food and tobacco. These are tokens of respect. Take them as a sign of what I'm proposing." I stood for a few more moments, then turned and began walking back toward the edge of the clearing. I had taken perhaps 20 steps when I heard a sound, that high-pitched call I'd heard in the thermal imaging recording, but softer now, almost contemplative. I stopped and turned back. For just a moment I saw movement at the far edge of the clearing, something large and impossibly tall, moving through the trees with a grace that belied its apparent size. The silhouette was wrong in every way. The proportions were all distorted. The limbs were too long, the joints bent at angles that no natural creature could achieve. But what struck me most was that it was watching me. The creature paused at the edge of the clearing, studying me with the kind of focused attention that only a truly intelligent being could muster. For perhaps 10 seconds, predator and prey, or whatever we were to each other, regarded one another across the snow-covered clearing. Then it turned and vanished into the forest, moving with a speed that seemed to defy physics. I stood in the clearing for another 10 minutes, but the creature didn't reappear. The wind died down, and the forest returned to its profound silence. I took that as an answer, acceptance perhaps, or at least willingness to consider my proposal. The hike back out of the forest was tense. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hide something waiting, but nothing attacked. Nothing moved against me. It was as if the forest itself had agreed to a ceasefire. When I reached my truck, my legs were shaking from more than just the physical exertion of hiking. I sat in the driver's seat for a long time before I felt capable of starting the engine and driving back to civilization. That night, I called Barrett. "It worked," I said simply. "You're alive," Barrett said. "I'm calling that success." "More than that," I said. "I made contact. I offered a covenant, and I believe it was accepted." Over the following weeks and months, my theory was tested. The visitor reports stopped entirely. The trails that had been closed due to safety concerns were reopened. Life at the park returned to normal, but there were subtle changes that only I seemed to notice. The forest itself seemed to shift. The areas that had previously been marked with territorial scratches and dangerous signs were left untouched. The deep northern sections, the core of the creature's territory, became even more deliberately avoided by wildlife. It was as if the forest had been divided into spheres of influence, the human-accessible outer sections and the wild, untamed inner sanctuary. Occasionally, while patrolling the northern trails, I would hear sounds, those distinctive clicking vocalizations, that unearthly wailing. But they always came from the deep forest, never from the visitor areas. And they seemed less like cries of rage and more like communications, as if the creature was maintaining its presence, asserting its continued existence, while respecting the boundaries we'd established. Winter turned to spring, snow melted, and the forest came back to life with the returning birds and emerging animals. I made my final expedition to the clearing in early April, carrying another offering: fresh spring water collected from the highest point of the park, and a carved wooden token depicting a hand in a gesture of peace and respect. The clearing had changed. The stripped bark had been removed entirely, the bones had been cleared away, and the depression where the creature seemed to rest had been deliberately smoothed over and covered with soil and fresh grass. It was as if the creature had acknowledged our agreement by erasing the most obvious signs of its habitation. I left my offering in the center of the clearing and spoke one final time. "Thank you," I said to the forest, "for accepting my covenant, for understanding what I was trying to accomplish, for choosing coexistence over conflict." The wind moved through the clearing, not the violent wind of the winter storms, but a gentle, warm breeze that carried the scent of the forest in spring. I heard no sounds, saw no movement, but I felt a presence, an acknowledgement. When I left the clearing that day, I didn't look back. Over the years since that winter, I've come to understand what I encountered. The creature in those forests is real, and it's far more intelligent and aware than most people would believe possible. It's been part of the Appalachian wilderness since long before humans arrived in the region, adapting and evolving alongside the changing world. The name Wendigo might not be accurate. The creature is neither demon nor curse in the traditional sense. It's simply a being that exists outside the normal categorization of known fauna, a predator that has learned to coexist with an increasingly human-dominated landscape. It's intelligent enough to understand threats, flexible enough to establish agreements, and patient enough to wait out the long centuries of wilderness time. I never returned to the clearing after that final spring visit, and I've spoken to no one about this except for Barrett, Archer, and now, you who are listening to this account. But I've spent years contemplating what it all meant, what the true nature of that encounter was. I believe that what I witnessed was the old wild world, the world that existed before humans transformed the landscape into towns and roads and settled civilization. I believe that creature represents something primal, something that refuses to be entirely domesticated or eliminated. It's a reminder that no matter how much we think we've conquered nature and brought it under our control, there are still mysteries in the deep places. There are still forces at work in the world that we don't fully understand, and I believe that the agreement we made, that covenant between a ranger and something inhuman, still holds. The forest has remained quiet, the visitor disturbances have never returned, and in the deep northern sections of Point Pleasant's wilderness, something ancient continues its eternal existence, hunting and living according to laws we can barely fathom. I've often wondered if the creature remembers me, if, when it walks through the forest at night, making those distinctive sounds, it thinks of the human who came unarmed to its territory and offered peace instead of violence. I like to think it does. I like to think that in its own way, the creature understood what I was trying to accomplish and respected the attempt. The winter when I encountered the Wendigo changed me fundamentally. It shattered my comfortable understanding of the world and replaced it with a far more unsettling but also far more fascinating reality. I've spent the years since that time trying to live by the principles of that covenant, respecting the wild places, honoring the creatures that inhabit them, understanding that we human beings are not the masters of this world but merely temporary inhabitants of a landscape far older and far stranger than we generally acknowledge. If I had known what would happen that November when I was first assigned to investigate the reports, I'm not sure I would have done anything differently. The encounter with something genuinely unknown, something that forced me to expand my understanding of what's possible. That's a gift, even if it comes wrapped in terror and mystery. The covenant holds. The forest remains wild, and somewhere in those dark spaces between the trees, something ancient and aware moves through the night, keeping its own counsel and its own eternal watch. I've done my part to maintain the agreement. I've never returned to the deep forest. I've never shared the specific location of the clearing with another soul. I've protected the creature's privacy as fiercely as it protected our settlement from harm, and perhaps, in some small way, that makes me not just a ranger of the park, but a guardian of something far more important, a guardian of the last truly wild places on this earth. This is my account. This is what I experienced. I'll leave it to each of you to decide what you believe. My name is Xavier. I've been a park ranger for 11 years, and in that time I've seen things that make you question what you think you know about the wilderness. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for Point Pleasant, West Virginia. I'd requested the transfer because I was tired, burned out from the monotony of hiking trails in Connecticut, checking permits in New York, dealing with lost tourists who thought the forest was their personal playground. When the posting opened up at the Point Pleasant National Wildlife Refuge, I jumped at it. A fresh start. A chance to manage something remote, something that didn't involve crowds or complaints. The office was a converted ranger station from the 1970s, all wood paneling and outdated maps. My supervisor, a weathered man named Dale with perpetual coffee stains on his uniform, handed me the keys like he was passing off a curse. "You know the history of this place?" he asked. "No," I lied. I'd done my research. Everyone knew about Point Pleasant. In 1966, something happened here. Something that wasn't quite explained away. People saw things, big winged things. The locals called it the Mothman, a creature with a 7-foot wingspan, red eyes that reflected light like burning coals, and a silent way of moving through the air that defied nature itself. "Good," Dale said. "Keep it that way." Most of what happened back then was mass hysteria mixed with some barn owls and trick lighting. Don't go feeding into it, and you won't have problems. I nodded, but I didn't believe him. Dale had the look of a man who knew more than he was saying, the kind of expression that came from seeing something that wouldn't fit into his organized world. My first week at Point Pleasant was uneventful. I walked the trails, cataloged the flora and fauna, repaired fencing, and got familiar with the refuge's boundaries. The landscape was beautiful in an unsettling way. Dense forests that seemed to absorb light, a river that ran dark and still, and at night, a silence so complete it felt like the world was holding its breath. It was on my 8th day that I found the first mark. I was checking a lower trail near the edge of the property, about 3 miles from the ranger station, when I noticed the trees. 3 of them, spaced roughly 20 feet apart, had deep gouges carved into their bark. The marks were too high up to be from deer, too deliberate to be natural. They were positioned at approximately 8 feet, running in a downward angle, as if something massive had dragged claws down the wood. I stood in front of the middle tree for a long time, running my fingers over the exposed wood. The cuts were fresh, less than a week old, based on how the exposed interior still gleamed with moisture. Something large had marked this territory, something that wanted to be noticed. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in my small quarters at the ranger station, a cramped room with a cot, a desk, and a window facing the dark forest, and thought about what those marks meant. Naturally, I tried the logical explanations. A bear, maybe. But bears didn't climb to 8 feet and drag downward in perfect parallel lines. A person trying to scare the new guy? Possible. But the depth of those gouges suggested real strength. By 2 a.m., I gave up on sleep and started going through the old files Dale had left me. There were boxes of incident reports, visitor complaints, and maintenance logs dating back to the 1990s. Most were mundane, but there were anomalies. In the summer of 1997, 3 separate reports mentioned unusual nocturnal disturbances in the western quadrant of the refuge. In 2004, a maintenance worker had quit unexpectedly after reporting that something was watching from the trees at dusk. In 2011, A visiting naturalist had become hysterical near the river and refused to discuss what she'd seen. And then there were the older documents. Photocopies of newspaper clippings from 1966. I'd read about the Mothman before, but seeing it in the original print was different. The creature had dozens of witnesses. People from the town had seen it perched on power lines, soaring over highways, watching from the shadows. The descriptions were consistent. Massive wingspan, humanoid torso, glowing red eyes. Most historians chalked it up to hysteria. A misidentified sandhill crane, they said, or a large owl. But the thing was, the descriptions predated any knowledge the witnesses would have had about what an owl looked like. They described something that didn't fit into any known category. By dawn, I'd convinced myself I was being paranoid. The marks on the trees were probably from last season. The old reports were just the accumulation of normal incidents distorted by fear and repetition. I made coffee, showered, and went about my duties, but I kept the files. The second marking appeared 3 days later, in a different location, nearly 2 miles from the first set. This time the gouges were on a rock face, scores of deep scratches that caught the afternoon light. Below the marks the ground was disturbed, as if something heavy had landed and shifted its weight multiple times. I took photographs. I marked the location on my map. I told myself it was probably nothing, even as the part of me that had chosen this job, the part that understood the wildness of nature in ways most people didn't, screamed that this was something else entirely. That second night, I heard the sound. It came around 2 a.m., a high-pitched chirping that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Not quite a bird call, but something in that frequency range. It started in the northeast quadrant of the refuge, near the river, and moved west. The sound was methodical, paced like a search pattern. I grabbed my flashlight and went to the window, but the darkness outside was absolute. The moon hadn't risen yet. I stood there listening to the chirping move through the forest, feeling the primitive part of my brain light up with alarm. Animals didn't sound like that. Not here. Not in West Virginia. The sound moved away from the station, toward the distant hills. I waited until it faded completely before I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. By the end of my second week, there were 5 more markings. They formed a pattern moving through the refuge, creating a path that seemed to circle the ranger station, always staying about 2 to 3 miles out, but gradually moving closer. That's when the real fear started. I called Dale, trying to keep my voice casual. "Hey, I've found some claw marks in the refuge. Pretty fresh. Have we had bears reported in the area recently?" There was a pause. Too long. When Dale spoke again, his voice had lost its gruff friendliness. "How many marks?" 8 locations so far." Another pause. "Don't investigate further. Mark them on the map and report the locations to headquarters. But don't go out looking for more." "What is it?" I asked directly. "Just follow procedure, Xavier. Some things are better left alone." He hung up before I could ask anything else. That night, I lay in bed with the window open, listening to the forest. The autumn air was cooling down, and the darkness seemed to have a weight to it. Around 3 a.m., I heard a new sound, not the chirping but something else. A rustling, as if something very large was moving through the underbrush. It circled the station, the sound following the perimeter. I grabbed my rifle from the cabinet by the door. I was licensed and trained for protection of the refuge, and went to the window. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might break through my ribs. The rustling continued, methodical and deliberate. Whatever was out there wasn't trying to hide. It was announcing itself, showing me that it knew I was here, that I was inside the boundary of its territory. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the sound. I waited there in the dark, rifle in hand, knowing that something was moving in the forest beyond my sight. Waiting, watching. I didn't move from the window until dawn. The next morning, as dawn was breaking over the hills, I found something that changed everything. On the windowsill of the ranger station, exactly where I'd been standing the night before, there was a mark. A single mark made by something wet, something dark. Blood. Fresh blood in a perfect handprint, not a human hand. The fingers were too long, and there were only 4 of them. The palm was broader, more alien. I stared at that mark for a long time, afraid to breathe, afraid to move. The creature, whatever it was, had approached the window while I stood there, just on the other side of the glass. It had wanted me to know. I photographed the print and called Dale again. This time I didn't ask questions. I told him what I'd found. His response was immediate. "Pack a bag. I'm sending someone to pick you up. Don't leave the station. Don't go outside alone, and don't tell anyone about that print." "What is it?" I whispered. "The thing that made those marks," Dale said quietly. "It's back, and it remembers this place. It remembers the fear. You need to get out of there before it decides that fear isn't enough anymore." "Tell me what it is," I demanded. Dale took a breath. When he spoke again, his voice was barely audible. "Something that shouldn't exist. Something that was seen here 58 years ago by hundreds of people. Something that the government, the media, and everyone else decided to forget rather than face. But it doesn't forget, and it never really left." "The Mothman," I breathed. "Don't say it," Dale snapped. "Not out loud, not near that place. Saying it acknowledges it. And if you acknowledge something like that, something that exists at the edge of reality, it becomes more real." "Too late," I whispered. I heard Dale's sharp intake of breath on the other end of the phone. "Xavier?" But I was staring at the window, at the blood print, at the forest beyond that seemed to lean closer, as if listening. And in that moment I heard it again, that high-pitched chirping, but this time it was right outside the station. So close the glass seemed to vibrate with the frequency. The pickup couldn't get there until that evening. 17 hours away. I was about to find out just how long 17 hours could be. I made a decision that morning that probably saved my life. I wasn't going to hide. If the creature wanted me to run, to panic, to flee into the forest where I'd be vulnerable, then that's what I wouldn't do. I secured the ranger station, locked the doors and windows, and prepared to wait. I had supplies, food, water, ammunition, and I had information. I knew this terrain better than anything that might be hunting in it. That's what I told myself anyway. The day passed with excruciating slowness. Every creak of the building, every sound from the forest outside, sent adrenaline spikes through my system. I tried to eat but couldn't. I tried to read but couldn't focus. Instead, I sat and watched the forest, rifle across my lap, and waited. Around midday, I made a discovery that would unravel everything I thought I understood. While searching the filing cabinets for more historical records, I found a folder labeled Classified Internal Reports. Inside were handwritten memos, dated from 1966 onward, documenting sightings that had never made it into the public record. Someone at the refuge, probably Dale, based on the handwriting, had been keeping detailed logs of every incident. The reports were chilling in their consistency. July 1966, multiple sightings of large winged entity. Wingspan estimated at 7 to 10 feet. Observed perched on power lines near Mason County. Multiple witnesses, no explanation. August 1966, entity sighted over TNT plant area, appears to be hunting. Found deer carcass with large claw marks matching no known predator. September 1966, sightings have stopped. Entity has disappeared. Presumed migration or death. Recommend continued monitoring. March 1997, entity has returned. Single sighting near river area. Description matches 1966 reports exactly. Same size, same coloration, same red eye shine. June 2004, maintenance worker reports feeling watched during evening rounds. States he saw something large move through the canopy, moving contrary to wind patterns. Left employment immediately. August 2011, naturalist reports aggressive approach by unknown entity. She was in river area when she heard it. Large wings, she said, moving so fast it created wind. She ran, and it followed. It knew she was running. It hunted. The final entry was the most recent, dated 4 years ago. October 2022. New activity in Western Quadrant. Employee reports seeing red glow in forest at night. Persisted for 3 nights, then disappeared. I believe it's still here. I believe it never left. I believe it's been waiting. Below that final entry, in larger script, were 3 words. It's getting closer. I set the folder down with shaking hands. The thing was here before I arrived. It had been here for decades, cycling through periods of activity and dormancy. And according to Dale's final note, it was approaching. The question wasn't whether it was real. The question was, what did it want? As the afternoon wore on and the sun began its descent toward the horizon, I heard the forest change. The usual ambient sounds, birds, wind, the distant rush of the river, seemed to cease. It was as if the entire refuge was holding its breath. I stood at the window, watching the light fade, and that's when I saw them. Shapes in the trees, multiple shapes, positioned around the ranger station in a rough circle, about a half-mile out. They were large, roughly human in silhouette but wrong in the proportions. Too tall, too thin, with appendages that moved in ways that looked more insectoid than mammalian. I counted 7 of them. My rational mind screamed that it was impossible. shadows, tricks of the light, my own paranoia constructing monsters from the forest. But the part of me that had spent 11 years as a ranger, the part that understood predatory behavior, territorial marking, and hunting patterns, knew exactly what I was looking at. I wasn't alone. And there was more than one. The chirping started again as darkness fell completely. It came from all directions at once, overlapping in a complex pattern that almost sounded like language. The creatures were communicating, coordinating. I locked down the station. Every window had curtains drawn tight. I turned off the lights and relied on the glow from my equipment to see. I kept the rifle loaded and placed a handgun on the desk within arm's reach. Sometime around 10 p.m., the first attempt came. The creature tried the main door. I heard the handle rattle, then a force that shook the entire frame. The bolt held, but barely. I raised the rifle, knowing that if it came through that door, I'd have maybe 2 seconds before it was on me. The pressure on the door stopped. Then I heard the sound of claws on metal, scraping along the frame. It was testing the integrity of the lock, analyzing the barrier. "Not getting in that way," I muttered, as if my voice could convince either of us. The creature moved to the windows. I heard it on the roof, a weight that made the structure creak. Whatever this was, it was massive, maybe 200 pounds, maybe more. It was searching for weakness, for any way to breach the station. I realized, with horrible clarity, that this wasn't just about hunting. The creature was intelligent. It was strategizing. The assault continued for 3 hours. Each window was tested. Each junction of frame and wall was examined. The creature circled the entire building, methodically working through every possible entry point. At one stage, it rested against the eastern wall, and I could hear its breathing, a wet, rasping sound that suggested lungs not quite designed for human pattern respiration. Around 1 a.m., the creatures moved back into the forest. I heard them departing in that chirping communication pattern, and gradually the sounds faded until the refuge was silent again. I didn't sleep. I kept the rifle ready and listened to every sound until dawn. When the sun finally rose, I stepped outside cautiously, rifle raised. The ground around the station was covered in prints, not human prints, something else, 5-toed, but with talons at the end of each digit. The claw marks were deep, suggesting weight beyond what any normal animal should possess. And there was blood. Not as much as I'd feared, but enough to suggest the creatures had been wounded at some point. Perhaps by each other, perhaps by something older and more dangerous than anything I could imagine. I took samples, preserved them, documented everything. Then I called Dale. "They came," I said simply. "All of them?" "7 that I saw." Another long pause. "Xavier, I need to tell you something. The Mothman, the original one that was sighted in 1966, it was never alone. There was always something else here with it. Something that existed in the same space but didn't quite exist in our reality. The locals back then, the ones who really saw it, they talked about a presence, not just the creature itself, but the things around it. As if it brought attendance." "What are you telling me?" "I'm telling you that what showed up last night wasn't just one creature. It was an incursion. It was the whole thing, all at once. If that's what arrived, then we're dealing with something worse than just a sighting. We might be dealing with a permanent manifestation." "That's insane," I whispered. "Yes," Dale agreed. "It is. But it's also happening. My driver will be there in 4 hours. You hold on until then." But 4 hours never came. Around 2 p.m., as I was reviewing the prints outside, I heard a vehicle in the distance. Relief flooded through me. The driver had made good time. I went back inside the station to grab my pack, thinking about that evening when I'd be back at civilization, back in a place where things made sense. The vehicle arrived at the gate, a dark sedan with government plates. I didn't recognize the driver, but that wasn't unusual. Dale said he was sending someone. This must have been them. The driver got out slowly. He was tall, dressed in a gray suit despite the autumn weather, and when he turned to face me, I saw that his eyes were entirely black, not dark brown or dark blue, entirely, completely black, like looking into an empty sky. Something in my primitive brain lit up with alarm. "Xavier Hayes?" the man asked. His voice was smooth, professional, and utterly devoid of emotion. "Who are you?" I asked. "My name doesn't matter. I'm with the Department of Interior. I'm here to assess the situation and provide containment advice." I didn't lower the rifle. "Dale sent you?" Dale called his supervisor, who contacted my agency. "This situation has come to the attention of people who need to know about it." He smiled, and his teeth were perfectly white, perfectly even, and slightly too long. May we talk inside? Something was very wrong. This man wasn't human. Or if he was human, he was something else wearing a human face. No, I said. I think I'll wait here. The man's smile widened. That's not really an option. You've seen too much. You've communicated with too many people. The situation needs to be contained. Contained how? You won't be remembered, the man said simply. Your incident report will be filed under paranoid behavior brought on by isolation. Your communication with Dale will be redacted from all records. And you will be given a position transfer, far from here, where you'll spend the rest of your life wondering if any of it was real. And if I refuse? The man's expression didn't change. Then you become part of the study. We have facilities. We have ways of understanding entities like the one currently nesting in this refuge. Your brain might provide valuable data. I raised the rifle and fired. The bullet hit him in the chest at close range. For a moment, nothing happened. Then he looked down at the hole in his suit, at the lack of blood, and he laughed. Oh, he said with genuine pleasure. You've never encountered one of us before, have you? I fired 3 more times, point-blank range, all center mass. Each time, the bullets passed through him as if he were made of smoke, creating no wound, drawing no blood, causing no apparent damage. Then the man moved. It was fast, faster than anything human should move, and suddenly his hand was at my throat, lifting me off the ground. I clawed at his arm, but his skin felt like iron, cold and unyielding. My vision started to gray. The question, the man said, his black eyes inches from mine, is whether we're going to do this the easy way or the hard way. That's when the creature arrived. It came from the direction of the forest, a massive shape erupting from the trees with wings spread wide, each wing easily 15 feet from tip to tip. The Mothman landed on the sedan, crumpling the roof like paper, and emitted a shriek that felt like it vibrated through my entire body. The man dropped me immediately and turned to face the creature. For a moment, something flashed across his face, something that might have been fear. Get inside, the creature said. Not with words, exactly, but with that complex chirping pattern that somehow translated directly into meaning in my mind. Get inside now. I didn't need to be told twice. I ran for the ranger station, hearing behind me the sounds of combat, impacts, shrieks, sounds that my mind struggled to process as natural. I slammed the door shut and locked it, then watched through the window as the Mothman and the black-eyed man engaged in a battle that defied description. They moved in and out of our reality, phasing partially out of sight, reappearing in different locations. The Mothman's wings created wind that shattered the station's windows. The black-eyed man's movements created distortions in the air itself. It lasted maybe 3 minutes. When it was over, the black-eyed man was gone. Not dead, I don't think, but removed, sent somewhere else through whatever power allowed him to exist partially outside our world. The Mothman stood in the wreckage of the sedan, chest heaving, staring directly at the window where I stood. Its red eyes met mine, and somehow, impossibly, I understood. It had saved me. Not out of benevolence, but out of territorial imperative. This was its refuge, its hunting ground, its domain. The black-eyed man represented a threat to that domain. And I, apparently, was something that belonged here now, something that had been marked, acknowledged, and claimed. The creature spread its massive wings and launched itself into the air. I watched it disappear into the darkening sky, and I felt something settle in my chest, a weight, a connection, a mark that couldn't be washed away. I was no longer just a ranger in Point Pleasant. I was something else now. They never sent anyone else to pick me up. I called Dale 3 times over the next week, but each time, the call went to a different voice, saying the number was no longer in service. By the 4th attempt, the line was dead. I tried calling the district office, and I got a receptionist who claimed she'd never heard of Dale and suggested I might have the wrong number. It was as if he'd been erased. The ranger station's windows remained shattered. I boarded them up with plywood and settled into a strange new existence. I continued my duties, patrolling the trails, maintaining the facilities, but everything felt different now. The refuge was no longer a place I was guarding. It was a place I was living in, with permission granted by something far more powerful than any government agency. The Mothman didn't show itself for almost 2 weeks, but I felt its presence constantly. At dawn, when the mist hung low over the river, I could feel red eyes watching from the trees. At midday, when I walked the trails, I could sense it moving through the canopy above me, keeping pace. At night, I could hear the complex chirping of multiple creatures, moving through the refuge in patterns that seemed almost choreographed. They were hunting, but not the way normal predators hunt. There was an intelligence to it, a method that suggested they were solving a problem, tracking something specific. On the 15th day after the black-eyed man's appearance, I found a body. It was in the river, caught against a submerged log about 2 miles downstream from the station. What remained of it was humanoid but wrong, stretched in places, compressed in others, as if it had been subjected to forces that existed in more than 3 dimensions. The clothing was government issue. I knew what it meant. The black-eyed man had been looking for something. He'd come to the refuge with a purpose beyond simply intimidating me. And the Mothman's clan had been hunting him, trying to prevent him from achieving that purpose. I left the body in the river. Whatever this was, I didn't want to be involved in reporting it. The refuge kept its secrets, and I was beginning to understand that those secrets were the most dangerous things in West Virginia. That night, for the first time since that initial assault, one of the creatures came to the window. I was asleep when I heard the tapping. Not aggressive, not threatening, just a gentle, deliberate tapping on the boarded-up window. I woke with my hand on the rifle, but something made me hesitate. I got up and carefully moved the plywood aside just enough to see out. The creature was smaller than the Mothman, maybe 6 feet tall, with a leaner frame and wings that had a translucent quality in the moonlight. Its red eyes weren't the burning crimson of the Mothman's gaze. They were more amber, intelligent, curious. I met its gaze through the glass, and I felt, not fear, but a kind of understanding. A recognition. The creature tilted its head, studying me the way I might study a particularly interesting insect. Then it raised one long-fingered hand and pressed it against the glass, palm flat. I found myself raising my own hand, mirroring the gesture. For a moment, the glass was the only thing separating us, a thin barrier between my world and whatever dimension these creatures inhabited. Then the creature pulled its hand away, made a sound that was almost musical, and launched itself into the air. I watched it disappear into the night, its wings catching the starlight. The next morning I made a decision. I was going to try to communicate. I gathered supplies and hiked to the deepest part of the refuge, a ravine about 4 miles from the station where the river was widest and the forest was darkest. There was a rock outcropping there, one of the places where the creatures had made their marks. I set up a simple camp, a sleeping bag, a fire, basic provisions, and I waited. They came at dusk. All 7 of them emerged from the forest at the same time, forming a rough semicircle around my fire. The Mothman was in the center, its wingspan a silhouette against the orange sky. The others, the smaller ones, the younger ones perhaps, remained slightly back, watching with those burning red eyes. "I don't want to fight," I said, keeping my voice steady. "I'm not here to hurt you or to report you. I just want to understand." The Mothman made that complex chirping sound, and somehow I understood it. Not as words, but as meaning, as pure information transmitted directly into my consciousness. "You are marked. You carry the recognition. You have seen us and survived. This is not accident." "The black-eyed man," I said. "What was he? What did he want?" "Them." The creature's disgust was palpable. "Skinwalkers. They walk in this world and others. They gather knowledge. They study things that should not be studied. They take our kind and place them in their cold containers, their observation chambers. This one came to take the young, to study how we develop, how we think, how we understand." "Why save me?" "Because you did not run. Because you did not shoot to kill, only to defend. Because you were kind to the land we claim." The Mothman's red eyes fixed on mine. "And because you are now part of the covenant. You have been chosen." "Chosen for what?" "To guard, to watch, to be the voice in your world that keeps the secret. We do not belong in your dimension fully. We slip between. We hunt the creatures that hunt us, the skinwalkers, the feed things, the entities that wear human faces and consume knowledge like blood." One of the smaller creatures stepped forward. This one was only about 5 feet tall, with a gentler expression and wings that seemed to shimmer with iridescence. It made a quieter chirping sound. "The young one says you may give us a name. A true name, from your language. So that when we call you in the darkness, you will know what we call you." I thought about this for a long time. Names held power. I understood that much intuitively. To name something was to define it, to give it specific meaning. "Xavier," I said. "My name is Xavier. You can call me that." The creatures made a sound in unison, not the complex chirping, but something simpler, more melodic, almost like laughter, but not quite. They were trying my name in their own way, learning how to pronounce it in whatever language they used. "Xavier," the Mothman said finally. "You are now the warden. You will watch the refuge. You will keep the boundaries. You will report to us of the skinwalkers and the feed things. In return, we will not hunt in places where humans live. We will not reveal ourselves. We will maintain the balance. What happens if I refuse? You will be taken to one of their facilities. Your mind will be studied. You will never again see daylight. You will eventually stop remembering who you were." The creature paused. "Or you can accept. You can be the bridge between worlds. You can live here, in this place, knowing the truth of what walks in the darkness." I looked at the creatures surrounding me, at their massive wings, their intelligent eyes, their alien grace. These were the things that nightmares were made of. These were the creatures that had terrified an entire town in 1966. And yet, standing here with them, I felt more alive than I had in years. "I accept," I said simply. The Mothman made a sound that might have been approval. Then it spread its wings to their full extent, and the other creatures did the same. In the gathering darkness, their wings created patterns against the fading sky. Patterns that hurt to look at, that suggested dimensions perpendicular to our own reality. "The covenant is sealed," the Mothman said. "You are the warden of Point Pleasant. The refuge is yours, and we are yours, and the secret is yours. Guard it well, Xavier. Guard it with your life. Because if the skinwalkers learn that you have joined us, they will come with things you have never imagined, and this place will become a battleground between worlds." The creatures folded their wings and retreated into the forest. Within moments they had faded from sight, leaving me alone by the dying fire. I sat there until full darkness had fallen, listening to the sounds of the refuge. Sounds that no longer frightened me, but seemed instead like music, like a song of welcome from a place that had been waiting for me to arrive. 3 months have passed since I accepted the covenant. The ranger station is my home now, and the refuge has become something more than just a job posting. It's a ward, a sacred space, a boundary between what humans know and what humans have forgotten. I've settled into my duties with a clarity I've never experienced before. My days follow a pattern. I wake before dawn and walk the trails, checking for signs of disturbance, for marks of the skinwalkers or other entities that shouldn't be here. I maintain the facilities. I file reports with the district office and watchfully nothing about Mothmen or entities from alternate dimensions, and I watch the forest. At night I sometimes hear them. The creatures don't need to hide from me anymore. I've sat with them a dozen times since that first meeting, learning their patterns, understanding their methods. There are 7 of them in my section of the refuge, but there are others throughout West Virginia, throughout Kentucky, throughout places in Pennsylvania and New York that I'm only beginning to comprehend. The Mothman itself, the original, the oldest, spends most of its time in the deepest part of the refuge, in a network of caves that barely appear on any official map. I've never been allowed to see that place. The other creatures protect it fiercely. But sometimes, in the dead of night, I can feel its presence moving through the refuge, a weight of ancient power watching over everything. The skinwalkers have never returned to Point Pleasant. I've learned that the encounter I had was unusual. Normally they move more carefully, more covertly. The government agency they work for seems to have decided that this particular refuge is too dangerous to approach. I've also learned that I'm not unique. The Mothman has mentioned in our conversations, translated through that strange chirping language that somehow becomes meaning in my mind, that there are others like me. A warden in Minnesota who watches over the creatures that live in the deep forests near Ontario. Another in Maryland, near the old TNT plant where the original entity was seen so many times. Others scattered across the country, in places where the boundary between our world and theirs grows thin. We are the keepers of the secret. We are the ones who hold the line. Last week I found something that changed everything I thought I understood about the refuge. I was exploring a new section of the property, places I hadn't yet had time to patrol thoroughly, when I discovered a structure. Not a human structure, nothing so simple as a building or a bunker. It was more like a natural formation, a series of rocks arranged in patterns that suggested intelligence and purpose. And inside, carved into the stone, were symbols. I photographed them and brought the images back to the station. That night, I waited until dark and called for the Mothman the way I'd learned. Not with words, but with the pattern of chirping that the creatures had taught me. A sound formed in my throat that hurt to produce but seemed to project across vast distances. It came within minutes, landing on the roof of the station. "You have found the old markers," it said, not with curiosity but with a kind of resignation. "What are they? How old are they?" "They mark the places where our kind has walked in your world for longer than your civilization has existed. The symbols tell a history. They tell of when we were not hidden, when we flew freely, when humans looked up at the sky and saw us and did not forget. The Mothman of 1966, I said. That wasn't the first time you were seen. No, there have been many returnings. Many times when we have crossed fully into your dimension and made ourselves known. Some have ended in covenants like ours. Others have ended in violence, in fear, in attempts to destroy what should not be destroyed. I showed the Mothman the photos. It studied them with what seemed like profound sadness. The youngest of us made these marks during the last return in 1966. At that time I was more hopeful. I believed that humans might be ready to accept what we are, to recognize that we share a world with many beings, many intelligences. I was wrong. Your people feared us. They hunted us. They invented false explanations rather than face the truth. Why come back? If you know we'll react with fear, why show yourselves? Because we are curious. Because some of us still believe in the possibility of understanding. Because this refuge, this boundary, is a place of power, and sometimes the pull of that power becomes too strong to resist. I looked at the creature, trying to understand the alien intelligence behind those burning red eyes. The Covenant, I said. Is it just about me? Just about one warden protecting one refuge? No. It is larger than that. The Mothman turned away from the window, and I felt the weight of its attention shift to something beyond my comprehension. The boundaries are growing thinner, the skinwalkers and the feed things are becoming more aggressive. There are other entities waking in other places, and your world is not equipped to handle what is coming. It is believed, among my kind, that the covenants, the agreements between our dimension and yours, may be the only thing that prevents catastrophe. And if I fail, if I can't protect this place, then the boundary will fail, and what comes through will not be benevolent. It will not be intelligent like my kind. It will be hunger and chaos and things that exist only to consume and destroy. The Mothman launched itself into the air, its wings spreading against the stars. For a moment I could see something beneath its physical form, layers of reality, dimensions overlapping, a hint of the vast spaces between worlds that creatures like this inhabited. Guard well, Xavier. The refuge depends on you. Your world perhaps depends on you, and know that you are never truly alone. We watch, we protect, we are with you in the darkness. Then it was gone, disappearing into the night sky, leaving me alone with the weight of the covenant and the knowledge that my life had become something far more complex and terrible and wonderful than I had ever imagined. Tonight I'm writing this account not as a confession or a warning, but as a record. Somewhere there are others like me, wardens in their own refuges, living with knowledge that would break most people's minds. If you find this, if you've somehow come to understand that the world is not what you've been told it is, then know this. There are things in the darkness. Not all of them are evil. Some of them are trying, like us, to maintain a fragile peace, to keep the boundaries between worlds intact. The Mothman of Point Pleasant is one such being, and I am its warden. The covenant holds. The refuge is safe. And every night, when the stars come out and the forest grows dark, I feel the presence of those massive wings, and I know that I made the right choice. This is my life now. This is what I've become, and I wouldn't have it any other way. The estate agent called it rustic charm. I called it a rotting monument to poor life choices, one of which apparently was leaving me the family property in Grafton, West Virginia. My name is Malachi, and for the past 6 years I've been a park ranger in the Monongahela National Forest, 60 miles away from this crumbling house that Uncle Theodore had somehow managed to die inside without anyone noticing for 3 weeks. The authorities said his heart gave out. The coroner's report was mercifully vague. What the coroner didn't mention was the condition of the walls in the master bedroom, the long parallel gouges in the plaster that looked less like scratching and more like clawing, or the thick rust-colored stains that no amount of industrial cleaning had fully removed. "You don't have to stay," my supervisor Frank had said when I asked for the month off. Frank was a good man, the kind of boss who understood that sometimes life demanded its due, even when that life belonged to someone you barely knew. Uncle Theodore had been a phantom to me, a Christmas card signature, a voice on the phone every 5 years asking about the weather. I'd inherited his debts and his secrets in equal measure. The house squatted on 15 acres of dense woodland, the kind of property that should have been valuable but somehow wasn't. Realtors had shown it twice in the past year. Neither showing had resulted in an offer. There was something about Grafton that kept people away, not the town itself, though it had its own reputation. But this specific pocket of forest, this specific arrangement of rot and shadow, I arrived on a Tuesday in September when the leaves were just beginning their descent into color. The air tasted like coming winter, that metallic tang that makes your teeth ache. My truck, a Ford Ranger, the irony of which I'd never quite escaped, crunched up the gravel drive, past the rusted mailbox and the rotting split-rail fence that demarcated what might have been Theodore's attempt at property management. The house was a Victorian nightmare, 3 stories of dark wood and darker windows, built sometime in the 1880s when people apparently liked their homes to look vaguely haunted. The wraparound porch sagged like a tired smile. Several shutters hung at angles that suggested they'd given up on their original purpose. There was a cellar entrance that opened directly into a wall of shadow so complete it seemed to have its own weight. I'd inherited the keys 6 weeks ago. I was only now getting around to using them. The interior smelled of must and stale air, the particular reek of a place where nothing living had moved in months. My footsteps echoed off hardwood floors that had once been polished and were now dull with dust. The furniture remained heavy Victorian pieces with curved legs and upholstered seats, all of it gradually being reclaimed by moth and mildew. Theodore's study was on the 2nd floor, a room he'd apparently spent most of his time in. The walls were lined with shelves, and the shelves were filled not with books but with journals. Dozens of them, bound in various shades of leather, some so old the spines had cracked into 1,000 delicate fractures. I pulled one at random. The handwriting inside was meticulous, obsessive. August 3rd, 1987. Heard it again last night. 3 distinct vocalizations, too structured to be any known animal, definitely not a bear. The sound has an intelligence to it, almost conversational. Recorded 17 minutes of audio. August 11th, 1987. Found tracks near the east boundary. Massive. Whatever made them walks on 2 legs, but the stride is wrong. The left foot appears to drag slightly. I've cast impressions in plaster of Paris. The depth suggests substantial weight, easily 400 pounds, possibly more. I picked up another journal, this one dated 1993, November 22nd, 1993. It's been coming closer. Used to hear it only at the periphery of the property, usually around dusk. Now it comes right up to the house. Last night I heard it on the porch. I watched from the study window but could only see a shadow, broader than any bear I've ever encountered, standing on what appeared to be hind legs. It remained for approximately 4 minutes before something, a sound from the forest, drew its attention away. And another. 2001. May 15th, 2001. The communication attempts are progressing. I've left offerings of food, raw meat, fish, various grains. Most is consumed, but some items are arranged in patterns before disappearance. This cannot be coincidence. Whatever shares this land with me is capable of abstract thought. I must exercise extreme caution. There is an intelligence here, but not a human intelligence, not anymore. I read for 4 hours, sitting in Theodore's office chair as the September afternoon died into purple twilight. The journals spanned 40 years, from 1979 to 2019, and Theodore had died in 2020, documenting an obsession that had clearly consumed the latter half of his life. He'd built a detailed catalog of observations, vocalizations, tracks, sightings, behavioral patterns. He'd documented changes in the local wildlife population. He'd noted fluctuations in activity based on season and weather. He'd even included sketches, crude but detailed drawings of a creature that he'd apparently seen multiple times. The creature in his drawings was massive and broad, roughly humanoid in shape, but with proportions that made human anatomy seem like a rough draft. The head was small relative to the body, sitting on a thick neck that merged almost seamlessly with the shoulders. The arms were disproportionately long. The legs were thick and bowed. In several sketches, Theodore had drawn the face, a heavy brow ridge, a small nose, a mouth that appeared to contain too many teeth. The caption beneath one particularly detailed drawing read, "Grafton specimen, 3rd confirmed visual contact, autumn 1995. Estimated height 8.5 to 9 feet. Estimated weight 600 to 700 pounds. Behavior non-aggressive but intensely aware. Made direct eye contact for duration of observation. Pupils appeared vertical pupils." I closed the journal and walked to the window. The forest beyond was deepening into shadow. Somewhere out there, in those trees, was a creature that had apparently shared Theodore's obsession as thoroughly as Theodore had shared its presence. The last entry in the final journal was dated March 17th, 2020. It's taken residence now. Not permanently. It still leaves, still disappears for weeks at a time, but it returns to the property with increasing regularity. The offerings are no longer necessary. It understands the boundary between the house and the forest. It respects it, which is more than I can say for most human neighbors. I am no longer afraid. Fear was an appropriate response when I didn't understand, but understanding changes things. Understanding creates a kind of acceptance. I have begun to realize that I am not being observed. I am being known. There is a difference. I am, perhaps for the first time in my life, being truly known. I think I am ready. I closed the journal and set it gently on the desk. The house had gone completely dark outside the study window. The last of the daylight had fled, leaving only the forest and whatever moved within it. I decided that night to stay in the guest room rather than Theodore's bedroom. There was something about the master suite, the gouges in the plaster, the shape of the stains, the way the air seemed slightly different in that room, that made my ranger instincts flare with warning. Park rangers develop an eye for signs, for the small indicators that suggest danger. The master bedroom was full of signs. I lay awake for most of the night, listening to the house settle around me. It was the kind of old building that made continuous noise, the creak of wood, the tick of cooling metal, the groan of settling foundation. But occasionally I heard something else, something from outside. A sound like nothing I'd ever encountered in my 6 years of ranger work. It was neither the call of an animal nor the sound of human movement. It was something in between. Something that made the hairs on my arms stand up even though I was warm under 3 blankets. Around 3 in the morning, I heard something that sounded almost like speech. Not words, nothing so structured, but deliberate vocalization. It came from somewhere near the eastern edge of the property, and it was answered, seconds later, by something closer, much closer. I got up and went to the window. The moonlight was thin, filtered through cloud cover, and revealed nothing but dark shapes of trees and the pale ribbon of the gravel drive. Something massive moved at the edge of my vision. I turned my head to follow it, but it was already gone, melted back into shadow. I spent the rest of the night reading Theodore's journals by lamplight, trying to map the geography of his obsession against the geography of the land I now owned. Around 5 in the morning, I found a sketch map he'd drawn, marking the locations where he'd had significant encounters with the creature. Most of them clustered on the eastern boundary of the property, near where I'd heard the vocalization, but 3 of them were marked on the western edge, near a tributary stream that I knew about from the property survey, and 1 was marked directly on the house, the study. As dawn came, gray and reluctant, I realized that I hadn't inherited just a house and 15 acres. I'd inherited a mystery that had killed my uncle, slowly and surely, the way mysteries can kill, by consuming everything else. I had 3 weeks of leave left. I was going to need them. The next morning, I hiked the eastern boundary of the property, armed with a topographic map, a notebook, and the growing certainty that I was making a terrible mistake. The land rose steeply as I moved away from the house, climbing through dense second-growth forest where sunlight only penetrated in isolated shafts. The trees here were younger than the old growth closer to the road. This had clearly been logged sometime in the mid-20th century, but they'd grown dense and tangled, creating an environment that was perfect for concealment or for hunting. I found the first evidence of Theodore's observations about 300 yards from the house, a flat area of ground near a rocky outcropping where the vegetation had been worn thin. The grass here was pressed down in a roughly circular pattern, the center slightly depressed. An animal bed, where something large had repeatedly rested. I knelt and examined the pressed grass more carefully. There were dark hairs caught in the vegetation, long, coarse hair, not quite black, with a faint reddish tint in the morning light. I bagged a few samples in a plastic container I'd brought for exactly this purpose. Old ranger habits, I supposed. Document everything. The stream marked the property boundary. It was smaller than I'd expected, only about 15 feet across at its widest point, running clear and shallow over a bed of smooth stones. I could see where the boundary between Theodore's land and the Forest Service land would be, marked on the map with dotted lines, but on the western bank, there were tracks. They were massive. Theodore's descriptions hadn't exaggerated. Each print was easily 12 to 14 inches long, roughly shaped like a human foot but far too large, with evidence of claws or nails at what would be the toe area. The tracks came down from the hills above the stream, crossed directly through the water, and continued toward the property. The trail of tracks was relatively fresh, no more than a few days old, and recent rain hadn't obliterated them. Whatever had made these prints had passed through sometime in the past 48 hours. I photographed the prints methodically, documenting them from multiple angles. Then I followed the track pattern back toward the stream crossing. That's when I noticed something else. A deliberate arrangement of stones at the stream's edge, on the Forest Service side. They were stacked in a pattern that couldn't be random. A small cairn, roughly 2 feet tall, built from rocks selected for their flat surfaces. Beside it, the bark had been stripped from a sapling, leaving an exposed patch of pale wood in the shape of a long vertical line. Theodore's notebooks had mentioned this. Markers, territorial boundaries. I was standing at the edge of someone else's territory. Not a human someone else. I spent the next 4 hours mapping the eastern boundary, documenting tracks, marking locations on my map, and collecting more hair samples. The evidence suggested a pattern. The creature, I'd stopped using Theodore's euphemisms and the vague specimen designation in my mind, followed a regular route, moving along the property line every few days. It occasionally crossed onto Theodore's land, especially near the stream and the old animal bed, but seemed to respect the boundary in some basic way. The creature had rules. That was somehow more disturbing than if it didn't. Around 2 in the afternoon, I decided to hike back to the house through the interior of the property, rather than retracing my steps along the boundary. It was a decision I would spend the following days regretting. The forest interior was darker and more densely packed than the area near the boundary. I'd been hiking Park Service land for 6 years, but I'd never encountered anything quite like this. The canopy was so thick that it filtered the sun into a perpetual twilight. The underbrush was dense but strangely organized. There were visible pathways, deer trails, and possibly larger trails, cutting through the worst of the tangles. I followed one of these trails, assuming it would take me back toward the house. It was a reasonable assumption. Most natural trails in a forest lead somewhere useful. This one led somewhere else. The trail opened into a clearing, roughly circular, maybe 30 feet across. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous oak tree, so old that its girth was easily 8 feet across. The roots had grown out of the ground in dramatic arcs, creating a sort of twisted throne beneath the trunk. Around this base, arranged in a pattern that was almost certainly deliberate, were the remains of meals, bones picked clean of meat, fur scattered in tufts, what appeared to be antlers from a large deer arranged in a semicircle, and other things. A battered aluminum can, a shoe, a length of cable, a pair of sunglasses with one lens missing. This was a food cache, or perhaps a trophy collection, or perhaps both. I was photographing the arrangement when I heard the sound. It came from somewhere in the forest beyond the clearing, a low vocalization that wasn't quite a growl and wasn't quite a call. It lasted for about 3 seconds, then cut off abruptly. The silence that followed was complete and suffocating. Every instinct I possessed screamed that I should leave, immediately. I'd spent 6 years as a park ranger in bear country. I knew the protocols for dangerous wildlife. Don't run, don't appear threatening, give the animal an escape route, back away slowly if retreat is necessary. But this situation was outside the parameters of anything I'd trained for. I started backing away from the clearing, keeping my eyes on the tree line where I'd heard the sound. My hand drifted toward the bear spray on my belt, though I had no confidence that pepper spray would be effective on something that might weigh as much as a car. The forest stayed silent. I backed away for perhaps 20 yards, then turned and headed back toward the trail I'd come in on. My heart was hammering at a rate that was going to require explanation the next time I had a physical. The trail seemed to take longer to walk back on. Or perhaps I was just moving faster, my senses hyper-alert to every shadow and every sound. By the time I broke out of the interior forest and could see the house through the trees, I was breathing hard, and my shirt was soaked with sweat despite the September chill. I spent the rest of the day in Theodore's study, reading his journals with the obsessive attention they deserved. He'd discovered the clearing, he'd called it the Threshold, in 1989, about 10 years into his observation of the creature. He'd documented everything he found there, noting that the arrangement of bones and artifacts seemed to change seasonally. More recent kills in summer and fall, older remains in spring. One entry, dated 1997, noted something that made my blood cold. Found a boot in the Threshold. Size 11, military issue, partially decomposed. No human remains, but the wear pattern on the sole suggests it belonged to someone who walked extensively. I have no record of any missing persons in the local area during the time frame this boot would have been deposited. How long has it been here? Months? Years? I cannot determine. The creature does not kill humans, of that I am now reasonably certain, based on 8 years of observation. But it collects from humans. It takes what we leave behind. Theodore had become something obsessed with the collected items, noting each new addition to the cache, speculating about their origins. He'd theorized that the creature was intelligent enough to recognize human artifacts as distinct from natural debris, that it might even be capable of understanding ownership or value, or that it was simply collecting trophies. That night, I made a decision. I would set up a camera at the threshold, a motion-activated trail camera like the ones we used on the Park Service to monitor bear movement and population densities. If the creature visited the clearing regularly, and the evidence suggested it did, I might capture footage. I might actually have proof. I retrieved the equipment from my truck and spent the evening programming the camera, checking the batteries, and planning the installation. I'd head back into the forest at first light and mount it on a tree facing the central oak. With luck, I'd have documentation. With luck, I wouldn't run into the creature in person. That night, I heard it again. The sound from the edge of the property, that strange vocalization that wasn't quite animal and wasn't quite anything else. It came 3 times, each vocalization answered by something farther away, as if the creature were in conversation with others of its kind. I lay in the dark and wondered if Theodore had heard these same sounds, night after night, until the boundary between observer and observed had blurred so completely that he'd no longer known which side of it he stood on. The camera captured nothing that night. I checked it obsessively. I was having difficulty sleeping, my dreams filled with massive shapes moving through dark trees, and the memory card was blank. By the 3rd night, the camera had finally recorded something. A brief flash of dark fur, a sense of enormous mass moving past the lens, and then nothing. The timestamp indicated it had been 2:47 a.m. The creature knew about the camera, or at least, it knew something had changed in its territory. On the 4th day of my obsessive documentation, I found something in Theodore's later journals that stopped me cold. It was dated October 2019, just months before his death. I have begun to understand its need for collection. It is not hunting, trophy-taking, or even simple accumulation. It is creating a record. Each item in the threshold is a marker, a documentation of presence and interaction. It is saying, I am here, I have encountered this, I remember. It is building a history, the way humans build history through artifacts and remains. It is creating an archive of the evidence of its existence. This realization has changed something fundamental in my perception of the creature. It is not simply surviving, it is bearing witness. It is documenting its own life, the same way that I have been documenting it. We are mirrors of each other, separated only by species and the boundary of comprehension. I think I understand now what will happen next. I think I have always understood, and I have simply been waiting for myself to catch up with the knowledge. Theodore's handwriting in that final entry was steady but slightly larger than normal, as if he were writing with intention toward an audience, even though the journal would presumably never be read by anyone but himself. The final page in that journal was blank except for a single line, written in a different pen and dated 3 months before his death. The threshold is no longer a place. It has become a time. I closed the journal and set it back on the desk. That night, I dreamed of my uncle standing in the study, looking out the window at something I couldn't see. When I asked him what he was watching, he turned to me, and his eyes were wrong, the pupils vertical, reflecting the forest light like an animal's. It's not about fear anymore, he said in the dream, his voice strange and layered, as if more than one throat was producing the words. It's about being known. I woke up gasping, my shirt soaked through, the house around me utterly silent. I'd been on the property for 9 days. I had 2 more weeks of leave remaining. I was beginning to understand why no one wanted to buy this house. On the 11th day, I made a decision that would have seemed insane had anyone been around to question it. I was going to leave an offering at the threshold. Theodore's journals had documented in extensive detail the practice of leaving food for the creature. Raw meat primarily, but also fish, grain, and even fruit. Most of it was consumed. Some of it was left untouched. The creature, Theodore theorized, had preferences, tastes, perhaps even aesthetic judgments about what was worth consuming, and sometimes, increasingly in Theodore's later journals, the offerings were left to mean something beyond simple sustenance. I prepared the offering carefully, a haunch of venison I'd purchased from a local butcher in Grafton, a package of wild salmon, and a carved wooden figure that I'd spent the better part of an afternoon creating. The carving was crude but deliberate, a rough approximation of the creature as Theodore had drawn it, standing on hind legs, arms raised as if in greeting or declaration. I labeled the carving on the base with my initials, MP, for Malachi Palmer, a signature, an introduction. The hike to the threshold in the late afternoon was easier than before. I'd walked the interior trails enough times now that the path was becoming familiar. My heart rate remained elevated, but I was no longer fighting panic with each sound and shadow. I arranged the offerings at the base of the great oak, placing them with intention. The meat on a flat stone to the left, the fish on a piece of birch bark to the right. The carved figure in the center, directly beneath the lowest of the oak's spreading roots. Then I stepped back and waited. I'd thought I might stay for only a few minutes, just long enough to ensure the offering was properly arranged and documented by the camera. But something kept me in the clearing. The air here was different, cooler, denser, as if it carried weight that the air in other parts of the forest didn't possess. The light was beginning to fade into dusk, and the shadows beneath the great oak were deepening into complete darkness. I found myself sitting on one of the roots, my back against the massive trunk, waiting. An hour passed, then two. The forest around me filled with the sounds of evening, birds settling into roosting positions, insects beginning their night chorus, the distant sound of a stream I couldn't identify. The shadows deepened until the clearing was separated from the surrounding forest by a visible gradient of darkness. I was about to stand up and head back to the house when I heard the footsteps. They came from the northeastern edge of the clearing, the sound of massive weight moving through the underbrush with careful precision. Whatever was approaching wasn't trying to hide its presence, but it wasn't announcing itself aggressively either. It was simply moving, the way an animal moves when it's confident in its dominion over territory. The creature emerged from the darkness at the tree line. Even though I'd seen the sketches, read the detailed descriptions, even witnessed my heart's convinced anticipation, nothing had prepared me for the reality of it. The thing that stepped into the fading light of the clearing was enormous in a way that made the forest seem small around it. It was roughly humanoid, but only in the most basic way, bipedal, with two arms and what could generously be called a head. Beyond that, it was shaped by purposes and physics that had nothing to do with humanity. The body was thick and heavily muscled, the shoulders broader than a man's reach. The arms hung long, the hands massive with visible claws, the fingers long enough to make a human hand look childlike in comparison. The legs were bowed but clearly powerful, supporting the creature's weight with an ease that suggested muscle and bone both far denser than human equivalents. The head was the most alien feature. It sat on a thick neck, the features arranged in a configuration that was almost but not quite simian. The brow ridge was pronounced, the eyes small and dark and glinting with intelligence. The nose was almost absent, just nostrils set flush against the skull. The mouth, when it opened slightly, revealed teeth that seemed far too numerous and far too sharp. The fur that covered the creature was dark, nearly black, but with that reddish undertone I'd noticed on the hairs in the grass. The individual hairs were long and thick, clearly suited for a climate far colder than West Virginia's autumn. The creature was absolutely massive. I'd estimated Theodore's measurements at roughly 8.5 feet tall, but seeing it in person, I thought he might have been conservative. The creature could easily have been 9 feet or more, and the weight had to be somewhere in the 700 or 800 pound range, all of it apparently muscle, and it was looking directly at me. I'm trained in wilderness safety. I know the protocols. Don't show fear. Don't make sudden movements. Don't look away from the animal. Make yourself appear larger. Back away slowly. But I did none of these things. I remained seated, my back still against the oak tree, and I returned the creature's gaze. We watched each other for what might have been seconds, or might have been hours. Time felt suspended in the clearing, as if the normal progression of moments had paused to accommodate this meeting. Then the creature moved toward the offerings. Its gait was strange, a rolling side-to-side movement that looked efficient despite the creature's massive bulk. It approached the arranged meat and fish, examined them with careful attention, then picked up the carved wooden figure with surprising gentleness. The creature held the carving up to its face, studying it in the fading light. I could see the movement of its eyes, the slight curl of its lips. Then it produced a sound, the first vocalization I'd heard from it directly, not filtered through distance or the walls of the house. The sound was low, resonant, a frequency that seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly in my chest. It lasted for nearly 10 seconds, and beneath it I could hear other notes, complex harmonics that suggested a throat not designed for human speech, but perhaps capable of more sophisticated communication than simple animal calls. When the sound ended, I felt tears on my face. I wasn't entirely sure why I was crying. The creature set the carving down gently on the stone with the venison, then knelt, an action that required a degree of flexibility that seemed impossible for something so massive. Its knees bent backward, letting it settle into a posture that was both humanoid and utterly wrong. From this kneeling position, the creature extended one enormous hand toward me. Every instinct screamed that this was a trap, that I was seconds away from being killed by something that had been toying with me the way a cat toys with a mouse before consuming it. But I was aware, on some deeper level, that I'd crossed a threshold, not the threshold in the forest, but something more fundamental. The boundary between the observed and the observer had been crossed, and I was now in a space where normal rules didn't apply. I stood up slowly, keeping my eyes on the creature, and extended my own hand. The creature's palm was rough, covered in calloused skin and what felt like small nodules of bone. The hand was warm and emanated an animal heat that I could feel from inches away. We didn't quite touch. The disparity in size made actual contact impossible, but the creature lowered its hand until it was hovering just above mine, and I felt the heat rolling off its skin like a furnace. Then it withdrew its hand, rose to its feet in a fluid movement that belied its size, and turned back toward the forest. At the edge of the clearing, it paused and looked back at me one more time. Then it made the same sound again, shorter this time, almost like a question. And it waited. I understood, without being able to articulate why, that the creature was inviting me to follow. Theodore's journals had never mentioned anything like this. In 40 years of observation, he'd never documented an invitation. But I suspected, I was becoming increasingly certain, that Theodore had received one. That in his final months, something fundamental had shifted in his relationship with the creature. That his death hadn't been a heart attack in the conventional sense at all. I should have gone back to the house. I should have gone to the authorities, told them everything, and let them deal with the implications of an unknown primate species operating in the forests of West Virginia. I should have been sensible. Instead, I followed the creature into the forest. The forest interior at night was a sensory deprivation chamber. Without the fading light of the clearing to orient me, I was moving through complete darkness, navigating by sound and the occasional flash of reflected light from the creature's eyes ahead of me. My eyes were useless, my normal visual sense entirely compromised. I had to trust the creature to lead me safely, and it did. The path it took was circuitous but never dangerous. No sudden drops, no hidden obstacles. It was leading me somewhere with intention, and it was doing so in a way that accommodated my inferior sensory capabilities. The forest path ended at a structure. My eyes had adapted slightly to the darkness, but not enough to make out details. What I could see was a rough outline, the suggestion of walls, an opening that might be a door or might be a natural cave entrance. The structure was massive, large enough to accommodate something that size, and it appeared to be built into a hillside rather than constructed from wood or stone. The creature paused at the entrance and made a sound. A waiting sound. I stepped inside. The interior was warmer than the forest, and it smelled of animal, musk, fur, the organic reek of a creature's den. My eyes adjusted slowly, and what became visible was a space that was far too organized to be a simple animal shelter. The den was roughly circular, maybe 20 feet across, with a floor of packed earth and what appeared to be carefully arranged vegetation. Along one wall, there were what looked like bedding areas, layers of leaves and branches arranged in a pattern that suggested intentional construction. Along another wall, there was a cache of objects, bones, rocks, branches, and other items arranged in a pattern that was almost archaeological in its precision. And in the center of the den, lying on a flat stone, was a collection of items that made my breath catch. A wedding ring, a watch, a child's toy, a photograph in a rusted frame, too degraded by time and moisture to make out the image. A backpack, a shoe, more shoes, a glasses case, a lighter, a wallet, a collection of human artifacts, arranged with the kind of careful intentionality that suggested something far more complex than simple scavenging. Theodore's voice seemed to echo in my mind, words from his final journal entry. It is creating an archive of the evidence of its existence. But what the creature was creating was something else entirely. What the creature had created was a record of human presence, a documentation of human loss. The creature made a low sound, and I understood that I was being shown something significant. That in bringing me here, it was doing something that transcended simple demonstration. It was extending trust, the way one intelligent being extends trust to another. I knelt beside the collection and began to examine the items more closely. I could identify the watch as a Timex, relatively modern, maybe 15 or 20 years old. The wedding ring had an inscription inside, "Forever, J to M, 1985. The toy was a wooden train, hand-carved, the kind of thing a parent might make for a child. How many people did these objects represent? How long had the creature been collecting them? The creature settled itself onto the floor beside me, its massive bulk shifting with surprising grace. We sat in silence for a long time, two creatures of radically different species, observing the evidence of human transience together. "Why?" I finally asked, not sure if the creature would understand language, but needing to ask anyway. The creature made a series of sounds, clicks and rumbles and vocalizations that seemed almost like speech, though no human throat could have produced them. The sounds went on for nearly a minute, complex and layered, occasionally seeming almost melodic. When the creature finished, I understood nothing of the literal meaning. But I understood something else entirely. I understood that the creature was mourning, that these objects were its testimony to the presence of humans in its world, confirmation that we existed, that we mattered, that the creature's witnessing of us was a form of honor. I understood that Theodore had understood this too, that his final months, reading these journals here in the darkness of this den, had not been a descent into madness but rather an ascension into a form of knowledge that human consciousness could barely accommodate. I understood that by bringing me here, the creature was offering me a choice, and I finally understood what Theodore had meant in his last journal entry. The threshold is no longer a place. It has become a time, a moment in which one could cross from the world of simple observation into something deeper. A moment in which the boundary between species became less significant than the boundary between consciousness and the abyss of existence. The creature made another sound, softer this time, almost gentle. And in that sound, I heard something that might have been a question, or might have been an invitation, or might have been both. "I need to think," I told the creature. And I stood up slowly, my knees stiff from kneeling on the packed earth. The creature didn't try to stop me. It made a low sound of what might have been understanding, and it led me back out of the den and back through the forest, following the same careful path that led to the clearing, and from there back to the interior trail that led to the house. At the edge of the forest, where the trees thinned and the house was visible in the moonlight, the creature stopped. It extended one massive hand, and I placed my own hand near it, the same non-contact proximity we'd shared earlier. Then the creature turned and walked back into the forest, disappearing into the darkness as completely as if it had never been there at all. I stood in the moonlight for a long time before going back inside. I spent the next 3 days in Theodore's study, reading his final journals with the understanding that they were not journals at all. They were letters, written for someone to find, someone to read, someone to eventually inherit the knowledge that Theodore had accumulated in his final years. They were letters written for me. The second to last journal, dated 2019, documented Theodore's transformation with a clarity that was almost clinical. He'd been hospitalized briefly for what the doctors had attributed to a cardiac event, though the journal suggested something else entirely. Theodore had been undergoing changes in his body chemistry, his metabolic function, perhaps even in his neurological structure. The creature, he theorized, was not simply socializing with him, it was altering him. "Symbiosis is not always mutual," he'd written in one entry. "But the best symbiosis begins with an understanding from both parties that the relationship requires transformation. The creature is changing me, yes, but I am changing it as well. We are creating something new from the intersection of our two existences. We are becoming a third thing, neither fully human nor fully other." The final journal documented his final night. March 15th, 2020. "I have made the decision. Tomorrow I will enter the den for the final time. I will lie down on the stone where the artifacts rest, surrounded by evidence of human presence, surrounded by the creature's witnessing of the human world, and I will allow the transformation to complete. I do not know what I will become. I do not know if I will cease to exist as an individual consciousness, or if I will somehow transcend into a new form of awareness. But I know this: I will no longer be afraid. I will no longer be alone. I will be known, finally and completely, by something that understands what knowledge truly means. If you are reading this, if you are the one who inherited this house and these journals, then you are ready for the choice. The creature will come to you. It always comes, in the end, to the blood relation of the one who preceded you. It will offer you what it offered me. A threshold, a boundary to cross, a moment in which the world becomes both larger and smaller than you thought possible. You must decide whether you will cross. No one will blame you if you don't, but I suspect you will. I suspect that the blood that runs in our family carries something in it, a hunger for knowledge, for transformation, for something beyond the mundane existence that most humans accept as their lot. The choice will be yours, but I wanted you to know, I made mine, and I have never been more content. That final entry was followed by a single line in handwriting that was different from Theodore's normal script. Shakier, less controlled, but also more confident. It is so much more than I thought it would be. The threshold was not the forest. The threshold is not a place at all. The threshold is what you become when you stop asking what things are and start asking what things mean. Welcome to the family inheritance. Welcome to what we are becoming. I set the journal down and sat in the study for hours. Outside, the forest was darkening into evening. Inside, the room was filling with shadow. I was terrified. I was more terrified than I'd ever been in any dangerous situation my ranger work had exposed me to. But beneath the terror was something else, a current of anticipation so strong, it felt like anticipation for something that had already happened, that I was simply remembering in advance. By that evening, I'd made my decision. I spent the night packing up the house. I went through Theodore's papers and found the documentation he'd left, the deed to the house, the details of his financial accounts, instructions for what he wanted done with his library of journals. He'd left everything to me, with a handwritten note suggesting that I could choose to sell the house and its land, donate the journals to an institution of study, or continue his work. Whatever you choose, the note read, know that you are no longer responsible for the burden of witnessing. That responsibility can pass to the next generation, if you choose it, or it can end with you. The choice, now and always, is yours. I made copies of the most important journals and packed them into a box. I contacted a rare books dealer in Charleston and arranged to have the collection evaluated. It might take years, but the journals might eventually find their way to someone with the right background to understand them. A cryptozoologist, perhaps. An anthropologist with a willingness to question the boundaries of known species. Or perhaps they would simply be preserved, a record of obsession and transformation that future generations could decide what to do with. By the fourth morning, I'd finished my preparations. I left the house at dawn with nothing but my truck keys, my identification, and Theodore's final journal tucked into my jacket pocket. I drove into Grafton and spent the day settling affairs, writing a formal notice of leave to the Park Service with a vague suggestion that personal circumstances were requiring me to consider a career change. I left contact information for Frank, my supervisor, but nothing else. At dusk, I drove back to the house. I parked my truck in the drive and walked into the forest. I didn't need a map or a compass. I could feel the path to the den, as if some part of my body had already been to the clearing enough times that it remembered the way. The creature was waiting at the tree line when I arrived. It made a low sound that might have been greeting. Then it turned and led me into the darkness. The den was exactly as I remembered it. The artifacts arranged in their careful pattern, the bedding layered in the corners. The stone in the center was empty. Theodore's body, if it had ever been here, was long gone. The creature made a soft sound, something that sounded almost like an invitation. I lay down on the stone, my back against the cool surface, and looked up at the shadowed ceiling of the den. The creature settled beside me, its massive bulk warm against my side. "Will it hurt?" I asked. The creature made a series of sounds, complex and nuanced, that somehow conveyed both negation and complexity. It wouldn't hurt exactly, but it would be a sensation unlike anything I'd experienced. It would be transformative, at a level so fundamental that pain and pleasure would cease to be meaningful categories. The last thing I saw, before the transformation began, was the creature's eyes looking down at me with what seemed like profound tenderness. The last thing I felt, as the change began to move through my body like electricity through water, was a sense of recognition so complete that it encompassed everything that I had been and everything that I was becoming. The last thing I understood, as my consciousness began to dissolve into something larger and more complex, was Theodore's final note about the threshold. The threshold is not a place. It is not even a moment. It is what happens when two conscious beings decide that the boundary between them is less important than the connection that transcends that boundary. It is what happens when you stop being afraid of the dark. It is what happens when you stop asking to be known and simply accept that you always were. My name was Malachi Palmer, and I was a park ranger in the Monongahela National Forest. Now I am something else entirely. Now I am what the creature has always been, a witness to the intersection of worlds, a keeper of the threshold between what we know and what we refuse to acknowledge, a guardian of the forest that remembers what it means to be more than human. And sometimes, on the edges of the national forest, hikers report seeing something massive moving through the trees, something that walks on two legs, something that sometimes seems almost human, something that leaves objects at a clearing beneath an enormous oak, offerings that it collects, artifacts that it preserves, a record that it is building of the humans who pass through its world. They never understand what they're seeing. They don't understand that the creature is not threatening them. It is simply documenting their presence, the same way that I once documented the presence of the creature. It is bearing witness. It is remembering. It is creating an archive of the evidence that something more than human exists in these forests. Something that knows, and therefore something that matters. The house in Grafton still stands. My truck remains in the drive, the keys hanging on a hook beside the front door. If you were to enter, you would find the study exactly as I left it. The desk organized, the journals cataloged, the final entry visible on the desk where Theodore left it. And if you stayed through the night, if you listened carefully, you might hear a sound in the forest, a low, resonant vocalization that seems almost musical, almost like speech, almost like mourning. But you would have to listen very carefully, and you would have to be ready for the possibility that listening might change you. You would have to be ready for the threshold. The first one landed in the river right beside our boat, with a crack like a rifle shot. It was a rock, a smooth river stone the size of my fist, and it had not fallen, because nothing fell from a clear gray sky over open water. It had been thrown, hard and flat and far, out of a wall of rainforest where we could see no one and hear no one, into the one strip of open daylight for miles. My partner laughed and said a limb had dropped. I did not laugh, because I had heard it cut the air before it hit. The second one was bigger, and it did not land in the river. It landed in the boat, between us, hard enough to crack the aluminum. I am a backcountry ranger in the Olympic rainforest, on the far western edge of Washington state, the wettest forest in this country, and one of the least seen. And what I am about to tell you is the reason I will not go up the river past the last bend, and the reason I tell every backpacker who asks about that upper valley the same flat lie, which is that there is nothing up there worth the walk. We will get to the river. First, a moment of housekeeping, and I will keep it short, because I do not like to stand in the open longer than I have to in this one. If these accounts are the kind of thing you want more of, then subscribe to the channel and turn the notification bell on, so you are in the canoe with me the next time I go somewhere I should not. A like helps more than you would think. It is the quiet thing that decides whether a story like this one ever reaches the next person who needs to hear it, or sinks without a trace. And when you have a minute, leave a mark in the comments. Tell me your town, your country, the place you are sitting tonight, and the hour on your clock as you listen. I like knowing how far a story carries in a single night, and how many of us are awake out here in the wet quiet together while the rest of the world sleeps. That is the whole of the business. Now come down to the river with me, back to the morning before any of it started, and let us begin. To understand what happened in that valley, you have to understand the forest, because there is no other forest like it in this country. And the things that are true in an ordinary woods are not true here. The Olympic Peninsula sits in the far northwest corner of the lower states, a thumb of land jammed between the mountains and the cold Pacific, and the storms come in off that ocean and hit the wall of the Olympic Mountains and dump their rain, year-round, more rain than almost anywhere on this continent, 12 feet of it a year in the deep valleys, and out of all that water grows a temperate rainforest that has to be walked to be believed. The trees are giants, Sitka spruce and western hemlock and western red cedar, hundreds of feet tall and 1,000 years old, and big-leaf maples with trunks like cathedral pillars, every limb of them hung so thick with moss that the whole forest drips green light down onto a floor of ferns and rot and fallen logs as big as houses. It rains, or it has just rained, or it is about to rain, almost every day. And the moss, that endless deep moss on every surface, does a thing to sound. It swallows it. The rainforest is one of the quietest places I have ever stood, a hushed, dripping, green cathedral silence, and that silence is the first thing that ought to have warned me, because a forest that quiet hides a great deal of movement, and you do not hear a thing coming until it wants you to. My name is Garrett. I have worked the backcountry of the Olympic for 11 years. I grew up in a timber town on the edge of the peninsula, the kind of town that the mills built and then abandoned. And my father and my uncles all worked the woods, falling the big trees, until there were no more big trees they were allowed to fall, and the town began its long dying the way those towns do. I left for a while. I came back because the rainforest was in me the way the swamp is in a Cajun and the high cold is in a sourdough, and the Park Service was hiring backcountry rangers, and I took it. I have never wanted any other work. The deep valleys of that forest, the great mossy quiet of them, are the love of my life, and I am telling you this so you understand that I am not a man who fears the woods. I have spent more nights alone under those dripping trees than I could count. It was never the forest I learned to fear. It was one valley in it. The work is what you would expect, made harder by the rain and the rivers. I patrol the trails, what trails the rain leaves us, clearing the constant blowdown. I check the backcountry permits and the trail registers. I watch the rivers, because the rivers in that forest are the real danger, glacier-fed and fast and prone to rising feet in an hour when the rain comes hard, drowning more hikers than anything else in the park. And I run search and rescue when someone does not come out, which in that country is its own special misery, because the forest is so dense and the canopy so thick that a helicopter cannot see the ground. The dogs lose a scent in the wet, and a person off the trail in that green tangle is harder to find than almost anywhere on earth. I have carried out my share, and most of them, the honest ones, were the river. A bad ford, a slip on a wet log, a flash rise that caught a camp on a gravel bar in the night, and then there was the upper valley, and the people the upper valley kept, up the largest river in my district, past where the maintained trail ends, past the last bend that any sane backpacker turns around at. The valley narrows and climbs toward the mountains, and the forest up there is old in a way that even the rest of that ancient forest is not. Never logged, never really walked, a deep green roadless tangle of giant trees and fern and fallen wood that runs up into the unnamed country below the peaks. Almost no one goes up there. There is no reason to. The trail ends, the going gets brutal, and the guidebooks do not mention it. But a few people went up there anyway, over the years, the strong and the curious, the ones who wanted to see country no one else saw, and a strange number of them did not come back. Spread out over the decades, blamed on the rivers, on the terrain, on simple bad luck, the same as everywhere. But I had been there 11 years, and I kept the records, and I had started, the way Emil did down in his swamp and Wyatt did up in his hills, to see the pattern that the word river was hiding. The upper valley took people, and we almost never found them. The man who first put words to it for me was an old timber cruiser named Mose Tyndall. A timber cruiser is the man who used to go out ahead of the logging and survey the timber, walk the country alone for weeks, mark the big trees, map the ground, and Mose had cruised that whole peninsula for 40 years, including the lower part of that very valley back before it was protected. And there was no one alive who knew the deep forest the way he did. He was past 80 by the time of this story, lean and bent, one leg shorter than the other from a log that had rolled on him in his 30s, so that he walked with a peeled cedar staff and a hard sideways hitch. He lived alone in a cabin at the edge of the park, and he talked to the ravens that came to his porch by name, and they seemed to talk back, and most people thought he was a harmless old eccentric. He was not harmless, and he was not eccentric. He was the most careful observer of that forest I ever met, and he was afraid of the upper valley, and Mose Tyndall was not a man who was afraid of much. In the deep wet of one November, a pair of backpackers went up the river and did not come back. They were a young couple, experienced, a woman named Kira Sundberg and a man named Brody Lund, who had come to the peninsula specifically to reach the unwalked upper valley, to camp somewhere no one camped, the kind of trip strong young people dream about. They signed the register at the trailhead, noted their route up past the last bend into the upper valley, and gave their out date. They did not come out. Their car sat at the trailhead through the rain, and on the 4th day past their out date, with a big storm forecast to come in off the ocean within 48 hours, it became my job to go up the river and find them, and to do it fast, before the storm raised the rivers and closed the valley for a week. The night before I went in, I drove out to Mose Tyndall's cabin. I do not fully know why, except that the upper valley scared me in a way I had never admitted out loud, and I wanted the one man alive who knew it better than I did to tell me what I was walking into. Mose was on his porch in the rain with a raven on the rail beside him, and he listened while I told him a young couple was lost up past the last bend. And his face, when I said it, went still and old and tired. He was quiet a while. Then he said, "You know why I quit cruising that valley, Garrett? I never told you the real reason." I said I had always figured it was the leg. He shook his head. He said, "I cruised the lower valley in '58. We were going to log it before it got protected. I spent 3 weeks up in there alone, marking timber, and in the third week something started walking with me. Never saw it good, saw it enough. Big, stood on 2 legs, taller than a man, covered in hair the color of wet bark. And it paced me through the timber for 4 days, and it threw rock at me, and it knocked on the trees, a sound like a fence post hit with a maul. Knock, knock, answered from the other side of the valley. And on the last night it came into my camp and stood at the edge of the firelight and let me see it. And I packed out at first light, and I told the company the valley was no good for logging, and I never set foot past the last bend again in 40 years. And neither did the old people of this country, Garrett, the tribes that were here 10,000 years before me. They had names for it. They did not go up that valley. They knew. I asked him what it was. Mose Tyndall looked at me, and then he looked off up the dark shape of the mountains where the river came down, and he said, "It is the oldest thing in this forest, and the forest is the oldest thing left in this country, and it does not want us up there, and for 58 years it has been telling us so in the only ways it has, the rock and the knock, and letting us see it, and the ones who take the warning come home, and the ones who push on past it do not. That young couple pushed on past it. I am sorry to tell you that, but you asked." And then he told me the one rule, the same shape of rule every one of these stories has, and he made me promise it. He said, "When the knocking starts and the rock comes, that is it telling you that you have come far enough. You turn around, you do not push on to prove you are not afraid. You turn around and you come home. Promise me, Garrett." I promised him. I meant it. And I broke it the very next day, for the same reason every man and every one of these stories breaks it. Because there were 2 young people lost up that valley, and a storm coming, and a promise to an old man weighed nothing against a living person who might still be saved. I did not go up alone. The river was too big and the country too rough for one man, and so I took the only other person who knew that upper country at all, which was Mose Tyndall himself, against my better judgment and against everything sense was telling me, because he insisted, and because he was right, that no one else could find their way up that valley as well as he could. So at first light, in a steady rain, an 80-year-old timber cruiser with a cedar staff and a young ranger half his age put a small boat up the river as far as it would run, and then we shouldered our packs and started up the last miles on foot, past the end of the trail, past the last bend, into the upper valley, calling the names of Kira Sundberg and Brody Lund into the dripping green hush. It is hard to describe how the forest changes up there. The trees get bigger, older, the moss deeper, the light greener and dimmer under that 1,000-year-old canopy, and the quiet gets quieter, that swallowing mossy silence pressing in until the only sounds are the river, the drip, and your own breath and boots. We found the couple's sign by midday, a boot print in the mud of a side creek, then a place where they had clearly stopped to rest, a candy wrapper, a scuff of ground. They had made it well up the valley, past where I had hoped to find them safe, and turned around. We pushed on, deeper, and as we climbed, the forest began to feel, the way these forests do in these stories, like it had turned its attention on us, and Mose felt it before I did. He stopped, leaning on his staff, his old head cocked, and he said one word. He said, "Listen." And I listened, and at first there was only the drip and the river. And then it came, a knock, a single hard percussive crack, wood on wood, deep in the timber off to our left. Loud, deliberate, nothing like a falling limb or a woodpecker. And a moment later, from across the valley, on our right, an answer. Another knock. The 2 of them, calling back and forth across us, across the valley, and Mose Tyndall's face when I looked at him had gone the color of the gray rain, and he said very low, "There it is. That is it. Garrett, that is the warning. It is telling us we have come far enough." And every part of me that had spent 11 years in that forest knew that he was right. And I almost turned us around. I swear to you that I almost did. And here, before the rock comes and the day turns, is the one moment I am going to step out of the story and speak to you straight, because we are standing now exactly where the warning came, the fork between the smart road and the road I took. So let me say it plainly. I can tell that you have been pulled into this, that you are with me up that valley right now. And I can also tell, because I have done this a while, that you have not actually liked the video yet, or left so much as a word below to say you were here. That is the small, safe, free thing, done from a warm place where nothing can reach you. So do it now, the like and a quick comment, while we are still on the right side of that fork. Mose and I were standing right here, with every reason to turn around, and we did not. You can do the wise small thing that we did not. Go on. Then we will go up, because up is where I went. We did not turn around. Brody Lund and Kira Sundberg were somewhere up that valley, and a storm was coming, and I told Mose we would push on a little farther, carefully, just to the next bench, and if we found nothing we would turn back. He looked at me a long time, the knocking still trading back and forth across the valley around us, and then the old man nodded, because he had his own reasons, I think, 58 years of his own reasons, and we went on. Up, the knocking followed us. It moved as we moved, ahead and to the sides, never behind, the way the prince had circled Amos Tiller's cabin and the screaming had circled that cove in the southern mountains. A thing keeping pace, keeping station, herding, and then the rocks began. The first one cracked off a tree trunk 10 feet to my right, thrown hard, out of timber where I could see nothing. The second landed in the ferns at our feet. They were not meant to hit us. I understood that even then, they were thrown to land near us, to turn us, to push us back down the valley. The same message as the knocking made physical. You have come far enough, go back. And a part of me, the oldest animal part, wanted desperately to obey, because being herded by something you cannot see, something with the strength to throw a stone that hard that far, and the cunning to land it that precisely, undoes a person in a way that is hard to describe. But I had found their sign, fresh, and I could not turn back now. And so we pushed on through the rock and the knock, up toward the bench, and the smell began. It rolled down the valley on the wet air, and it was the worst part yet, worse than the knock, worse than the rock. A heavy, rank animal musk, like a wet dog and a soiled stall, and something rotten under it, thick and warm and alive, and it came and went in waves as if its source were moving through the timber near us, and Mose Tyndall stopped when it hit him and put his hand on my arm and said, "It is close now, it is letting us smell it. That is the last warning before it stops warning." And the green gloom under those giant trees had gone deep with the storm coming on early, and the rain was picking up, and somewhere very near us in that mossy hush, upwind, something large was moving, and we could not see it, and we could only smell it and hear the knock and feel the weight of its attention. And we went up onto the bench, and on the bench we found Brody Lund. He was at the base of a great cedar, and he had been dead for a day, maybe two, and I will tell you the shape of it and not the rest, out of mercy for the people who loved him. He had not been killed, not the way an animal kills. There were no marks on him of teeth or claw. He had died of his injuries from a fall, or from many falls, the kind of damage a person does to themselves running blind and terrified through that brutal country in the rain and the gloom, off ledges, into logs, again and again, until his body gave out. He had run himself to death. Something had driven him through that forest until he died of the running. And when I knelt by him and understood that, I understood the whole shape of what we were dealing with in a way the knocking and the rock had only hinted at, and it put a fear in me that I have never fully been free of since. And Kira Sundberg was alive. We found her because she made a sound, a small broken sound, from inside the hollow base of a fallen cedar, a little way up the bench, a great rotted log she had crawled up inside of. And when I came to the opening and put my light in, she was there, wedged back in the wet dark of it, and she had been there for days, and she was alive, and she was not all right, and she was never going to be all right again. She was soaked and starved and hypothermic, and her eyes, when my light found them, were the eyes of a person who has seen a thing the mind does not have a shelf to put away on, and she would not come out. She fought me when I reached for her, a feral, terrified strength, and the only words she had, the only thing she said, over and over, in a cracked whisper, was, "Do not let it see the light. Do not let it see the light. It comes to the light." It took everything I had, and everything Mose had, to get her out of that log, and when we did, she clung to me and would not let go, and she would not stand on her own. And I understood that carrying her down that valley was going to be slow and brutal, and I looked up at the green gloom of the sky through the canopy, and I knew, with a sick certainty, that the storm Mose and I had been racing was no longer coming. It was here. The rain had become a downpour, a roar in the canopy, and that meant the river we had to get back down to and follow out, was already rising. We started down. I carried Kira Sundberg on my back, and Mose Tyndall, 80 years old and lame, went ahead with his staff finding the way, and the rain came down in a way that only that forest can produce. Sheets of it, the green gloom going to a deep wet twilight in the middle of the day. And the river, when we reached it, was no longer the river we had come up. It had risen feet. It was a brown roaring thing, full of logs, tearing at its banks, and the gravel bars we had walked up were under fast water, and our boat, where we had left it, was gone, taken by the rise, and it was still with us, through all of it, through the storm and the carrying and the roar of the river. The knocking went on, close now, on both sides, and twice through the downpour I caught the smell of it. And once, only once, going down a steep pitch above the flooding river with Kira on my back. I looked across a side ravine and I saw it, for less than 2 seconds, standing among the giant trunks in the gray rain, upright, taller than any man, broad past reason, the wet hair on it, the color of the bark it stood against, so that it was almost not there at all. And it was not chasing us, it was pacing us down the valley, watching us go, herding us out the way it had herded Brody Lund to his death, except that it was letting us live, letting us leave, and I have never known why. And the not knowing is one of the things that visits me. We came to the place where we had to cross. The trail out ran down the far side, and the river between was a brown torrent now, and there was one place, a wide riffle gone deep and fast, where a person might still get across, and might not. And I knew that if we waited for the water to drop, we would be trapped up that valley for days with that thing and a dying woman and a storm, and that crossing now, in that flood, might kill us. It was the worst choice of my life, and I had seconds to make it. I made it. We would cross. I will tell you that the crossing of that flooding river, with a broken woman on my back and an 80-year-old man beside me, is the hardest physical thing I have ever done, harder than anything in any of these stories I have heard from the others, and I do not fully know how we lived through it. The water took us off our feet halfway across. Mose Tyndall, lame and ancient and stronger than any of us guessed, got his staff wedged in the rocks and got a hand on me, and we fought across that current foot by foot, the cold of it stopping the breath, logs grinding past in the brown water close enough to touch, and Kira Sundberg's arms locked around my throat so tight I could not breathe. And somehow, we came up onto the far bank, all three of us, soaked and broken and alive, and I lay in the mud with the woman still clinging to my back, and I looked across that roaring river at the valley we had come out of, and it was standing on the far bank, where we had crossed. At the edge of the timber, in the gray rain, that tall, wrong, upright shape, watching us across the floodwater it would not cross, and it lifted one long arm, and it brought it down against the trunk of a great cedar, and the knock of it carried across the roar of the river, one last time, knock, and it was not a threat, I have come to believe. It was a period at the end of a sentence. It was the forest saying that is far enough, you are out, do not come back. And then it turned, and it went up into the green gloom of that valley, unhurried, and the trees took it, and it was gone, and I have not seen it since, and I will go to my grave being glad and being haunted in equal measure that I saw it at all. We got Kira Sundberg out. It took the rest of that day and into the night, down the flooding river trail in the storm, and a helicopter could not fly in the weather, and so we walked her out, Mose and I trading her weight, and we reached the trailhead near midnight and got her into an ambulance, and she lived. Her body healed, the rest of her did not. She spent a long time in care, and the last I heard she lives quietly now with family, far inland, far from any deep forest, and she does not talk about what happened up that valley, and the people who love her have learned not to ask. She is the only person I know of who went up past the last bend and came back alive. And she came back so broken that I am no longer sure that came back is the right way to say it. We recovered Brody Lund's body when the storm passed and the river dropped. A team of us in daylight, and we rode it up the way it had to be ridden. A backpacker who died of a fall in rough terrain in a storm, his partner found injured and hypothermic. A tragic accident in the backcountry, the river, the rain, the dark, all true, all a fraction of the truth. I did not write about the knocking, or the rock, or the smell, or the thing on the far bank that brought its arm down against the cedar like the closing of a door. There was no place to write it. I signed the report, and I have signed others like it since. For the upper valley keeps taking the occasional one who pushes too far, and they are always the river, and the river never says a word. I went to see Mose Tyndall when it was over, to thank him, because he had saved my life and Kira Sundberg's both in that river, an 80-year-old man who had no business in that valley and went anyway. He was on his porch with his ravens. He did not say much. He never did. But he said one thing I have kept. He said, You took the warning in the end, Garrett. Late, but you took it. That is why you are sitting on my porch. Brody Lund did not take it, and Kira would not leave him, and that is the whole of the difference in that valley and every valley like it. The warning is always given. The rock and the knock and the smell and the sight, it always gives the warning first. It is the most patient teacher there is. The only question is whether you are the kind of fool who turns around when you are told, or the kind who pushes on to prove something to a forest that was old before your whole bloodline was born. And then he fed a raven from his hand, and we did not speak of it again. And Mose Tyndall passed in his sleep the following spring. In his cabin at the edge of the forest he had spent 90 years learning. And the ravens, the people in town said, came to his porch for a week and called, and then they stopped. And I believe that because I have learned to believe stranger things. Here is the part one have never put in a report, the part that is the reason I am telling you all of this tonight. I still ranger that forest. I cannot leave it. The great dripping green quiet of it is the love of my life, and always will be, and most of it, the trails and the river bars and the elk in the morning mist and the 1,000-year-old trees, is the most beautiful country God ever made, and I will work it until my body quits. But I do not go up the river past the last bend, and I have made sure, in the quiet ways a man in my position can, that the permits steer people away from that upper valley. And when a strong young backpacker comes to me with that particular light in their eyes and asks what is up there past the trail, I look them in the face and I tell them the flat lie that has kept more of them alive than the truth ever would. I tell them there is nothing up there, just more trees, not worth the walk. And every November, when the big storms come in off the ocean and the rivers rise and the forest goes to that deep, wet green twilight in the middle of the day, I think about that valley and the knock trading back and forth across it and the tall wrong shape on the far bank bringing its arm down against the cedar. And once, 2 autumns ago, patrolling a trail miles from that valley, in country I trusted, in the gray rain, I heard it, far off in the timber, a knock, a single hard crack of wood on wood, deliberate, and then, from across the way, an answer. And I stood there in the rain with my heart going, and I did not go to look, and I did not knock back. And after a moment I turned and I walked out the way I had come, and I have wondered ever since whether it was only my mind, or whether the thing that owns the upper valley sometimes comes down to remind the one man who got away that it remembers him, and that it could have herded him to his death the same as Brody Lund, and chose, for reasons I will never know, to let him carry the warning out instead. So if you take one thing from a tired old rainforest ranger tonight, take this. If you are ever deep in some great old forest, far past the end of the trail, where the trees are giants and the quiet is the kind that swallows your own footsteps, and you hear a knock, a hard crack of wood on wood, answered from across the valley, and then a stone cuts the air and lands near you out of timber where you can see no one, then you must understand that you are being spoken to, in the oldest language there is, and the thing it is saying is this. You have come far enough. Go back. Do not push on to prove you are not afraid. Do not go up to see what threw the stone. Turn around while it is still asking and not yet telling, and go home, and be the kind of fool who lives. Because the forest is older than all of us, and there are valleys in it that are not ours, and were never ours, and the thing that keeps them is patient and fair in its way. It warns you first. It always warns you first. The rock, and the knock, and the smell, and one glimpse of itself standing in the gloom, watching to see what kind of person you are going to be. And the only ones who come home are the ones who answer it the way Mose Tyndall taught me to answer it, too late but not too late, which is to lower your eyes and turn your back and walk down out of its valley, and never, as long as you live, go up past the last bend again. I was staying at my friend Rebecca's place for the weekend. She was away on a trip with her family to celebrate her mother's birthday on the coast, but she had a small calico cat named Molly that was afraid of thunderstorms. This weekend, we were supposed to get a really bad one. The Weather Service had issued severe storm warnings for the entire county. Rebecca had asked if I could stay at her house to keep an eye on Molly, though the cat was very independent, usually just sitting alone in whichever room she felt like. She'll mostly ignore you, Rebecca had said when handing me the keys on Thursday evening. But during storms, she gets really skittish. Just being in the house with her helps. I didn't mind at all. Rebecca's house was a two-story cedar cabin nestled in a densely wooded area about 15 miles outside town. The isolation appealed to me. No neighbors, no traffic noise, just the sounds of nature. The perfect writing retreat. I'd brought my laptop, planning to make progress on my novel while enjoying the solitude. It started storming the day before Rebecca left, and the weather report predicted it would continue throughout the whole weekend. Dark, heavy clouds had been gathering since dawn, casting premature shadows across the forest. By mid-morning, rain was coming down in thick sheets, drumming against the roof and windows. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the surrounding woods, followed by the low growl of thunder. This was on Saturday. I had spent Friday night there with no issues at all. Molly did fine with the storm, only hiding under the couch for a few minutes during the loudest thunderclaps. That morning I enjoyed relaxing on Rebecca's comfy leather couch and reading a thriller I'd picked up at the airport on my last business trip. The soft patter of rain against the windows and the occasional distant rumble of thunder created the perfect atmosphere for losing myself in the pages. I always loved staying at Rebecca's place because it was out in the woods. It felt so isolated and peaceful, miles from the nearest neighbor, surrounded by towering pines and oaks that swayed in the wind. The house itself was charming. Hand-hewn beams, stone fireplace, large windows that normally offered views of wildlife, but today only framed the blur of rain and wind-whipped branches. Molly had spent most of the morning curled up on the windowsill in the kitchen, her tail occasionally twitching as she watched raindrops race down the glass. I found her presence oddly comforting in the big, empty house. Around noon, I made myself a sandwich and settled back on the couch. The storm had intensified, with winds howling around the corners of the house and rain lashing horizontally against the windows. I pulled a blanket over my legs, savoring the contrast between the raging elements outside and the cozy warmth within. Midway through the day, a call came in on the home phone. This was back when those were a common thing, though Rebecca had kept hers mainly because cell reception out here was spotty at best. The sudden shrill ring cut through the white noise of the storm, making me jump. 3 rings, 4. The sound seemed to echo through the empty house. I checked in case it was Rebecca trying to reach me, but the caller ID said, "Unknown number." Something about those 2 words on the little screen sent a slight chill down my spine. I didn't answer. Who would be calling on a landline during a storm like this? The ringing stopped and silence fell again, broken only by the drumming rain and occasional thunder. I tried to return to my book but found myself rereading the same paragraph multiple times, my concentration broken. A few minutes later, a call came through again. It said the same thing, unknown number. I watched the phone as it rang, 5 times, 6, 7. It rang out, but this time, a voice came through on the answering machine. Rebecca's cheerful, outgoing message played. "Hi, you've reached Rebecca Miller. I can't come to the phone right now, but leave a message and I'll call you back." Then came the beep, followed by silence. For a moment I thought the caller had hung up. But then I heard it, a quiet, male voice. They just said one word, Rebecca's name, as if asking if she could hear him. "Rebecca?" The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but there was something in the tone that made the hair on my arms stand up. He then hung up after a couple seconds of silence, the machine recording the click and then the dial tone. I stared at the answering machine, its red light now blinking to indicate a saved message. The single word spoken by that unfamiliar voice seemed to hang in the air. Who was this person? Why were they calling? And why did they only say Rebecca's name? Thunder crashed directly overhead, making me flinch and knocking the power out for a brief second. The lights flickered, and the digital clock on the microwave reset itself, blinking 12 o'clock. Outside, the storm had turned the afternoon sky as dark as dusk, and rain pelted the windows with renewed fury. I didn't know if this was someone Rebecca was talking to or like a family member or something, so I just texted her to let her know that someone called the home phone. Reception out here was unreliable, but sometimes texts would go through when calls wouldn't. "Hey, someone called your landline. Left message just saying your name. Unknown number. Everything okay?" I sent the text, then set my phone down. I did find it strange that it came up as an unknown caller, though. Most people's numbers show up these days, even telemarketers. I tried to dismiss the unease settling in my stomach, telling myself it was probably nothing, just a wrong number, or maybe one of Rebecca's relatives calling from a hotel or new phone. But as another flash of lightning illuminated the darkened woods outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching the house, watching me. I pulled the curtains closed and turned on a few more lights, trying to dispel the creeping shadows. Over the next 3 hours, 2 more calls came in from that same unknown number, but no more voice messages. Each time I watched the phone ring until it stopped. Each time, my unease grew a little deeper. The storm outside intensified, with wind now howling through the trees and rain driven sideways by powerful gusts. Occasionally, I heard the crack of branches falling in the woods. My friend never responded to my text. I guessed they were pretty busy with family celebrations, possibly in an area with even worse reception than here. Or maybe she'd seen it but didn't think it was important enough to reply to. Still, her silence added to my growing discomfort. I didn't worry myself about it, though. I figured it was nothing. I tried to rationalize it. Probably a telemarketer with a weird approach, or someone who dialed the wrong number and was confused. Maybe even a prank call. The isolation that had seemed so appealing earlier now felt oppressive, as if the woods and the storm were conspiring to cut me off from the rest of the world. To distract myself, I made food, pasta with the marinara sauce I found in Rebecca's fridge, and really spent the rest of the day not doing much of anything. I tried to work on my novel but couldn't focus. Instead, I paced the house, checking locks on windows and doors, drawing curtains closed, and flinching at every unusual sound. As afternoon faded into evening, the storm showed no signs of letting up. If anything, it grew more intense. The electricity flickered several times, making me wonder if I should locate candles and flashlights in case of a prolonged outage. The thought of being in this isolated house in total darkness with only the storm and my imagination for company wasn't appealing. I found Molly curled up under Rebecca's bed, her eyes wide and pupils dilated. The poor thing trembled with each thunderclap. I coaxed her out with some treats and stroked her fur, finding comfort in the warm, living creature. She followed me downstairs, staying unusually close to my heels. "It's just a storm, Molly," I said aloud, my voice sounding strangely small in the empty house. "Nothing to worry about." Later, say around 8 or 9, I found a movie to watch upstairs in the bedroom. I needed something to occupy my mind, to drown out both the storm and my own uneasiness. Rebecca had a small TV mounted on her wall, and I scrolled through Netflix until I found a romantic comedy. Lighthearted, predictable, safe. I got about halfway through it before remembering to check on Molly and make sure she had food and water. The movie hadn't really captured my attention anyway. I kept finding my eyes drawn to the windows, to the shadows in the corners of the room, to the closed bedroom door. I paused the movie and headed downstairs. The staircase creaked under my weight, each step loud in the quiet house. The storm had settled into a steady, heavy rain. The earlier fury of wind and thunder temporarily abated. This brief respite somehow made the house feel even more isolated, as if we were in the eye of the hurricane, a false calm before the next onslaught. I was confused to see Molly standing right at the front door, staring at the crack in the doorway like she was waiting for it to open. Her body was tense, tail straight and slightly puffed up, ears forward in alert attention. She seemed frozen there, as if listening for something I couldn't hear. I called her name and she looked at me, but only for a moment before looking back at the door. It kind of creeped me out, if I'm being honest. Animals sense things we don't. Isn't that what they always say in horror movies? The thought made me shiver despite the warmth of the house. "What do you see, Molly?" I whispered, not even sure why I was keeping my voice down. Was it because I didn't want to be heard by, "What? Who?" I walked up to the door and hesitantly looked out the peephole at the porch. The glass had fogged up from all the rain, so everything was blurry, and the darkness outside didn't help. The porch light was on, casting a yellow glow over the wooden boards, but beyond that was impenetrable blackness. The night and the woods and the storm all merged into one dark void. I couldn't really make out anything at first. The rain distorted everything, creating moving shadows and shapes that dissolved as quickly as they formed. But then something moved, enough for me to tell there was something, or someone, standing on the other side of the porch. My heart skipped a beat. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, squinting through the peephole. Was it just a branch moving in the wind? A trick of light and shadow? Or was someone actually out there, in this storm, on this isolated porch, watching the house? I felt a little unsettled, but I continued to watch, trying to get a clearer view of what I was seeing. I really wanted to know for sure if there was someone out there, but I also didn't want to open the door if there was. My palms were sweating, and I wiped them on my jeans before returning my eye to the peephole. 2 to 3 minutes went by without any changes in what I could see. I thought I was just scaring myself for no reason. After all, if someone was out there, they would have knocked on the door by now. They wouldn't just stand in the pouring rain. It was probably just a shadow from the porch furniture or a hanging plant moving in the wind. Still, I double-checked that the deadbolt was secure and the chain was in place. The action felt silly. I was jumping at shadows, letting the storm and the strange phone calls get to me. This wasn't like me at all. I've always prided myself on being practical, level-headed. I left the door to go check on Molly's food and water and grab myself some snacks for the movie. The cat food bowl was still half full, and her water dish needed only a slight top-up. As I reached into the cabinet for some chips, the phone rang again. I froze, hands suspended in midair, as the shrill tone cut through the house. Unknown number. Again. I let it ring, watching the phone as if it might suddenly transform into something else. After 6 rings, the answering machine kicked in. Rebecca's cheerful message. The beep. Then silence. No voice this time. No word spoken, just the soft sound of someone breathing. In, out, in, out. For 10 long seconds before the line clicked dead. My appetite gone, I abandoned the snack quest and hurried back toward the stairs. When I passed by the door again, Molly wasn't there anymore. A momentary relief washed over me. If the cat wasn't concerned, maybe there was nothing to worry about after all. But something made me look out just to double-check. Through the peephole, something looked different. It was still fogged up and blurry, but one of the shapes I saw wasn't there anymore, like it just disappeared. Was there really someone standing there the whole time? Had they moved, gone away, or moved closer to the house, out of the limited view the peephole provided? The phone rang again. I jumped, a small cry escaping my lips. This time I didn't even look at it. I knew what it would say. Unknown number. I hurried up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, Molly suddenly appearing from somewhere and racing up ahead of me. Feeling off about everything, I picked Molly up and brought her to the bedroom with me. Her little heart was racing as fast as mine. I closed the bedroom door behind us, then, after a moment's hesitation, locked it. The simple action made me feel both safer and more afraid. Safer because of the barrier. More afraid because locking the door meant admitting I believed there was something to lock out. I turned the movie back on and sat on the bed, Molly curled against my side. The romantic comedy continued playing, the characters laughing and flirting and dealing with comical misunderstandings. It all seemed so trivial, so distant from the growing sense of dread I was feeling. I turned the volume up, hoping the dialogue would drown out any sounds from elsewhere in the house. The whole time the movie was playing, I couldn't shake a really unsettling feeling I had. Every few minutes, my eyes would dart to the bedroom door, or to the window where rain continued to lash against the glass. I kept imagining I heard footsteps on the stairs, or the creak of a floorboard, or the click of a door opening. But each time I muted the TV to listen, there was nothing but the storm. My phone was lying on the nightstand. I picked it up and checked. Still no response from Rebecca. I debated calling her but didn't want to disturb her family celebration for what was probably nothing. Instead, I texted again. Hey, got more calls from that unknown number. Just breathing this time. Probably nothing but getting a little creeped out in your house alone. Call when you can? I sent it, knowing it probably wouldn't go through right away given the storm and the spotty reception. As I set the phone down, I noticed it was almost 10 p.m. The evening had slipped away faster than I'd realized, dark hours passing while I jumped at shadows and unknown callers. Outside, the storm had found its second wind. Wind howled around the eaves, and rain drummed against the roof with renewed vigor. A flash of lightning lit up the room, followed almost immediately by a deafening crack of thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. The lights flickered, dimmed, then came back to full brightness. Molly tensed against me, her claws digging into my thigh through my jeans. I stroked her automatically, murmuring reassurances I didn't feel. The TV continued playing, the happy couple now running through rain toward shelter, a mocking echo of the real storm raging outside. 30 minutes went by, the movie approaching its predictable happy ending. My nerves had begun to settle somewhat. The consistent rhythm of the rain became almost hypnotic, lulling me into a false sense of security. Maybe I really had been imagining things. Maybe the calls were just a weird coincidence. The shape on the porch, nothing but shadows and wishful thinking. Suddenly, Molly jumped off the bed and walked up to the bedroom door. She didn't scratch at it or look back at me like she wanted to go out. She just stared at the crack in the doorway, exactly the same as she did at the front door, like someone was out there. Her body was rigid, tail slightly puffed, ears perked forward in intense concentration. My heart immediately started racing. All the calm I'd managed to build instantly shattered. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I called her name in a shaky voice, but her focus was locked on the door. In movies, this is when the foolish protagonist calls out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" But I knew better. If someone was out there, I didn't want them to know I was aware of their presence. I wanted the element of surprise, however slight. I muted the TV, plunging the room into near silence. Now all I could hear was the rain, my own shallow breathing, and the blood pounding in my ears. I strained to listen for any sound from the hallway. A footstep, a breath, the rustle of clothing. Nothing. But Molly remained fixated on the door, her attention unwavering. I got up from the bed and quietly walked over, careful to avoid the spots in the floor I knew would creak. The short distance from bed to door felt like miles, each step requiring enormous effort. When I reached the door, I stood beside Molly, who didn't acknowledge my presence. Then I leaned my ear against the door, holding my breath to better hear. I couldn't hear anything. The wood was thick, solid core, good for privacy, but now frustrating my attempts to detect what had Molly so alert. I then crouched down and peered under the crack between the floor. At first I saw nothing, just the darkness of the hallway beyond. Then, as my eyes adjusted, I made out something that shouldn't be there. Two shadows, darker than the surrounding darkness, perfectly still, perfectly positioned on either side of the door. My whole body aggressively shot back, a gasp escaping before I could stifle it. There was someone standing right outside the door, just a couple inches away. Not someone, two people. Two people standing silently outside my bedroom door in an isolated house during a storm. A bolt of terror shot through me, so intense I felt momentarily paralyzed. My eyes immediately looked at the doorknob. I had never even locked it. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Anyone could turn that knob and walk right in. I lunged forward, fingers fumbling with the lock. I snapped the lock down, and almost right away, the person on the other side ran away from the door. No pretense now. I could clearly hear rapid footsteps, not one person, but two, moving quickly down the hallway toward the stairs. They went downstairs, where I could no longer hear anything over the storm. I backed away from the door, retreating to the far corner of the room, pulling Molly with me. My phone. I needed my phone. It was still on the nightstand, seemingly miles away in my panic. I forced myself to move, keeping my eyes on the door as I sidled along the wall to the nightstand. My fingers closed around the phone, and I clutched it to my chest like a lifeline. Who to call? Police, obviously. But would they even come out here in this storm for what they might dismiss as an overactive imagination? Yes, they would. Because this wasn't imagination. Someone was in the house, two someones, and they had been standing outside my door, silent, watching, waiting. With trembling fingers, I dialed 911. 911. What's your emergency? The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, a stark contrast to my own panicked breathing. There's someone in the house, I whispered, afraid of being overheard even through the locked door. I'm staying at my friend's house, and there are people inside. They were outside my bedroom door just now. Are you safe at the moment? She asked. I locked the bedroom door, but I don't know if that will stop them. They ran downstairs when I locked it. I can't hear them anymore. What's the address? I gave her Rebecca's address, then clarified. It's the Cedar House, about half a mile down the dirt road. There are no neighbors nearby. Okay, I'm dispatching officers now, she said. Can you stay on the line with me until they arrive? Yes, I breathed, relief washing through me at the promise of help. How long will they take? Given the weather and your location, probably about 20 minutes. Do you have somewhere secure you can wait? Can you barricade the door? 20 minutes. It seemed like an eternity. I looked around the room, assessing. I'm in the bedroom with the door locked. I can push the dresser in front of it. That's good. Do that if you can do so quietly. Are you alone in the house except for the intruders? My friend's cat is with me. My friend is away for the weekend. As I spoke, I moved quietly to the heavy oak dresser and began to inch it toward the door. It was massive, solid wood, and even sliding it made more noise than I was comfortable with. Do you know how many intruders there are? Have you seen them? I think 2. I saw shadows under the door, 2 pairs of feet. They ran when I locked the door. Do you have any weapons in the room with you? I looked around wildly. No. Wait, there's a heavy lamp. And scissors on the desk. Those will work. Stay away from the door and windows. Find a place out of sight where you can wait. As I grabbed the scissors from Rebecca's desk, a new sound reached my ears, a creaking on the stairs. They were coming back up. They're coming back, I whispered, fear making my voice shake. I can hear them on the stairs. Stay calm, the dispatcher said, though I detected a new urgency in her tone. Officers are en route. Make sure your door is secure and stay quiet. I finished pushing the dresser against the door, creating a barricade that would at least slow them down. Then, I retreated to the attached bathroom, scissors clutched in one hand, phone in the other. Molly followed me, her body low to the ground, tail thrashing with agitation. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, then moved slowly down the hallway. Not trying to be silent anymore, they wanted me to hear them coming. A psychological tactic to increase my fear. It was working. They stopped outside the bedroom door. I held my breath, straining to hear over the storm and my pounding heart. A soft knock on the door made me flinch. We know you're in there. A man's voice, the same one from the answering machine, soft, almost gentle, but with an undercurrent that sent ice through my veins. We just want to talk to Rebecca. Is she in there with you? I said nothing, pressing the phone tighter to my ear. The dispatcher had gone quiet too, probably recording everything. We've been watching this house, the voice continued. We know Rebecca lives here. We need to speak with her. It's important. Still, I remained silent. The doorknob rattled, tested. The police are on their way, I finally called out, trying to make my voice sound strong and confident. You should leave now before they get here. A pause, then a different voice, also male but harsher, with a rasp like sandpaper. She's lying. There's no way she called police. Phones don't work out here during storms. I'm on the phone with them right now, I said. They've got the address, and they're coming. Last chance to leave. Another pause, longer this time. I could imagine them conferring in whispers, debating whether to believe me. The doorknob rattled again, harder this time, the door shaking in its frame. She's locked it, the first voice said. Break it down, said the second. My heart nearly stopped. The dresser would slow them, but if they were determined enough, they could get through. I looked around the bathroom for additional barriers but found nothing substantial. A heavy thud against the door, the sound of wood groaning. Another thud. The dresser scraped an inch across the floor. Officers are 10 minutes out, the dispatcher said in my ear. Is there a window in the room you can escape through? I glanced at the bedroom window. Second story with no convenient tree or trellis nearby. It's too high, I whispered. And I don't want to leave Molly. Another crash against the door. The dresser moved another few inches. We just want to talk, called the gentle voice, though his actions belied his words. Rebecca has something that belongs to us. We need it back. What could Rebecca possibly have that would drive these men to break into her house during a storm? To stalk her, call her, and now try to break down her door? Whatever it was, I was certain talking wasn't their only intention. The storm chose that moment to intensify, a tremendous crash of thunder shaking the house. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. I bit back a scream as darkness enveloped me. "The power's out," I whispered into the phone, my voice trembling. "I can't see anything." "Stay where you are," the dispatcher advised. "Officers are still coming. They have your location." In the darkness, the sounds from the hallway seemed magnified. Another thud against the door, the dresser sliding further. The crack between door and frame widened slightly. I could see it even in the gloom, a sliver of deeper darkness. "We're coming in," said the harsh voice. "One way or another." I retreated further into the bathroom, closing that door and locking it as well. Two barriers now between me and them. But in the pitch blackness, with only the occasional flash of lightning from the small bathroom window for illumination, I felt more vulnerable than ever. A splintering crack from the bedroom, followed by the sound of furniture scraping across the floor. They'd broken through the first door. They were in the bedroom now. "They're in," I whispered to the dispatcher. "They've broken through the bedroom door." "Officers are 5 minutes out," she assured me. "Stay hidden, stay quiet." Footsteps in the bedroom, moving around. The sound of drawers being opened, closet doors sliding. They were searching for something. "Where is it?" the harsh voice demanded. "Where would she keep it?" "Check her desk," the softer voice suggested. "People keep important things in desks." More rummaging sounds. I pressed myself against the bathroom wall, as far from the door as possible. Molly was silent beside me, her body tense, eyes reflecting the occasional flash of lightning. "Nothing here," said harsh voice. "Wait, is that another door? She's in there." Footsteps approached the bathroom door. The handle turned, met resistance from the lock. "Come out," called soft voice. "We won't hurt you. We just need information." I said nothing, clutching the scissors tighter. "Break it," said harsh voice. Another splintering crash as they threw themselves against the bathroom door. It was not as sturdy as the bedroom door had been. It wouldn't hold them for long. "Officers are pulling up to the property now," the dispatcher told me. "They'll be inside shortly. Announce yourself when they call out so they know you're not the intruder." Relief flooded through me. Help was here. If I could just hold out a little longer. Another crash against the bathroom door, the frame beginning to splinter. One more hit would do it. But before that hit came, a new sound cut through the storm. Sirens, faint but growing louder. The men in the bedroom fell silent. "Cops," hissed harsh voice. "You said they wouldn't come. We need to go. Now." Soft voice was no longer gentle. There was genuine fear in his tone. Rapid footsteps retreated from the bathroom door, across the bedroom, into the hallway. Running now, down the stairs. I heard the distant sound of the front door opening, then slamming shut. "I think they're leaving," I whispered into the phone. "I hear sirens. Stay where you are until officers clear the house," the dispatcher instructed. "They'll call out to you when it's safe." I sank to the floor, the adrenaline that had kept me upright suddenly ebbing away. Molly pressed against me, her warm body a small comfort in the darkness. Outside, the storm continued to rage, but for the first time in hours, it wasn't the most terrifying thing in my world. "Police. Is anyone in the house?" The shout came from downstairs, official and authoritative, cutting through the sounds of the storm. Relief washed through me like a physical wave. "I'm upstairs," I called back, my voice cracking. "In the bathroom. The intruders ran out." Heavy footsteps on the stairs, flashlight beams bouncing off the walls as the officers made their way up. I stayed where I was, still clutching the scissors, until a beam of light shone under the bathroom door. "Ma'am, this is Officer Reeves with the County Sheriff's Department. Are you alone in there?" "Yes, just me and my friend's cat. The door's locked, but the men broke the bedroom door to get in." "Okay, I need you to unlock the bathroom door slowly. My partner and I have cleared the rest of the house. The intruders are gone." With trembling fingers, I unlocked the bathroom door and pushed it open. Two officers stood in the bedroom, flashlights illuminating their uniforms and badges. One was a tall man with a weathered face. the other a woman with short blonde hair pulled back in a tight ponytail. "Are you hurt, ma'am?" the female officer asked, shining her light over me, checking for injuries. "No, I'm okay. They didn't get through the bathroom door before they heard your sirens and ran." "You did the right thing barricading yourself in and calling us," Officer Reeves said, holstering his weapon. "We've got additional units searching the area, but in this storm—" He shook his head. "Visibility is near zero out there." I followed them downstairs, Molly trailing behind us. In the beam of their flashlights, I could see the damage to the house. The bedroom door hanging from one hinge, the dresser shoved aside, drawers from Rebecca's desk pulled out, and their contents scattered across the floor. "Can you tell us what happened?" the female officer asked once we were seated in the living room. Their flashlights provided pools of light in the darkness, the power still out from the storm. I called 911, then called my friend. By the time cops got there, the house was empty and nobody was around. With all the information, it seemed that the intruder was likely a stalker, probably the same one who kept calling. So they tried to trace the phone number, but had no luck. "You said there were 2 men?" Officer Reeves asked, taking notes in a small pad. "Yes, I heard 2 distinct voices, and I saw 2 shadows under the door." "And they were specifically looking for your friend, Rebecca?" "Yes, they kept saying her name, asking if she was here. One of them said she had something that belonged to them." The officers exchanged a glance. "Did they specify what they were looking for?" the female officer asked. "No. They just said it. They searched her desk, like they thought whatever it was might be there." "And your friend is away for the weekend?" "Yes, with her family. I've been trying to reach her, but she hasn't responded yet." Officer Reeves nodded. "Cell reception out here is always bad, especially during storms. We'll need to get in touch with her as soon as possible. There's a chance she knows these individuals or why they might be targeting her. We'll need to take your statement formally," the female officer added. "And we'll want to dust for prints, though they may have been wearing gloves. Most home invaders do these days." It was pretty much left at that. The officers took my formal statement, photographed the damage to the doors, and dusted for fingerprints as best they could given the power outage. They found none, confirming that the intruders had indeed worn gloves. 2 more officers arrived to help search the property, but the storm made it impossible to track the men or find any vehicle they might have used. They promised to increase patrols in the area and left an officer stationed at the house for the remainder of the night, a kindness I deeply appreciated. I feel bad for my friend because whoever those men were, they were definitely stalking her and not me. I don't know if it was just a coincidence that they showed up during the weekend she was gone, or if they were trying to break into what they thought would be an empty home. After all, I never answered the phone, so they probably were confident the house was empty. Finally, around 3 in the morning, Rebecca called me back. The relief in hearing her voice was overwhelming. "Oh my God, are you okay?" she asked, panic evident in her tone. "The police called my parents' house. They said there was a break-in?" "I'm fine," I assured her. "Scared, but fine. Rebecca, do you know who might have done this? They were looking for you specifically. They said you had something that belonged to them." A long pause on the line. "I have no idea," she finally said, but there was something in her voice, hesitation, fear perhaps, that made me wonder if she was being entirely truthful. "They called multiple times before they came," I pressed. "Just saying your name or breathing. They've been watching your house. The police think it might be a stalker." Another pause. "Listen," she said, her voice lower now. "I'll be home tomorrow, first thing. Don't look through my things, okay? Just leave everything as it is." The request struck me as odd. The police already went through everything, looking for evidence. Of course, that's fine. I'll explain everything when I get home. I'm so sorry you went through this because of me. We said our goodbyes, and I sat on the couch, Molly curled in my lap. The officer stationed outside in his car. The power had come back on, but I left only a single lamp lit, somehow more comfortable in the semi-darkness, now that I knew I was protected. Maybe they were planning to wait and catch her off guard when she eventually got back from vacation. We never found out who they were or what they were doing. The police investigation continued, but without fingerprints or clear descriptions, there wasn't much to go on. The phone number they'd called from was untraceable, a burner phone, the police suspected. Rebecca returned the next day as promised. She was shaken when she saw the damage to her home, but there was something else in her expression as she surveyed her ransacked desk, recognition perhaps, or resignation. "Do you know what they were looking for?" I asked her directly. She avoided my eyes. "I might have an idea. It's complicated, legal stuff from work, nothing dangerous." But the way she said it, the way she immediately began going through her desk drawers with trembling hands, told me there was more to the story than she was sharing. I left later that day, our weekend visit cut short by the break-in. Rebecca thanked me for protecting her home, her cat, for being brave in the face of danger. She promised to install a security system, to be more careful. As I drove home, the storm finally clearing to reveal patches of blue sky, I couldn't shake the feeling that Rebecca was hiding something significant. Something that had brought those men to her home, men desperate enough to break in during a severe storm, to stalk her from the shadows. I never stayed at Rebecca's isolated woodland home again. Our friendship cooled in the months that followed, her withdrawal subtle but undeniable. Sometimes I wonder about those men, if they ever came back, if they ever found what they were looking for. And sometimes, during storms, when the rain beats against my windows and thunder shakes the night, I find myself checking the peephole, listening for breathing on my answering machine, watching for shadows under the door. Because the most terrifying truth I learned that weekend wasn't that strangers might break into your home. It was that the people you trust might be the ones who put you in danger in the first place. This was in mid-November of last year, the kind of November where darkness comes too early, and the chill in the air carries whispers of the approaching winter. I remember the exact moment my life began to unravel, sitting in a sterile conference room, the fluorescent lights humming overhead as my manager avoided eye contact. "I'm sorry, but we're implementing company-wide budget cuts," he said, sliding a manila folder across the polished table. "Your position has been eliminated." The words hit me like a physical blow. 5 years at Meridian Marketing, gone in a 10-minute meeting. I cleaned out my desk while former colleagues cast sympathetic glances my way. Some promised to keep in touch. None of them did. Driving home that afternoon, the world looked different, sharper, and more threatening. My apartment, a modest one-bedroom in the Westridge complex, had always felt like a sanctuary. That day it felt like a prison cell where I'd served my sentence of unemployment. I had some money saved, enough for 3 months if I was careful. The first week passed in a blur of denial and Netflix. By the second week, panic set in. I established a routine. Wake up at 7 a.m., shower, dress as if going to work, and spend 8 hours hunting for jobs online. LinkedIn, Indeed, ZipRecruiter. I created accounts on them all. The silence was deafening. My inbox remained stubbornly empty of interview requests. Each night, I'd lie awake calculating how many days of rent and groceries remained in my dwindling bank account. By week 3, desperation had become my constant companion. I began applying to positions I was overqualified for, willing to take a significant pay cut just to stop the financial bleeding. Still nothing. The apartment started feeling different at night. Every creak of the building settling made me jump. Living alone had never bothered me before, but now the emptiness felt oppressive. I began leaving the TV on while I slept, needing the illusion of company. My neighbor, Mrs. Calloway, noticed the change in me during a chance encounter at the mailboxes. "You don't look well, dear," she said, her arthritic hand resting briefly on my arm. "Is everything all right?" I gave her the sanitized version. She nodded sympathetically and recommended her nephew's construction company. I thanked her and added it to my list of last resorts. Back in my apartment, I stared at my laptop screen until my vision blurred. The rejection emails had started arriving now, form letters expressing appreciation for my interest, but regretfully informing me that other candidates better matched their needs. That's when I decided to expand my search. I discovered job boards I'd never heard of before, sites with bare-bones interfaces and questionable security certificates. One called Job Match Pro caught my attention. The listings seemed legitimate, if oddly specific. I uploaded my resume and applied to 17 positions in one fevered session. For the first time in weeks, hope flickered. That night, I slept dreamlessly, unaware that I had just set something terrible in motion, that I had just invited darkness into my life. The email arrived at 3:47 p.m., nearly 3 weeks after my layoff. I had just finished my fourth cup of coffee, eyes burning from staring at job listings. The notification sound made my heart jump. Subject, interview request, sales position at NextCore Solutions. I clicked it open immediately, scanning the contents with desperate hope. Dear applicant, I was impressed by your resume and experience. We're looking for someone with your qualifications to join our sales team at NextCore Solutions. Our schedule is extremely tight due to end-of-quarter needs, but I'd like to meet with you tonight if possible. I understand this is short notice, but we need to fill this position immediately. The compensation package is substantial, details attached, and I believe you would be an excellent fit for our team. Please confirm if you're available tonight at 7:30 p.m. Regards, Zach Mercer, Regional Sales Manager, NextCore Solutions. I opened the attachment. The salary was nearly 30% higher than my previous job. My hands trembled as I composed my reply, trying not to sound as desperate as I felt. I hesitated briefly before hitting send. The short notice was unusual. Why tonight? Why so urgent? But the prospect of ending my unemployment nightmare overrode my concerns. I convinced myself that showing flexibility would demonstrate my eagerness and commitment. Zach's response came minutes later, with an address and a confirmation of the time. The location wasn't familiar to me, but Google Maps showed it was about 20 minutes away, in an area with several office parks. I spent the next 2 hours preparing. I rehearsed answers to potential interview questions in the shower. I selected my navy suit, the one that had landed me my previous job. I polished my shoes until I could see my reflection in them. As I knotted my tie, I noticed my hands were steadier than they had been in weeks. The opportunity had energized me, pushing away the cloud of depression that had been my constant companion. I tried researching NextCore Solutions while eating a quick sandwich, but found surprisingly little information. Their website was basic, just a landing page with stock photos of smiling professionals and vague descriptions of business solutions. No employee profiles, no client testimonials. I dismissed my unease as paranoia born from weeks of rejection. The sun was setting as I left my apartment. November darkness fell quickly, and a fog had started to roll in, diffusing the streetlights into hazy orbs. I felt a strange sense of foreboding as I started my car, but pushed it away. This was my chance to get back on track. As I drove, I rehearsed my elevator pitch once more. I'm a results-driven professional with 5 years of experience in competitive markets. The words felt hollow, but they were the currency of the professional world. I had to play the game. The GPS directed me away from the main commercial district toward an area I wasn't familiar with. The buildings became more spread out, the streetlights fewer. I checked the address again, wondering if I had made a mistake. The interview was scheduled for 7:30 p.m. I arrived at 7:15, pulling into the empty parking lot of a small, nondescript building. The structure sat alone, separated from other buildings by a stretch of unkempt lawn. No sign indicated what business operated there, just a street number affixed to the brick facade. All the windows were dark. No cars were visible except mine. I double-checked the address against Zach's email. They matched. Something cold and heavy settled in my stomach as I turned off the engine. The silence was absolute. No traffic noise, no distant conversations, just the tick of my cooling engine and my own increasingly rapid breathing. This wasn't right. This wasn't how a legitimate business operated. I reached for my phone. The phone rang 5 times before going to voicemail. "You've reached Zach Mercer. Please leave a message." His voice sounded different than I had imagined, higher, with a peculiar cadence that made my skin crawl. I hung up without leaving a message and tried again. Same result. I checked the time. 7:25 p.m. My interview was supposed to start in 5 minutes. Through my windshield, the building remained dark and silent, a black void against the night sky. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate. I left my car, the dome light briefly illuminating the parking lot before plunging it back into darkness. The asphalt was cracked, with weeds pushing through like fingers, reaching for the surface. My dress shoes clicked loudly as I approached the entrance, each step echoing in the empty lot. The front door was solid metal, with a small, wire-reinforced window. I cupped my hands around my eyes and peered inside. The interior was pitch black, but I could make out the vague shapes of what might have been a reception area. An abandoned desk, a few chairs, no signs of recent occupation. I tried the door handle. It was locked. Walking around the perimeter, I checked each window. All dark, all showing empty rooms. The building appeared to have been vacant for months, maybe years. My phone rang suddenly, the sound so unexpected in the silence that I nearly dropped it. Unknown number. "Hello," I answered, my voice tight. "Is this the applicant for the next core position?" The voice was male, smooth and professional. "Yes, this is me. Is this Zach?" "Yes, it is. I apologize for the confusion. There's been a last-minute change of venue. We've moved the interview to our main office downtown. Can you make it there in 30 minutes? Something in his tone made my blood run cold. The words were reasonable, but the delivery was wrong. Too rehearsed, too controlled. "I've been trying to call you," I said, stalling. "Reception is poor at my current location," he replied smoothly. "Are you still interested in the position?" I looked back at the abandoned building, then at the empty parking lot surrounding me. Why would a legitimate business direct me to an abandoned building? Why change the venue at the last minute? "I think there's been a misunderstanding," I said carefully. "I'm going to have to reschedule." A pause, then, "That would be unfortunate. This opportunity won't be available tomorrow." The pressure tactic was the final red flag. "I understand. Thank you for your consideration." I ended the call and practically ran back to my car. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The building stood silent and dark, giving away none of its secrets. On the drive home, my phone rang twice more from the same unknown number. I didn't answer. The familiar streets of my neighborhood had never looked so welcoming. I parked and hurried to my apartment, double-checking that I locked the door behind me. Inside, I loosened my tie and collapsed onto the couch, adrenaline still coursing through my system. What had just happened? Was it an elaborate scam? A setup for a robbery? I couldn't make sense of it. I pulled out my laptop and searched more thoroughly for information about NextCore solutions. Nothing substantial came up, just a handful of generic business directory listings with the same vague description from their website. Next, I searched for Zach Mercer. Again, nothing that matched the person who had contacted me. I checked the email address he had used, zmercernexcoresolutions.com. The domain had been registered just 3 weeks ago. My apartment suddenly felt less safe. I checked the locks again and drew the blinds. For the first time since moving in, I wedged a chair under my front doorknob. I poured myself a beer and turned on the TV, needing the familiar noise to drown out my thoughts. The evening news was covering a series of home invasions in a neighboring county. I quickly changed the channel. Hours passed. The beer helped calm my nerves, but didn't erase the nagging feeling that something was deeply wrong. Around 9:30 p.m., I heard it for the first time, a faint creaking sound from upstairs. At first, I dismissed the sound. Old buildings make noise, pipes expanding and contracting, wood settling, air moving through ducts. This particular apartment complex had been built in the 1980s and had its share of quirks. But as I sat there, the creaking came again. More deliberate this time, more focused. Not the random groans of an aging structure, but something else, something with rhythm and purpose. I muted the TV and listened. For nearly a minute, there was nothing. Then it came again, a slow, careful creak, as if someone was trying to distribute their weight to minimize noise. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. If someone was up there, I just confirmed I was home. Silence answered me. I considered my options. Call the police? What would I tell them? That my ceiling was making noise? They'd laugh me off the line, leave the apartment, and go where exactly? I convinced myself it was nothing, just nerves after a stressful evening. I finished my beer and opened another, hoping the alcohol would dull my hypervigilance. It didn't. Every few minutes, another creak would sound from upstairs. Each time I would freeze, straining to interpret the noise, trying to distinguish between normal house sounds and something more sinister. I checked the time, 10:15 p.m. Despite my anxiety, exhaustion was setting in. The adrenaline crash from the earlier incident, combined with weeks of stress and poor sleep, was taking its toll. Screw it, I muttered to myself, shutting off the TV. If someone wanted to break in, they wouldn't be upstairs making noise for hours. They would have made their move already. I turned off the downstairs lights and climbed the stairs to my bedroom, each step feeling heavier than the last. My bedroom was exactly as I'd left it that morning. Bed unmade, closet door closed, yesterday's clothes draped over the reading chair. I changed into a t-shirt and shorts, brushed my teeth, and collapsed into bed. Despite my exhaustion, sleep didn't come easily. I lay there, listening to the silence, my mind replaying the events of the evening, the abandoned building, the strange phone call, the change of venue. Eventually, my thoughts grew disjointed. My consciousness began to fade. The last thing I remember was the digital clock on my nightstand reading 11:47 p.m. Then, suddenly, I was awake. The room was pitch black. Disoriented, I couldn't immediately recall what had awakened me. My heart was racing, adrenaline flooding my system before my conscious mind understood why. Then I heard it, the same creaking sound, but much closer now. Inside my bedroom, I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, my eyes straining to adjust to the darkness. The sound came again, the subtle shift of weight on the floorboards. Not from upstairs, from the corner of my own room. My eyes finally began to discern shapes in the darkness. The dresser, the reading chair, the closed bathroom door, the closet. As I watched, frozen in terror, the sliding closet door moved. Just an inch at first, then another. The gap widened with excruciating slowness. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My body refused to respond to my brain's frantic commands to run, to scream, to do something. From the widening gap, a figure began to emerge. First a hand, pale and grimy, curling around the edge of the door. Then an arm, clothed in dark fabric. The movement was calculated, almost mechanical, as if the person had practiced this moment countless times. My paralysis broke when a face appeared in the gap. Even in the darkness, I could see the eyes, wide and unblinking, fixed on me with terrible intensity. They reflected what little light was in the room, giving them an inhuman gleam. I lunged for my phone on the nightstand, nearly knocking it to the floor. The figure made no move to stop me or to flee. It simply stood there, half emerged from the closet, watching. My fingers, slick with sweat, fumbled with the screen. I managed to dial 911. As I scrambled out of bed, keeping as much distance as possible between myself and the intruder. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional. There's someone in my house, I gasped, backing toward the bedroom door. He was hiding in my closet. I need help now. I gave my address, my voice shaking uncontrollably. The figure still hadn't moved. Its stillness was somehow more terrifying than if it had rushed me. Sir, I've dispatched officers to your location, the dispatcher said. Are you in a safe place? No, I replied, reaching behind me for the doorknob. I'm still in the bedroom with him. Can you safely leave the residence? I'm trying. I found the doorknob and turned it, never taking my eyes off the intruder. As I pulled the door open, the figure finally moved. It was subtle, just a slight tilt of the head, as if curious about what I would do next. I backed into the hallway, then turned and ran down the stairs, taking them two at a time. I heard no pursuit, no footsteps behind me, just silence. The dispatcher's voice continued from my phone. Sir, are you still there? Are you safe? I'm leaving the house now, I said, fumbling with the front door lock. He's still upstairs. I burst outside into the cool night air, gasping as if I'd been underwater. The street was quiet, houses dark except for a few porch lights. I ran to the curb and looked back at my apartment. No lights had come on. No figure appeared at the windows. The place looked exactly as it always did from the outside. Officers are 3 minutes out, the dispatcher said. Stay on the line with me." Those 3 minutes were the longest of my life. I stood under a street light, shivering in my sleeping clothes, watching my apartment for any sign of movement. None came. Finally, the flashing lights of 2 police cruisers appeared at the end of the street. They pulled up to my curb, and 4 officers emerged, hands on their weapons. I directed them to my apartment and explained the situation. 2 officers entered with flashlights and drawn weapons, while the other 2 stayed with me. "How long have you lived here?" one officer asked, his expression professionally neutral. "Almost 3 years," I replied, my teeth chattering from cold and fear. "Any recent disputes with anyone? Ex-girlfriend, neighbor, co-worker?" I shook my head. "No, nothing like that." The officer's radio crackled. "Upper floor clear, checking closets and bathroom." Minutes passed. The radio crackled again. "We've got something. Bedroom closet." The officer beside me spoke into his shoulder mic. "Suspect in custody?" "Affirmative. Male subject, non-resistant. Bringing him out now." We watched as the front door opened. 2 officers emerged, flanking a thin man whose hands were cuffed behind his back. Even from a distance, I could see what the police flashlights revealed: lank, greasy hair hanging over a gaunt face, filthy clothes that hung from his frame, and those eyes, wide, unblinking, now darting around like those of a cornered animal. As they led him to the patrol car, he passed under a streetlight. The sight made my stomach turn. His skin had an unhealthy pallor, as if he hadn't seen sunlight in months. Dark circles ringed his eyes. His lips were cracked and bleeding. But what struck me most was his expression. Not anger, not fear, but a strange, detached curiosity. He stared at me as they put him in the back of the cruiser, his head tilting slightly in that same unsettling manner I'd seen upstairs. He never said a word. The next few hours passed in a blur. I gave my statement to the police, describing the fake job listing, the suspicious interview location, and the discovery of the intruder. They took notes and asked clarifying questions, their expressions growing more concerned as my story unfolded. "You'll need to come to the station tomorrow to give a formal statement," one officer explained. "We'll need access to those emails, too." They advised me not to stay in the apartment that night. I called the only person I could think of, my sister, who lived 40 minutes away. She agreed to come get me immediately. Before leaving, I asked what they had found in my closet. "You don't want to know," the officer said gravely. Then, seeing my expression, he relented. He had a backpack with zip ties, duct tape, a hunting knife, and several syringes filled with what we presume is a sedative. Also, a camera and some other electronic equipment were still cataloging. I felt physically ill. Was he planning to? "We don't know his intentions yet," the officer interrupted. "He hasn't spoken a word since we found him. But whatever he was planning, it wasn't good." My sister arrived shortly after, her face pale with worry. She hugged me tightly, then insisted I pack enough clothes for at least a week. "You're staying with us until this is sorted out," she said firmly. "No arguments." I didn't have the energy to protest. As we drove away, I looked back at my apartment, the place I had called home for years, now transformed into something sinister and threatening. Sleep was impossible that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the closet door sliding open, saw those unblinking eyes staring at me from the darkness. The next morning, I went to the police station as requested. The detective assigned to my case, a woman named Rodriguez with sharp eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor, showed me what they had discovered. "His name is Derek Marshfield," she said, sliding a mugshot across the desk. It was him, the man from my closet, looking even more disturbing in harsh fluorescent light. "He's been on our radar for a while, but we never had enough to bring him in." "What do you mean?" I asked. 6 months ago, we got reports of someone using fake job listings to gather personal information," she explained. "Then, 3 months ago, a woman reported a break-in where nothing was taken, but she felt someone had been in her home. We found fingerprints that matched Marshfield's, but with no prior record, we couldn't identify him." She tapped her keyboard, bringing up another screen. "After we arrested him last night, we searched his residence. What we found was disturbing." She turned the monitor toward me. The screen showed photos of a small, squalid apartment. The walls were covered with papers, printouts of resumes, Photos of people entering and leaving buildings, schedules meticulously documented. He created hundreds of fake job listings across dozens of websites, Rodriguez continued. He collected resumes, analyzed patterns of behavior, selected targets based on criteria we're still trying to understand. Targets for what? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. That's where it gets complicated. He doesn't appear to have stolen anything from his previous victims. Nothing sexual either. As far as we can tell, he would break into homes while people were out, hide somewhere inside, and watch them, sometimes for hours, sometimes all night. A chill ran through me. Why? He still isn't talking. The psychologist who evaluated him this morning thinks it might be a form of obsessive voyeurism combined with severe social detachment. He wants to observe people in their private moments, but is incapable of normal human interaction. How many others were there, before me? Rodriguez hesitated. We've confirmed 17 intrusions over the past year based on evidence in his apartment. We're still identifying and contacting potential victims. The number hit me like a physical blow. 17 homes. 17 people who had no idea a stranger had been lurking in their closets, under their beds, in their attics. There's something else, Rodriguez said, her voice softening slightly. When we searched his backpack, we found a folder with your name on it. Inside was every piece of information he could gather about you, your previous employment, your daily schedule, photos of you entering and leaving your apartment. And there was a detailed floor plan of your home, noting optimal hiding spots and escape routes. My mouth went dry. How would he know the layout of my apartment? We believe this wasn't his first visit to your home, she said gently. Based on the documentation we found, he may have entered your apartment at least twice before while you were out. He was studying you. The revelation left me reeling. All those weeks I'd been alone, desperately searching for a job, he had been watching me, learning my habits, preparing for last night. The days that followed were a nightmare of anxiety and insomnia. I stayed with my sister for 2 weeks, unable to face returning to my apartment. When I finally did go back, accompanied by my sister's husband, everything looked different to me. The closets, the spaces under furniture, the dark corners, all potential hiding places for watching eyes. I broke my lease the following week and moved to a new apartment in a secure building with 24-hour surveillance. I found a new job through a personal connection, never again trusting online listings from sites I didn't recognize. Derek Marshfield was eventually charged with multiple counts of breaking and entering, stalking, and possession of illegal substances. The court ordered a psychiatric evaluation, which determined he was competent to stand trial, but suffering from several severe personality disorders. Throughout the legal proceedings, he never spoke a word about his motives, never explained what he intended to do in those homes, what satisfaction he derived from watching strangers in their most vulnerable moments. That's the question that still haunts me even now. What was he planning to do that night? What would have happened if I hadn't woken up? If I hadn't seen the closet door moving? If I hadn't called 911? I'll never know the answer. And in my darkest moments, I'm grateful for that ignorance. Sometimes at night I still hear creaking sounds in my new apartment. Normal sounds, building sounds. But each time I get up and check every closet, look under every piece of furniture, inspect every possible hiding place. Because now I know that monsters are real. They don't have fangs or claws. They have patient eyes and silent footsteps. They learn your patterns and wait for their moment. And sometimes they slide open your closet door while you're sleeping and watch. I live in the middle of nowhere. It's flat, barren farmland, for miles in all directions. There's a main highway that's not too far from me, but that's about the only paved road around here. Everything else is dirt, or if you're lucky, gravel. Nearest town is 20 minutes away, and it isn't really much of a town. Anyway, I'm 44 and retired, so I spend most of my days at home. Most people don't understand how I could retire so young. The truth is both simple and complicated. I worked in tech for 20 years, riding the wave of a startup that actually made it. When we sold, I walked away with enough to never work again if I lived modestly. 6 months later, a car accident left me with a titanium rod in my leg and chronic pain that made office life unbearable. The settlement from that just padded my nest egg further. So here I am. Young enough to have energy, old enough to feel forgotten by the world, and damaged enough to prefer it that way. My house sits on 40 acres of land that used to be a farm before the soil gave out. I bought it for practically nothing 5 years ago. The previous owners had given up trying to grow anything but debt. The 2-story farmhouse is over a century old, with wooden siding painted a faded blue and a metal roof that amplifies every raindrop into a symphony of tin percussion. It's solid, though, built by people who knew winters out here could kill you if your walls weren't thick enough. This morning, I woke to the sound of rain, which had been falling steadily for a week. The fields surrounding my property had turned into shallow lakes, reflecting the gray sky like dirty mirrors. Inside, the house creaked and settled, speaking its own language of aged wood and rusty pipes. I made coffee in the kitchen while staring out at the muddy expanse that was my front yard. My morning routine never varies much. Coffee, news on the tablet, stretching exercises for my bad leg, more coffee. By noon, the walls were closing in. Cabin fever is real when you live alone in 2,400 square feet of creaking floorboards and empty rooms. I grabbed my cigarettes and headed to the covered front porch, easing myself into the old rocking chair that had come with the place. The rain created a curtain at the edge of the roof, and I watched it fall while smoke curled from my lips into the damp air. That's when I noticed movement on the horizon. At first, it was just a dark spot against the gray backdrop, barely distinguishable through the sheets of rain. But as I squinted, the spot grew larger, taking form. Someone was coming down the long dirt road that led to my house, my private road that stretched nearly a half-mile from the county access road. The isolation out here is complete. No one just passes by. My nearest neighbor is 2 miles away, an elderly farmer named Harris, who I see maybe twice a year. The mail carrier only comes to the box at the end of my drive, never all the way to the house. Pizza delivery won't even come out this far. So the sight of someone deliberately approaching my home sent an instinctive unease crawling up my spine. I leaned forward, my cigarette forgotten between my fingers as I made out the distinctive shape of a motorcycle, some kind of ADV or dirt bike, kicking up rooster tails of muddy water as it powered down my driveway. The rider was hunched forward against the rain, faceless behind a full helmet, the bike weaving slightly on the slick surface. "What the hell?" I muttered, rising from the rocking chair. In this weather, on these roads, somebody on a motorcycle could only be here for one reason. They were coming specifically to my house, but I wasn't expecting anyone. Not today, not ever really. The rider kept coming, the engine's whine growing louder as they approached. I felt the first flutter of real apprehension. Out here, I was on my own. Police response time was measured in quarters of hours, not minutes. I stepped back slightly, keeping to the shadows of the porch. The motorcycle slowed as it approached my yard, then came to a complete stop near my detached garage about 50 feet from the house. The rider didn't dismount. They just sat there, the engine idling, water streaming off their dark clothing. Their helmet turned slowly, scanning the property until the faceless visor locked onto me. We stared at each other across the rain-soaked yard. 10 seconds. 20. The moment stretched like taffy, pulling my nerves taut along with it. I couldn't see their face, couldn't read any intention. They were just a dark shape, watching me from my own driveway. Then, without warning or acknowledgement, they revved the engine, executed a tight turn, and rode back the way they'd come. Within minutes, they had disappeared into the gray distance, swallowed by rain and fog. I stood frozen on the porch long after they'd gone, my cigarette burned down to the filter, unsmoked. What had just happened? Who comes all this way in a downpour just to look at someone and leave? The incident left me unsettled for reasons I couldn't articulate. Nothing had actually happened. Maybe they were lost. Maybe they realized they had the wrong address. Maybe it was someone casing rural properties for a future burglary. That last thought stayed with me as I went back inside, locking the door behind me, something I rarely bothered to do during the day. I tried to shake off the unease as I went about my afternoon. I called my brother Mark, who lives in Chicago, and we talked about nothing important for an hour. He asked about the weather, mentioned his kids' latest accomplishments, complained about work. I didn't tell him about the motorcycle visitor. It would sound like nothing when described, and Mark already worried about me wasting away out here by myself. After our call, I dozed on the couch, the steady drum of rain on the roof lulling me into a fitful sleep. In my dreams, a figure in black circled my house, peering through windows, testing locks, always just out of clear sight. I woke with a start as thunder cracked overhead, loud enough to rattle the windows. Outside, the day had darkened prematurely. My watch showed 7:45 p.m. I'd slept longer than intended, and the storm had intensified while I was unconscious. Lightning flashed, illuminating the living room in stark white for a split second, before plunging it back into shadow. The rain no longer fell. It attacked, pounding against the house like it wanted in. Wind howled through the eaves, finding every loose board and ill-fitted window to whistle through. I made my way to the kitchen, flipping on lights as I went. The old house seemed to groan under the assault of the elements. I put on another pot of coffee, knowing sleep would be difficult with the storm raging. As I waited for it to brew, I gazed out the kitchen window into the impenetrable darkness of my backyard. Another flash of lightning, and I jerked back involuntarily. For a split second, I thought I'd seen a figure standing in the yard, but the darkness returned too quickly to be sure, and I laughed nervously at my own jumpiness. "Get it together," I muttered to myself. "One random visitor, and you're seeing Boogeyman." The coffee finished brewing, and I poured a cup, adding a splash of whiskey for good measure. The warm liquid and alcohol helped steady my nerves as I settled into my armchair in the living room, turning on the TV for company more than entertainment. That's when I heard it, almost imperceptible beneath the cacophony of the storm, but unmistakable to my ears. The distinctive sound of a motorcycle engine approaching through the darkness. The sound of the engine grew louder, confirming I hadn't imagined it. My body tensed instinctively as I set my coffee down and moved to the front window. Peering through a gap in the curtains, I could just make out a single headlight cutting through the rain and fog, moving steadily down my driveway. The same visitor from this afternoon? It had to be. No one else would be out here, especially not in this weather, especially not at night. The coincidence was too great. This was deliberate. My mouth went dry as I watched the approaching light. What kind of person goes motorcycle riding in a thunderstorm after dark? What kind of person returns to a stranger's isolated home hours after an initial visit? Not someone with good intentions, that much was certain. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the scene outside. The motorcycle was halfway down my drive now, moving slower than it had been this afternoon, more deliberate. I could make out the rider's silhouette, hunched forward against the elements. Then something happened that sent ice through my veins. The headlight abruptly went dark. The rider had deliberately turned off their light, plunging themselves into the protective cover of darkness and rain. I pressed closer to the window, straining to see, but it was futile. Between the darkness, the rain, and the fog that had settled into the low areas of my property, visibility was reduced to near zero. I knew the rider was still out there, approaching my home under the cover of night and storm, but I could no longer track their progress. The vulnerability of my position hit me like a physical blow. I was alone in an old house with too many windows and doors, miles from help, being stalked by someone who had taken pains to become invisible. Minutes stretched by as I moved from window to window, searching the darkness. The storm raged on, providing the perfect audio cover for anyone trying to move around my property undetected. Every crash of thunder made me flinch, wondering if it was masking the sound of breaking glass or splintering wood. I tried to rationalize the situation. Maybe it was just some local kid playing a prank. Maybe they were seeking shelter from the storm. But the deliberate nature of it all, the return visit, the doused headlight, spoke of something more sinister. My house suddenly felt like a ship adrift in dangerous waters, vulnerable on all sides. I retreated to the living room, mind racing. Should I call the police? And tell them what? That someone might be outside my house? They'd take forever to get here, and I'd feel foolish if it turned out to be nothing. But what if it wasn't nothing? A particularly violent gust of wind slammed against the house, and something banged loudly against the side of the building. I nearly jumped out of my skin before realizing it was probably just the shutter that had been coming loose for months. I needed to get a grip. I needed to be smart about this. First things first, I moved through the house methodically, checking that every door and window was locked. Most were, but I found the back door unlocked, which sent a fresh surge of adrenaline through me. Had I left it that way, or had someone already been inside? I threw the deadbolt with shaking hands. Once I'd secured the house as best I could, I retreated to the kitchen and poured myself another shot of whiskey, downing it in one burning gulp. The alcohol did little to calm my nerves, but it gave me something to do besides panic. That's when I heard it, a sound that didn't belong to the storm, squelching footsteps moving through mud, outside the kitchen window. I froze, barely breathing, straining to hear over the rain and thunder. There it was again, the distinctive sound of boots pulling free from sucking mud, followed by the soft thud as they landed again. Someone was walking the perimeter of my house. My heart hammered against my ribs as I slowly backed away from the window. The footsteps continued their circuit, unhurried, deliberate. Whoever was out there wasn't trying to break in, at least not yet. They were studying the house, looking for weaknesses, or perhaps just enjoying the psychological torture of letting me know they were there. Another crash of thunder, and in the momentary silence that followed, I heard something new. A soft scraping against the siding of the house. Was someone trying to pry open a window? Or were they leaving some kind of mark? I needed to see who was out there. I needed some kind of advantage. Moving as quietly as possible, I crept to the hallway closet and retrieved my shotgun from the locked case I kept there. It was a Remington 870, nothing fancy, but reliable. I kept it for hunting and home defense, though I'd never imagined I'd actually need to use it for the latter. My hands trembled slightly as I loaded it, the click of shells sliding into place oddly reassuring. Armed, I felt marginally better, but I still needed information. Who was out there? What did they want? How many were there? I'd only seen one motorcycle, but that didn't mean there was only one person. I moved to the front of the house again, keeping away from windows but trying to get some view of the yard. Lightning flashed, and for a brief moment, the entire property was illuminated in harsh white light. I saw nothing. No motorcycle, no person. But I knew they were there. I could still hear the occasional footstep when the storm momentarily quieted. They were playing with me, moving when I couldn't see, freezing when lightning flashed. It was a calculated game of psychological warfare, and they were winning. Another sound reached me then, the soft creak of my back porch steps. Someone was coming closer to the house, testing entry points perhaps. My grip tightened on the shotgun as a fresh wave of fear washed over me. I had to do something. I couldn't just wait here in the dark, jumping at every sound, wondering when or if they would try to break in. I needed to take some control of the situation. That's when I remembered my truck. It was parked in the attached garage, accessible through a door in the laundry room. The truck had powerful fog lights mounted on the front, lights that could illuminate a significant portion of my property. If I could get to the truck and turn those lights on, I might be able to see who was stalking me. It was risky. Moving to the garage meant potentially making noise that would alert whoever was outside to my movements. It meant temporarily leaving the secure core of the house, but staying put, waiting in fear, seemed worse. Decision made, I moved carefully through the house toward the laundry room. Each step was measured, each floorboard tested before I put my full weight on it. I knew where every creaky spot was after 5 years in this house, but my usual routes were disrupted by my need to stay away from windows. The laundry room was dark when I entered it, the small window admitting almost no light from outside. I fumbled for the light switch, then thought better of it. A sudden light would be visible from outside, alerting my stalker to my location and intentions. Instead, I used the faint illumination from the hallway to find my way to the garage door. With the shotgun tucked under one arm, I grasped the knob and turned it slowly, cringing at the soft click as the latch released. The garage was pitch black and smelled of oil and damp concrete. I eased the door closed behind me before feeling my way toward where I knew my truck was parked. My hip bumped against a workbench, sending a tool clattering to the floor. I froze, listening intently, but the storm outside was too loud for anyone to have heard the noise. Reaching the truck, I carefully opened the driver's side door, trying to minimize the sound. The interior light came on automatically, and I quickly slid inside and closed the door, plunging myself back into darkness. The keys were where I always left them, in the center console. My plan was simple, but dangerous. I would start the truck, hit the garage door opener, pull out quickly into the yard, and turn on all the lights. It would expose me momentarily, but it would also flood the property with light, hopefully catching my stalker in the open. I took a deep breath, inserted the key, and turned the ignition. The truck's engine roared to life, sounding impossibly loud in the enclosed space. There was no going back now. I hit the garage door opener, and with agonizing slowness, the door began to rise. Rain and wind immediately gusted in, and I squinted through the windshield, trying to see if anyone was visible outside. As soon as the door was high enough, I put the truck in drive and rolled forward, emerging from the garage into the storm. Water instantly obscured the windshield before the wipers could clear it. I pulled far enough out to clear the garage, then spun the wheel, turning the truck to face the house. My hand found the light bar switch, and I flipped it on. Suddenly, the entire front of my property was bathed in brilliant white light, cutting through the rain and darkness like a scalpel. And there, caught in the unexpected glare, was a figure standing directly outside my living room window. The sight sent a bolt of pure terror through me. He was dressed all in black, rain streaming off a hooded jacket, and in his right hand was a hammer, raised as if he'd been about to smash the window. For a single frozen moment, our eyes met through the glass, his wide with surprise, mine with horror. Then he was running, sprinting away from the light and around the side of the house. I threw the truck into reverse, backing up to keep him illuminated. But he was fast and clearly knew the layout of my property. He disappeared around the back of the house. I hesitated only briefly before deciding to pursue. Keeping the truck between me and where I thought he might be, I drove around to the back of the house, lights sweeping across the yard. There, about 100 yards away, at the edge of my property where it met an unused field, I caught a glimpse of the motorcycle lying on its side in the tall grass. The man was already astride it, kick-starting it frantically. The engine caught just as my lights found him. He looked back once, his face still indistinguishable at that distance in the rain. Then the bike leapt forward, and he was gone, disappearing into the darkness beyond the reach of my lights. I sat in the truck for several long minutes, engine idling, rain drumming on the roof, trying to process what had just happened. The immediate danger seemed to have passed, but the image of that man, standing outside my window with a hammer raised, was burned into my mind. This hadn't been a mistake. This hadn't been someone lost or seeking shelter. This had been a deliberate attempt to break into my home, and if I hadn't acted when I did, I shuddered, then slowly drove back to the front of the house and into the garage. The storm continued to rage outside, but it now seemed like the lesser threat. Sleep would be impossible tonight. I secured the garage, then moved methodically through the house again, checking locks, closing curtains, positioning myself in the living room where I could see approaches from all sides. With the shotgun across my lap, I prepared for a long night of vigilance, wondering if he would return, and if so, what he would try next. Dawn arrived with agonizing slowness. I had spent the night in a straight-backed kitchen chair positioned in the corner of my living room, shotgun across my lap, eyes burning with fatigue but too wired to close. Every crack of the house settling, every gust of wind against the windows had me jerking to attention, finger twitching near the trigger guard. But he hadn't returned. At least, not that I could detect. The storm had worn itself out around 3 a.m., tapering to a steady drizzle that continued into the morning. As gray light filtered through the curtains, I finally allowed myself to relax marginally. Night hunters rarely continue their pursuits in daylight. My body ached from the hours of tense vigilance. I rose stiffly, muscles protesting, and moved to the window. Pulling the curtain back slightly, I surveyed my property in the wan morning light. Everything looked normal, too normal. The only evidence of the previous night's drama was the churned mud where the motorcycle had been and deep tire tracks from my own truck. If I hadn't seen him with my own eyes, that figure in black with a hammer raised to smash my window, I might have convinced myself it had all been an elaborate nightmare born of isolation and paranoia. But it had been real. Someone had come to my home with the intention of breaking in. Someone had stalked around my house for who knows how long before I spotted them. Someone might still be watching, waiting for another opportunity. I needed to report this. Being self-sufficient was one thing, but this was beyond my capability to handle alone. After making a pot of coffee strong enough to dissolve the spoon, I called the sheriff's office. The dispatcher who answered sounded bored until I mentioned the man with the hammer. "Hold on there, sir," she said, her tone sharpening. "You're saying someone actually attempted to break into your home?" "Yes," I confirmed. "He was standing outside my window with a hammer raised. When I shined lights on him, he ran." "And this was last night during the storm?" "Yes, around 9 p.m. "We'll send a deputy out. What's your address?" I gave her the information, and she promised someone would be there within the hour. After hanging up, I took a quick shower, my first movement away from the shotgun since the incident, and changed into clean clothes. The hot water did little to wash away the bone-deep fatigue or the lingering feeling of violation. While waiting for the deputy, I walked my property in the daylight, shotgun still in hand. The ground was saturated, every step creating a sucking sound as mud tried to claim my boots. I followed the motorcycle tracks to where I'd seen the bike lying in the grass. There was indeed a flattened area where it had been, and deep ruts where he'd accelerated away. More disturbing were the footprints circling my house, clear evidence that he had indeed been stalking around for some time before I spotted him. I followed them, reconstructing his movements. He had approached from the road, left his bike hidden in the tall grass, then made a complete circuit of my home, peering in windows, testing doors. Near the back porch, I found something that sent a fresh chill through me. Scratched into the wooden siding, about chest height, was a crude symbol, a circle with an X through it. It looked freshly carved, the exposed wood pale against the weathered blue paint. Was it a mark, some kind of signal, or just the random vandalism of a disturbed mind? I was still staring at this unsettling discovery when I heard a vehicle approaching. Turning, I saw a sheriff's department SUV making its way down my driveway, moving carefully through the mud. The deputy who emerged was young, probably not even 30, with a ruddy face and the cautious demeanor of someone who hasn't yet encountered much real danger in his job. His nameplate read Jenkins. "Mr. Mercer?" he called, hand resting casually near his holster as he took in the shotgun I was holding. "That's me," I confirmed, engaging the safety and pointing the barrel at the ground to put him at ease. "Thanks for coming out." He nodded, relaxing slightly. "Dispatcher said you had an attempted break-in last night?" I led him around the property, showing him the motorcycle tracks, the footprints, and finally the strange symbol carved into my siding. As I recounted the events of the previous night, I could see skepticism gradually giving way to concern in his expression. "You live way out here by yourself, Mr. Mercer?" he asked, as we headed back toward the house. "Yes, 5 years now." "Any reason someone might target you specifically? Old grudges, valuable collections, anything like that?" I shook my head. "I keep to myself. Don't have enemies that I know of. And there's nothing particularly valuable here. No art, no big gun collection, nothing worth the trouble." Jenkins frowned, making notes in a small pad. "Could be random. We've had reports of break-ins at isolated properties in the county over the past few months. Usually they hit places that look unoccupied, though." "My lights were on," I pointed out. "He knew someone was home." The deputy nodded grimly. "That's what concerns me. Most burglars avoid occupied dwellings. They want your stuff, not a confrontation." He glanced up at me. "This guy came back after seeing you earlier in the day. That shows intent." A chill ran through me at his confirmation of what I'd already sensed. This hadn't been a random target of opportunity. For whatever reason, the man had specifically chosen my home. my isolation. "So what happens now?" I asked. Jenkins tucked his notepad away. "I'll file a report. Have patrols swing by your place when they're in the area. But honestly, Mr. Mercer, we're stretched thin. This is a big county with not many deputies." In other words, I was still on my own. "Best advice I can give you is to stay vigilant. Keep your doors locked, and maybe consider some security upgrades. Cameras, motion lights, that sort of thing. And if he comes back..." The deputy met my eyes steadily. "Call us immediately, but also..." His eyes flicked to the shotgun I still held. "Texas is a castle doctrine state. You have the right to defend yourself and your property if threatened." It wasn't exactly reassuring, but it was realistic. Out here, help was always going to be too far away to count on in an emergency. After the deputy left, I spent the rest of the day in a haze of exhaustion and lingering anxiety. I checked locks compulsively, startled at small sounds, and kept the shotgun within reach at all times. That night, despite my best efforts to stay awake, fatigue won out. I fell asleep in the armchair around midnight, shotgun still across my lap. I dreamed of a figure in black, walking circles around my house, peering in windows, scratching symbols into the wood. Only in the dream, I was paralyzed, unable to move or call for help, as he tested each entry point methodically, his patience infinite. I woke with a gasp sometime before dawn, my heart pounding. The dream so vivid I had to check the windows to reassure myself no one was actually there. The house was quiet, the land outside still shrouded in pre-dawn darkness. I made coffee, my third pot in 24 hours, and tried to think clearly through the fog of sleeplessness. I needed to be practical. If the man returned, and some deep instinct told me he would, I needed to be better prepared. The shotgun was a last resort, not a security system. As soon as stores opened, I drove into town. The town was really just a cluster of buildings at a crossroads: a gas station, convenience store, a feed supply, a small diner, and a hardware store that had somehow survived the era of big-box retailers. It was to this last establishment that I headed. The owner, a leathery man named Cal who had to be pushing 70, nodded a greeting as I entered. "Heard you had some excitement out your way," he said without preamble. News traveled fast in small communities. "Word gets around," I replied. "Jenkins stopped for coffee this morning. Said some drifter tried to break in during the storm." I nodded, not bothering to correct his assumption that it had been a random drifter. "I'm looking to upgrade my security. Got any recommendations?" For the next hour, Cal helped me select motion-activated floodlights, a basic security camera system, new deadbolts for all exterior doors, and window security bars for the most vulnerable ground floor windows. It was more money than I'd planned to spend, but the memory of that hammer raised to strike my window made the expense seem trivial. "Anything else I should consider?" I asked as he rang up my purchases. Cal considered for a moment. "Got a dog?" I shook my head. I'd always been meaning to get one, but somehow never got around to it. "Might want to think about it. Best alarm system there is, and good company to boot." He leaned forward slightly. "Sheriff's got a K9 that just retired. Belgian Malinois named Rex. Handler moved to the city, couldn't keep him. He's at the shelter now, but trained police dogs don't do well there long term." The idea had merit. A trained police dog would certainly be a deterrent, and I had to admit the thought of having another living presence in the house was appealing after recent events. "I'll think about it," I promised. By the time I returned home, loaded down with security equipment, it was early afternoon. I spent the rest of the day installing motion lights at strategic points around the property, changing locks, and mounting security cameras. The work was exhausting after my sleepless night, but also therapeutic. Each security measure I added made me feel marginally more in control of the situation. As dusk approached, I surveyed my handiwork with grim satisfaction. The property was now ringed with motion sensors that would trigger bright lights if anything larger than a raccoon moved within 50 feet of the house. The new deadbolts were substantial enough that breaking through them would require serious effort and create significant noise. The cameras weren't professional grade, but they provided basic surveillance of all approaches to the house. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. As darkness fell, I found myself once again positioned in the living room, shotgun at hand, watching and waiting. But this time, I had technology on my side. A tablet on the coffee table displayed the feeds from my newly installed cameras, allowing me to monitor the perimeter without moving from spot to spot. The night passed without incident. Around 3 a.m., a motion light triggered, sending my heart rate skyrocketing until I saw the culprit on the camera feed, just a coyote trotting across the yard, pausing to stare curiously at the sudden illumination before continuing on its way. By morning, I was exhausted, but triumphant. My security measures worked, and there had been no sign of the mysterious motorcyclist. Perhaps he had moved on to easier targets. Perhaps the deputy's visit had scared him off. Perhaps one sleepless night of vigilance had been enough. But as I finally allowed myself to fall into a deep recovery sleep that morning, one thought nagged at the edges of my consciousness. What if he was just biding his time, watching, waiting for me to lower my guard? 3 days passed without incident. Each night I maintained my vigil, though I allowed myself short catnaps as exhaustion demanded its due. Each morning, I reviewed the camera footage, finding nothing more threatening than the occasional wildlife. The motion lights triggered several times each night, but always due to innocent causes: wind-blown debris, animals, once even a tumbleweed rolling across the yard like some cliché from an old western. Gradually, I began to relax. Perhaps it had been a one-time thing after all. Perhaps the intruder had been scared off by my show of force with the truck and lights. Perhaps he'd found easier pickings elsewhere. On the 4th day, I drove back into town. The visit had a dual purpose: to replenish my dwindling supplies and to inquire about the retired police dog Cal had mentioned. The shelter was a small, cinder-block building behind the volunteer fire station, run primarily by the fire chief's wife, a no-nonsense woman named Martha. When I asked about Rex, her expression softened slightly. "He's a good boy," she said, leading me to a kennel at the back. "But he needs the right home. Not just anyone can handle a dog with his training." Rex was an imposing animal, lean and muscular with the characteristic tan coat and black face of his breed. When Martha approached his kennel, he stood at attention, alert but calm, his intelligent eyes assessing me without aggression. "He's 7, Martha explained. "Still plenty of working years left, but the department couldn't justify keeping him after his handler left. Budget cuts." She said this last bit with undisguised disapproval. I crouched down to Rex's level, letting him sniff my hand through the chain-link fence. What kind of training does he have? Full police work, tracking, apprehension, area search. He's not an attack dog per se, but he's trained to detain suspects and protect his handler. She eyed me speculatively. "Jenkins mentioned your break-in attempt. Rex would definitely be a deterrent to anyone thinking about trying that again." The idea of having a trained guardian, especially one with acute senses that would alert me to danger long before I noticed it myself, was deeply appealing. After some discussion about Rex's needs and my ability to meet them, plus signing a stack of paperwork, I found myself driving home with a Belgian Malinois, riding calmly in the passenger seat. Rex adapted to my home with surprising ease. He explored the house methodically, seeming to catalog every room, every potential entry point. When I showed him the perimeter of the property, he paid special attention to the areas where the intruder had been, his nose working overtime as he processed the lingering scents. That night, with Rex patrolling the house silently, I slept better than I had since the incident. His presence was reassuring in ways I hadn't anticipated. Every few hours, he would make a circuit of the house, checking windows and doors before returning to lie at the foot of my bed, alert even in rest. For the first time in days, I allowed myself to truly believe that the danger had passed. That belief lasted until the next afternoon. I was in the kitchen, preparing a late lunch, when Rex suddenly stiffened, his ears pricking forward, a low growl rumbling in his chest. He moved to the back door, his posture alert, focused on something outside that I couldn't see or hear. My blood ran cold. I immediately retrieved the shotgun from where it now lived, propped in a corner of the kitchen, and moved to the tablet that displayed my security camera feeds. At first, I saw nothing unusual. Then, at the edge of one frame, movement caught my eye. Someone was on my property, moving through the tall grass beyond my yard, staying just at the range where the camera's resolution made identification difficult. It was him. It had to be. The build, the dark clothing. It matched what I remembered of the intruder from the stormy night. He was back, and this time he was being careful to stay just out of clear view. Rex's growl deepened, and he looked back at me, awaiting command. In just the few days we'd been together, we'd developed a surprising rapport, his police training making him responsive to even my untrained signals. "Stay," I ordered quietly, not wanting to give away our awareness of the intruder's presence. I watched the camera feed intently. The figure moved with purpose, circling the property at a distance, stopping occasionally to observe the house. He seemed to be studying the new security measures I'd installed, noting the placement of cameras and lights. This wasn't the behavior of someone who had randomly targeted my home. This was reconnaissance. He was planning another attempt. My first instinct was to call the sheriff's office, but what would I tell them? That someone was walking near my property but not actually trespassing? That would hardly warrant sending a deputy all the way out here. No, I needed more than that. I needed to catch him in the act, or at least get clear evidence of his intentions. An idea formed, dangerous, perhaps foolish, but potentially effective. If I could lure him closer, get him on camera clearly enough for identification, that might be enough for the authorities to take serious action. The question was how to do that without putting myself at unnecessary risk. Rex whined softly, still fixated on the unseen threat outside. His training and instincts told him something was wrong, even if he didn't yet understand what I wanted him to do about it. "It's okay, boy," I murmured, my mind racing. "We'll deal with this." I watched as the figure completed a full circuit of my property, always staying just at the edge of clear visibility. Then, with the same deliberate pace, he retreated the way he had come. By the time I thought to check other camera angles, he had disappeared entirely. But I knew he'd be back. This visit had been about planning. The next would be about execution. That night, I set a trap. I deliberately left one window partially open, the small bathroom window on the ground floor, which was too small for a person to enter but large enough to suggest vulnerability. Then, I positioned a camera with a clear view of that window, hidden in the shower plants I kept on the sill. If he approached that window, I'd have him on video, clear evidence of his intent. With Rex at my side and the shotgun close at hand, I settled in for another night of vigilance. Hours passed without incident. The motion lights triggered twice, once for a rabbit, once apparently from a strong gust of wind moving a branch. Each time Rex and I went on high alert, only to stand down when the cause proved innocent. Around 2 a.m., fatigue began to take its toll. Despite my best efforts, my eyelids grew heavy. Rex remained vigilant, however, his body tense, ears constantly adjusting to pick up sounds beyond my human hearing range. I must have dozed off briefly because the next thing I knew, Rex was on his feet, a deep growl rumbling in his chest, his attention fixed on the back of the house. Fully alert instantly, I checked the security feeds. Nothing visible on the cameras. But Rex's behavior told me all I needed to know. Someone was out there. Had the intruder somehow detected the cameras? Was he being careful to stay in the blind spots? Moving silently, shotgun ready, I followed Rex through the darkened house as he tracked whatever he was sensing. He led me to the bathroom, the one with the deliberately opened window. And then I heard it, the softest scraping sound, metal against wood, coming from outside the window. Someone was there, testing the opening. Rex's growl deepened, and I placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. Not yet. I needed evidence first. The scraping continued, more deliberate now. I could picture what was happening. The intruder using some tool to widen the opening, checking if the window could be fully opened from outside. I took a calculated risk. Reaching up, I flipped on the bathroom light. The scraping stopped instantly. Through the partially open window, I could hear rapid breathing, then the sound of retreating footsteps, someone moving quickly away from the house. I checked the hidden camera feed on my phone, hoping it had captured a clear image, but my heart sank. The angle was wrong. I could see an arm, part of a shoulder, but nothing that would serve as identification. The intruder had been careful, intuitive enough to approach from the exact angle that would minimize exposure to the camera. This wasn't some opportunistic burglar. This was someone with experience, someone methodical. Rex whined, eager to pursue, but I held him back. Chasing an unknown intruder into the darkness was a fool's errand, especially when they might be armed. Instead, I secured the bathroom window properly and performed another check of all entry points. Everything was locked tight. The intruder had been foiled again, but for how long? This cat-and-mouse game couldn't continue indefinitely. Eventually, one of us would make a mistake. I just had to make sure it wasn't me. The next morning, I drove into town again, this time to the sheriff's office. I brought the security footage with me, limited as it was, and reported the second attempted intrusion. Deputy Jenkins reviewed the footage with a frown. "Not much to go on," he admitted. "Can't make out a face or even confirm it's the same person from the first attempt." "It's him," I insisted. "Same build, same methodical approach. He's been watching my place, learning my routines, studying my security setup." Jenkins leaned back in his chair, considering. "Look, Mr. Mercer, I believe you. But believe doesn't get me a warrant or an arrest. We need something concrete." "So what am I supposed to do? Wait until he actually breaks in? Until I'm forced to defend myself?" The deputy sighed. "I'll increase patrols past your property, but honestly, that's about all I can officially do at this point." He hesitated, then lowered his voice. "Off the record, these situations sometimes require creating opportunities. If you understand what I'm saying." I understood perfectly. He was suggesting I create a scenario where the intruder would be forced to reveal himself more clearly, to commit more definitively, to an illegal act that would justify intervention. It was dangerous advice, but it might be my only option. On the drive home, I formulated a plan. It was risky, potentially even reckless, but the alternative, living indefinitely under siege, was worse. I would make it appear that I was leaving the property for a day or two. I would make it obvious, loading luggage into my truck, driving away. But in reality, I would double back on foot through the fields, approaching my own property from the rear, where no one watching the road would see me. Rex and I would hide in the house, lights off, and wait. If the intruder had indeed been watching my routines, he would likely seize the opportunity of my apparent absence to make his move. And when he did, I would be ready, with cameras recording, with Rex at my side, and with the full legal right to defend my property. It was a trap, plain and simple. But sometimes, the only way to catch a predator is to offer bait. The next morning, I put my plan into action. I packed a visible suitcase, loaded it into my truck, and even left a lamp on inside that would suggest habitual precaution while away. Then I drove off, taking the main road as if headed to town. But instead of continuing, I turned off on a little used farm track about a mile from my property. I parked the truck behind an abandoned barn where it wouldn't be visible from the road, then began the hike back to my house, cutting across fields and staying low where the land dipped. Rex trotted silently beside me, clearly enjoying what he perceived as some kind of working exercise. His police training made him perfect for this kind of covert approach. He remained utterly silent, alert but controlled. It took nearly 2 hours to circle around to the back of my property without exposing ourselves. By the time we slipped in through a rear door, I'd deliberately left unlocked for this purpose. The sun was high in the sky. Inside, I secured the door behind us, then moved through the house, checking that everything was as I'd left it. Nothing had been disturbed. If the intruder had observed my departure, he hadn't made his move yet. Now came the waiting game. I positioned myself in the master bedroom closet, which offered a view of both the front and back of the property through small windows. Rex lay at my feet, his body relaxed, but his senses clearly engaged, ears swiveling to track sounds I couldn't detect. Hours passed. The sun began its westward descent, shadows lengthening across my property. Still nothing. Had I miscalculated? Had the intruder not been watching after all? Or was he just being cautious, waiting until full darkness before making his move? As dusk approached, my doubt began to grow. Perhaps this had all been an exercise in paranoia. Perhaps the repeated visits had been coincidence, or even figments of an isolated mind seeking drama in the monotony of rural life. But Rex didn't think so. As the light failed, his posture changed, becoming more alert, his muscles tensing subtly. He sensed something I didn't. And then, just as twilight deepened toward true night, I saw movement on one of the camera feeds displayed on my tablet. A figure moving with purpose down my driveway. The intruder had arrived. The figure moved with confidence now, no longer bothering to hide at the edges of the property. He clearly believed the house was empty, that I was miles away, unaware of his presence. This time I could see him clearly on the security feed. He wore dark clothing, not quite tactical gear but close, and a backpack that likely contained tools. His face was partially obscured by a neck gaiter pulled up over his nose, but his eyes were visible, scanning the house methodically as he approached. Rex tensed beside me, a nearly inaudible growl vibrating in his chest. I placed a hand on his shoulder, silently commanding him to stay still. Not yet. I needed the intruder to commit fully, to provide undeniable evidence of his criminal intent. The man reached the front porch and paused, listening. After a moment, he tried the door handle, locked, of course. Instead of attempting to force it, he moved to a front window, the one I had deliberately left with a visible gap in the curtains. He peered inside, checking for movement. Finding none, he circled to the side of the house, disappearing from one camera view only to appear on another. He was being thorough, checking each potential entry point, assessing risks and opportunities. When he reached the back door, he paused again, this time removing his backpack and extracting something from it. A tool of some kind. I couldn't make out the details on the night vision camera. He began working on the lock. That was it. The clear evidence I needed. This was unmistakably breaking and entering, not some ambiguous lurking that could be explained away. I raised my phone, ready to call the sheriff's office, but hesitated. By the time they arrived, this could all be over, one way or another. Better to gather more evidence first, to ensure there would be no possibility of him escaping consequences. On the security feed, I watched as he manipulated the lock with practiced movements. This wasn't his first break-in. After about a minute of work, I saw his shoulders relax slightly. He'd succeeded. The back door opened slowly, and he slipped inside my house. Rex's muscles bunched under my hand, his entire body vibrating with the effort of remaining still when all his training urged him to act. I leaned down, whispering in his ear, "Soon, boy, very soon?" From my position in the upstairs closet, I could hear the intruder moving through my kitchen below. Soft footsteps, careful but confident. The occasional creak of a floorboard, the sound of drawers being gently opened and closed. He was searching for something. But what? The house didn't contain valuables worth this level of persistence and risk. I heard him move from the kitchen to the living room, his footsteps occasionally pausing as he examined something. Was he looking for cash, electronics, or something more specific? The uncertainty gnawed at me. This wasn't right. This wasn't a normal burglary. The repeated visits, the reconnaissance, the timing, it all spoke of something more targeted than opportunistic theft. A horrible thought occurred to me. What if this wasn't about stealing at all? What if it was about me? Before I could pursue that disturbing line of thinking, I heard the intruder begin to climb the stairs. He was coming up to where Rex and I were hidden. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. Once he was fully committed, once he'd entered the bedroom, I would confront him. With Rex at my side and the shotgun as backup, I had the advantage. I would hold him at bay while calling the authorities. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, paused, then continued down the hallway toward the master bedroom. Rex's growl deepened, and I tightened my grip on his collar. Just a few more seconds. The bedroom door swung open. From my position in the partially open closet, I could see the intruder silhouetted against the hallway's emergency light. He stood in the doorway for a long moment, surveying the room, then stepped inside. As he turned toward the closet, I released Rex with a single command. Apprehend. The Malinois exploded from our hiding place like a fur-covered missile, crossing the room in a blur of motion. Before the intruder could react, Rex had clamped down on his arm, driving him to the floor with the force of the impact. The man cried out in pain and surprise, thrashing against Rex's hold. But the dog was expertly trained. He maintained his grip without causing serious injury, effectively pinning the intruder in place. I emerged from the closet, shotgun leveled. "Don't move," I commanded, my voice steadier than I felt. "Rex is a retired police K-9. He's trained to maintain that hold until I tell him otherwise and to escalate if you resist." The intruder froze, his eyes wide with shock and fear above the gator. In the dim light from the emergency lights, I could finally see those eyes clearly, pale, maybe blue or gray, with a distinctive web of wrinkles at the corners. They were the eyes of a man in his 50s or older, not some young thrill-seeker. "Who are you?" I demanded. "Why are you in my house?" Instead of answering, he suddenly jerked, his free hand moving toward his waistband. Rex immediately responded, adjusting his grip and applying more pressure. The man yelped in pain. "I wouldn't," I warned, taking a step closer. "Next time he won't be so gentle. Now, I'm going to ask you again. Who are you and why have you been stalking my property?" The intruder breathed heavily, his gaze darting between me, Rex, and the door, calculating his chances, finding them poor. Finally he spoke, his voice muffled by the gator but surprisingly cultured. "You don't recognize me, do you, Mercer?" The use of my name sent a chill through me. This confirmed what I'd begun to suspect. This wasn't random. I was the target. "Should I?" I kept the shotgun steady, trying to place the eyes, the voice, but finding no recognition. The man gave a short, bitter laugh. "I suppose not. You ruined my life without even knowing my name. Why would you remember my face?" Confusion and unease mingled in my gut. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Remove the gator," slowly. With his free hand, he pulled down the neck gaiter, revealing a face I still didn't recognize. Weathered, lined, with several days' worth of gray stubble. His mouth was set in a tight line of hatred. "Still nothing," he sneered. "The name Victor Crane mean anything to you?" The name hit me like a physical blow. Suddenly, I was back 5 years ago in my previous life, testifying in a federal court about security vulnerabilities I'd discovered in a financial software system. The system had been developed by a company called Crane Technologies. "You're related to Victor Crane?" I asked, trying to place this man in that context. "I am Victor Crane," he spat. "Or what's left of him after you destroyed everything I built." Memories flooded back. Victor Crane had been the CEO of a mid-sized tech company specializing in financial software. My company had been hired to audit their security protocols before a major bank adopted their system. What I found had been alarming. Deliberate backdoors, hidden access points that could be exploited. Not coding oversights, but intentional vulnerabilities. I'd reported my findings, as was my ethical and legal obligation. The fallout had been significant. The bank pulled out of the deal. Other clients followed suit. Federal investigations were launched. Crane Technologies collapsed, and Victor Crane himself faced criminal charges for fraud. "You," I said slowly, "were building software with deliberate security flaws. You were setting up your clients for theft or extortion. I didn't ruin you. You ruined yourself. I was building an empire." Crane's face contorted with rage. "One that would have made me wealthy beyond imagination once the vulnerabilities were exploited. Then you came along with your self-righteous ethics and took it all away." The pieces fell into place with sickening clarity. Crane had tracked me down after his release from prison. He'd found my isolated home and studied it, planning not a burglary but revenge. "So what was your plan here?" I asked, even though I suspected I knew the answer. "Break in and murder me in my sleep? Make it look like a burglary gone wrong?" Crane's eyes narrowed. "I wanted you to suffer first, to know it was me, to understand why. The hammer wasn't just for breaking windows." A chill ran through me at the calculated hatred in his voice. This man had been planning my torture and murder, meticulously working out the details over multiple visits to my property. "Well, that plan has failed," I said firmly. "Rex, hold." The dog maintained his grip while I retrieved my phone from my pocket. "I'm calling the sheriff now. You're going back to prison, Crane?" As I dialed, he spoke again, his voice taking on an unsettling calm. This isn't over, Mercer. You think prison scares me? I've already been there. I'll serve my time for breaking and entering, maybe attempted assault, a few years at most. And when I get out. He left the threat hanging, but his meaning was clear. He would try again. Add threatening bodily harm to the charges, I told the dispatcher who answered my call. After explaining the situation, I was assured deputies were on their way. While we waited, Crane and I remained in a tense standoff. He occasionally tested Rex's hold, only to be reminded of the dog's training with a growl and increased pressure. Mostly, though, he just stared at me with cold hatred, occasionally murmuring comments about how we would meet again and how patient he could be. His calm certainty was more unsettling than rage would have been. This wasn't a hot-blooded crime of passion. This was calculated, years in the planning. Prison might interrupt his plans, but it wouldn't end them. When the deputies finally arrived, lights flashing at the end of my driveway, I felt relief, but not resolution. They took Crane into custody, photographed the evidence of breaking and entering, and took my statement. Throughout the process, Crane maintained that unnerving calm, his eyes never leaving me, his expression promising future retribution. As they prepared to take him away, Deputy Jenkins pulled me aside. "Mr. Mercer, given the nature of this situation and the suspect's clear fixation on you, I'd strongly advise considering relocation. Someone this determined, restraining orders and prison sentences only buy time, they don't solve the problem." I nodded slowly, the reality of my situation sinking in. My isolated paradise had become a vulnerability. My self-sufficient lifestyle, a liability when faced with someone dedicated to causing me harm. "I'll think about it," I promised, though in truth the decision had already crystallized in my mind. Later that night, after the deputies had gone and the house was secured once more, I sat on my front porch with Rex at my feet. The rain had finally stopped, and stars speckled the clear sky above. In the distance, coyotes called to one another, their yips and howls carrying across the empty fields. I had come here seeking peace, isolation, a place to heal after my accident and to enjoy the wealth I'd earned. Instead, I'd found that isolation cuts both ways. It provides freedom but also vulnerability. It offers escape from the world's chaos, but also from its protections. Victor Crane had found me once. He would find me again if given the chance. His hatred had become his purpose, his revenge the axis around which his life now turned. Prison wouldn't change that. It would only delay the inevitable. The decision wasn't easy, but it was necessary. I would sell this place, move somewhere less isolated, somewhere with neighbors close enough to hear a cry for help, with police response times measured in minutes rather than half hours. Somewhere Crane wouldn't expect to find me when his sentence ended. It wouldn't be the same. I would miss the open spaces, the silence, the self-reliance, but I would adapt. We humans always do. Rex nudged my hand with his nose, his warm presence a reminder that I wouldn't face this transition alone. I scratched behind his ears, grateful for the twist of fate that had brought him into my life just when I needed him most. "What do you think, boy?" I asked softly. "Ready for a new adventure?" His ears perked up at the question, and I could almost imagine he understood. Whatever came next, we would face it together. The coyotes called again, their voices echoing across the empty fields. Soon, those calls would no longer be the soundtrack to my nights. Instead of regret, I felt a surprising sense of anticipation. Life had become too comfortable out here, too predictable. Perhaps this enforced change would lead to new opportunities, new experiences I would otherwise have missed. As the stars wheeled overhead, I made peace with what needed to be done. The middle of nowhere had been my refuge, but now it was time to rejoin the world, a wiser, more cautious version of myself, but still moving forward. Sometimes the threat of darkness is what finally drives us back toward the light.